Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we're going to begin in 30 seconds. So if people could suspend their conversations in back. Candice Rondo. Hello, everybody. Colonel Wilson. We're starting, so if people could take their seats. Okay, if people could take their seats. Nice. Thank you, everybody, for taking your seats. We're about to begin. And we're going to open with Megan Keeler-Pettigrew of the Global Special Operations Foundation, who will start off our day.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and appreciate your patience as we got started just a little bit late. As Peter said, I'm Megan Keeler-Pettigrew. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Global Special Operations Forces Foundation, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring this event for the third time with New America and the McCain Institute at Arizona State University, and to welcome to the team the U.S. Army War College. The Global SOF Foundation's mission is to cultivate a network of special operators, their enablers, both in and out of uniform, and their partners, be they in industry, academia, or elsewhere. And this might sound simplistic, but it's nonetheless true, that our ultimate goal is to fortify the network of good guys and make sure that SOF around the world are connected, postured, resourced to beat the bad guys. So to that end, we're very pleased to be hosting this event and this partnership with New America, Arizona State, and the U.S. Army War College, and with all of the speakers that are featured here today. We welcome this opportunity to discuss issues of importance to SOF and to educate those that may not be as familiar with the community. Special Operations Forces have certainly carried a particularly heavy burden the last 18 years, and their importance to national security is well known. But at the Foundation, we realize we can't assume that will always be the case. So thank you for your participation today, for your support of SOF. And a special thank you to Anne-Marie Slaughter, Peter Bergen, the whole team here at New America for hosting this event and making it happen. It doesn't just happen, there's a lot of work, so thank you. And before I turn it over to Peter, please bear with me as I read these off to you. Follow the conversation online using hashtag SOFPolicy and following at New America ISP, at Global SOF, at SSI Now, at McCain Institute, and at future_of_war. So thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Well, I get the pleasure of introducing my boss, the CEO of New America, Anne-Marie Slaughter, who, of course, was the first woman to run policy planning at State Department. She also ran the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton. She's the editor or author of 8 books, about to start her 9th, I think. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Peter. Actually, I'm just trying to keep up with Peter, who writes a great and best-selling book roughly every 1 to 2 years. So New America is a place where we are expected to run things and write at the same time. But I'm really delighted to be here. This is as it has become an annual September event, and one that we are truly proud to host. I want to start just by talking about our partners. New America works and has its impact through many partners, which actually seems appropriate in terms of soft culture. And so obviously with the Global SOF Foundation, and you just met Megan, but I also want to recognize Stu Braden. Stu, where are you? At the White House, sorry. All right, he was just here, who is the head of the Global SOF Foundation, and we really prize this relationship. Also, our partnership with Arizona State University, and Dan Rothenberg is here, and the McCain Institute, which is part of Arizona State University. ASU is routinely recognized as the most innovative university in the country, and having spent my life in academia, I can say confidently it is reinventing higher education, and we are thrilled. They talk about themselves as the new American university, and we are New America. And indeed, Nick Rasmussen is here also as one of our partners who runs the program on national security and counterterrorism at the McCain Institute. Finally, I also want to thank Colonel Isaiah Ike Wilson, who is probably here somewhere, yes, there in the back, who is the director of the Army Strategic Studies Institute. And I will just say that we're very grateful to the Army for providing our second Army War Fellow, Colonel Frank Stanko, who probably is also there standing in the back. So the cast of thousands to create the day, but also the kind of work that the Foundation does connects to our programs, the programs at ASU, the McCain Institute, and the Strategic Studies Institute. 2 words on New America, and then I will introduce our panel, and we will get going. So this is our 20th anniversary. We were founded in 1999. When you walk in, you see we are dedicated to American renewal, which is a grand mission, but it is the mission to hold this country to our highest ideals in an era of rapid technological and social change. And we focus on technology, we focus on social change, we meet the challenges that are created by new technologies and by new demography, but also look for the opportunities. And throughout it, we are guided by the idea that we need continually to renew our commitment to our best selves as a country. That's part of what renewing our vows is about, renewing our commitments going forward into a very different time. We are also a home of big ideas and as much practical action as we can manage. And again, working with the Global SOF Foundation, one of the reasons we love it is the thought that our special forces are some of the country's absolute best, motivated by deep patriotism, who blend that commitment with extraordinary action. So today we've got a wide range. We've got panels and presentations on the future of Afghanistan, how to integrate AI into special operations, and the future of terrorism. So let me start now by asking our first panel to come out, which I will also moderate, and I will introduce them. So this is like hoping that the Let's Make a Deal door will open. Oh, right there, sorry, please, come on up. Come on up and have a seat, and I will introduce you. There's no particular order except that I'm sitting. All right. So let me introduce Representative Smith, who actually happens to be over on the furthest over. So Representative Smith is the representative for Washington's 9th congressional district as a Democrat. You will know him, of course, as the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, and we are thrilled to have you here today at a time of where your committee is at the center of many things. He's been a very strong advocate for military personnel and their families. I'm not going to read the entire bio, you have it, but I do want to just say that he created the Congressional Caucus for Effective Foreign Assistance. From my time in the State Department, I am a strong believer in what Secretary Clinton used to call the 3 Ds of development, diplomacy, and defense, and so the connections between foreign assistance and what the military does and what our diplomats do is particularly important. To his left is Representative Mike Waltz, who represents Florida's 6th congressional district, and is a Florida native, a combat-decorated Green Beret of particular relevance today, a former White House and Pentagon policy advisor, a small business owner, and I have to love this part, a proud father. I should also say that he is also an author. He's written a book called Warrior Diplomat, A Green Beret's Battles from Washington to Afghanistan, and he was a New America Fellow right before I got here, but we are always proud to claim our own. And finally, definitely not least, Representative Seth Moulton, who is representative of Massachusetts. Representative Moulton was called to service after 9/11. He joined the Marines in 2001. He was a leader of an infantry platoon and was among one of the first Americans to reach Baghdad in 2003. He served 4 tours, and as he says, he served 4 tours, and I think it's important for our discussion today, in a war that he didn't agree with, but he was proud to go as someone who wanted to defend our country. He has, in Congress, worked very hard to uphold the increasingly scarce bipartisanship, working on a series of bipartisan bills, including faster care for veterans and also modernizing government travel. So welcome to all 3 of you, and I will now move over and become your moderator. Great. Everybody got one? So we've got lots of things to talk about, but I want to start by talking about a set of issues that are particularly related to the SOF community, and then I want to move more to the politics of the day and talk about the authorization of military force in Iran and where we are. So thinking about, just give me a second here. Let's just start with sort of the big question. I will start with you, Representative Smith. How do you think of Congress's role in maintaining the SOF community?
Well, it's been a dramatic expansion over the course of the last, gosh, what is it now, 10, 15 years?
Can you hear in the back?
I didn't think I was in charge of that.
No, you're not. You're not. They'll turn it up. You're definitely not. Go ahead again. They're probably turning it up.
We ready? All right, we're good. Take 2.
Okay.
We've more than doubled the size of the SOF force in the last 10 to 12 years, and it has become just an enormous part of our foreign policy and our defense policy. As you know, the Special Operations Command says, when I meet with them, I said, we woke up today in 85 countries or 75 countries or 91 countries, but it's a very high number. Now, obviously, some of those, it's a very small number of people who are there, but our SOF force is everywhere in the world, and certainly, we think of the ones who hunt down, being the ones who hunt down terrorists, but what they also do in far greater numbers is they build relationships with potential partners, they train partner forces, and basically our forward effort to try to reduce terrorism, but also create greater stability. They're enormously important to what we do, and they've grown. So I think the most important thing that Congress can do is make sure we provide the funds and the support so the people who have to perform that mission can continue to do it, because the demands that are placed on the people who serve in the special forces, and certainly you know this better than I do, are enormous. I mean, the number of deployments, and in many cases these are high action deployments, and the stress and the toll that takes on them and their families is something we have to pay constant attention to. Part of it is providing the funds and the resources to make sure they can continue to do that. But part of it also is understanding how do we change the deployments? What do we do to help their families? How do we make sure that this incredibly specialized group of people can continue to do what they do? Because right now it is crucial to what we do, as I said, not just in defense policy, but I feel in foreign policy at this point. So that's the most important approach.
So it's interesting to hear you describe the distributed nature of the force. When we think about hybrid warfare, we think about the future of war, 21st century warfare, I often think about, distributed forces, but as you say, also distributed partners. When I was in the State Department, we used to talk about not a multipolar world, but a multi-partner world, and who's actually building those partnerships. So, Representative Waltz, when you, obviously as somebody who was in the Special Forces, if you could talk a little bit about how you see Congress's role, but specifically, there are many veterans in Congress. There are not that many veterans who were actually SOF veterans, and what difference that makes as you think about supporting these new forces.
Well, so a few things on what Congress can do. One of the biggest things that I've focused on since being here is focus on the families and taking care of the families. Yeah. And the families are struggling, they're suffering. Even when the operators are not deployed and they're back here, they're not really here because they're out training, getting recertified, and getting ready to go again. We just buried the 5th Green Beret in 2 weeks on 9/11 and just lost another one yesterday. So the toll on the force is real. That particular Green Beret was on his 5th tour. But part of that is Gold Star legislation that really takes care of those back here in, I think, a way that's appropriate. Because right now they get 3 bad choices. They don't come home, they come home missing limbs, or they come home but not quite the same mentally, obviously, as when they left. So that's one piece, and that is a strategic issue. If these families 18 years in, and I think we'll talk about in a bit that I think this is only the beginning of a generational war on extremism, despite multiple administrations wanting to wish the problem away, if the families start truly breaking, the volunteer force starts to break, and then we have a much bigger problem on our hands. I think maybe in a follow-on, the other piece is giving them the appropriate authorities to do, I think, what needs to be done in hybrid warfare environment, in a regular warfare environment, and counterterrorism environment, whether that's the 1202 authorities, the 127 ECHO that we've all debated and reauthorized, and looking at if we need to use more of, at least from my perspective, I'm sure my colleagues may disagree, but look at, do we need to use more of a deterrence model on hybrid warfare, and at least demonstrating the capability to conduct those types of operations, whether that's inside Iran, inside China, or inside Russia, as a deterrence model for what they're doing.
So you're anticipating absolutely my next question, because I definitely do want to talk about how we think about warfare in the future of war and warfare. But before we get there, I do want to ask Representative Moulton to weigh in on Congress's role. And again, you were a Marine. You are a Marine. You're always a Marine. I know better.
You got it right.
Always. But so again, so you're from one of the traditional services or the regular services, and how do you think about this? Because obviously we have to take care of our entire military.
Yeah, I would just make 2 comments to double down on what the chairman and Mike said. First of all, I decided a few months ago to, for the first time, publicly share my story of dealing with post-traumatic stress. And I decided to do that because I think as a country, we have to be more forthright in recognizing this as a medical problem that just simply needs to be treated. And just like you are not embarrassed to tell your colleague at work, hey, I'm going for my annual physical, you should be able to say, hey, I'm going for my annual mental health checkup. And we're so far away from that today. And I introduced, when I was running for president, I introduced this very bold, the most ambitious mental health care proposal, really setting the standard for the country by using our troops as a model, by saying everyone in the military will get an annual mental health exam. It will just become routine, something you're not afraid to embrace. And then literally just a few weeks after I introduced that, admittedly, on a campaign trail, the committee adopted in a bipartisan way a small first step towards that, which is accelerating the timetable for people coming out of a combat zone to get a mental health checkup when they come home. So I think that this is planting the seeds of a sea change, I hope, that will start in the military but expand to the rest of the country. And by the way, the Special Operations Forces are some of the pioneers in proactively dealing with mental health. It's Special Operations Forces that are now practicing meditation and things like this to better prepare them for battle, not just deal with their invisible wounds when they come home. So that's the first comment. The second comment is, look, there's a reason why my first bill in Congress was the Faster Care for Veterans Act. If we don't show America that we take care of veterans when they come home, Mike's right. People aren't going to volunteer. Families aren't going to sign up for this. And we're not doing a good enough job right now. I made a commitment to continue getting my own health care at the VA when I got elected to Congress. And let's just put it this way, I could tell you some stories. I have a great primary care physician. There are some things they do really well. I had surgery a few years ago and they sent me home with the wrong medications. So again, we have a lot of progress to make, but those are two areas where I think we can focus as a Congress, and it will benefit not only our armed services, but really the whole country.
Thank you for that. I watched recently They Will Never Grow Old, which I strongly recommend.
I just watched that myself.
It's extraordinary. They've taken this footage of World War I and colored it and made it, I mean, you are there. You are, but you know, that was where we first started talking about shell shock, right? When you read the accounts of World War I, and you now look at that and think, you know, of course it was unbelievably traumatic PTSD, and to then think, of course, anyone who goes through great trauma, and of course it can be on the battlefield, it could be a rape, it could be any number of things, but to understand that our mental health is part of our physical health. I think that's just
And you know, what you don't
important.
see in that movie, of course, is that when those troops came home, they were not taken care of.
No, absolutely
and
not.
and World War I veterans were literally left out on the street.
Yep. Yeah. So let's talk about the future of war. Let's say, so New America and ASU have a center on the future of war that Peter Bergen and Dan Rothenberg co-direct, and we spend a lot of time thinking about drones and droids and all the ways in which the future of war will not be human, or whether we keep, I hope, we keep humans in the loop. But so much of the discussion of the future of war is about technology, and yet it's equally about our soldiers and how we're going to fight. So Chairman Smith, you mentioned hybrid warfare. I'd love for you to talk about, if you look out to 2040, say 2030 to 2040, how do you see the way we're conducting warfare and what our forces need to look like?
Well, the first thing that occurs to me to say that is I have no earthly idea. I don't,
And that is the right answer.
and I don't think most people do, but in that reality, I think there's, you know, the most important thing about how we're going to build for the future is flexibility, upgradability, adaptability. I always, former Secretary of Defense Gates used to always say that, you know, we had a perfect record of predicting what our next fight was going to be, and that is that we were always wrong. And partially he was making that point about how we need to do a better job of preparing and everything, but the point I always took from that was that's the nature of the world.
Right.
So, you know, to spend an enormous amount of money saying this is going to be the fight, this is what we're going to be ready for. No, you have to build flexibility, and that brings us back to SOF. And what I'm so excited about how we've developed the SOF community, and with all of the challenges that my two colleagues mentioned that we do have to step up and meet, it has given us a capability that has that flexibility and adaptability. And I first started getting involved in this when I chaired the terrorism subcommittee for 3 years, 2007 to 2010, and traveled around the world to see what SOF is doing.
Right.
And yes, I went to Iraq and Afghanistan, but also Africa and the Philippines and all the other places where we are out there. And again, this comes back to my central point in all this, which is building relationships. Preparation of the environment is the way SOF refers to it. And, you know, I visited a few SOF people in Morocco and Burkina Faso back in 2009 and 10, and at the time things were a little out of control. They were nothing like they are now after Libya, but the relationships that were being built helped us be in a better position to deal with what came. And obviously the State Department's incredibly important. It's a team effort.
Right.
It has to be, you know, CIA, State Department, DOD, but what SOF does, because so much of what they do is about going into, you know, difficult contested environments, figuring out the terrain. Who's here? What's going on? Building relationships. That skill set that they bring, the medical training, they can go in and provide medical care to a village that desperately needs it, and then get to know who they get to know. The future of warfare I see is yes, it's great power competition, but it's not like, you know, 200 years ago when you built up for the big war that you were going to have with your rival. It's great power competition happening in smaller, environments in a different way. It's not how do we beat them on some major field of war. It's how do we deter our adversaries and build the relationships necessary to advance, well, the freedom agenda, if you will. We believe in economic and political freedom. Our main adversaries don't. How do we do that? I think SOF plays a crucial role in putting us in a position to do that over the course of the next half century.
Oh, fascinating. So you were already talking about a deterrence posture. I'd love to hear you say more about how you imagine the future war, and particularly maybe what that looks like.
Well, I think the broad question for me is how do we continue to conduct counterterrorism, deal with a growing and metastasizing extremism threat that I think is absolutely still a threat to the United States, coupled with the rise of China, coupled with a still very dangerous Russia, rogue states overlaid with $22 trillion in debt and growing. I mean, that is essentially the problem that we, I think, over the long term, spanning multiple administrations, need to figure out and solve. Part of that, to me, is taking a different look at the Guard and reserves. I've talked a lot with our reserve component leaders. Yes, they need to be interoperable. Yes, they need to have the same model of helicopter or tank or what have you. That is important. But I think also where can they fit uniquely into our national security strategy? Are they better as soldiers who are also mayors and sheriffs and telecommunications executives, as true warrior diplomats, uniquely equipped with their civilian skills to do cyber, to keep up with the latest technologies, to do stability operations, to be involved in our space enterprise with the pace at which technology is growing. I mean, we hear time and time again from the services that they are having a heck of a time recruiting folks for their cyber force, and then when they do and train them, then keeping them.
Yeah.
But what's the entity that bridges that?
Right.
The Guard and the Reserve, right? And do they take more of a leading role in those types of all of government types of warfare? So I think I'm thrilled to hear the chairman has spent so much time looking at the SOF enterprise separately. I am worried that the pendulum will swing too far, a la the 1980s, back towards great power competition. I think that's the Pentagon and the industrial base's comfort zone. There is not a huge constituency for learning languages and understanding cultures. That doesn't create a lot of jobs in middle America, but it is absolutely critical, and we cannot walk away from that. And I just see it in briefing after briefing after briefing of, we won't talk about the light attack aircraft. We've been asking about that for the better part of, Chairman, 10 years.
Okay.
But yet, 100 B-21 bombers may not be enough.
Yeah.
Let me just say, I completely agree with everything he has said.
Final point.
Agreement right here.
Final point is I do want to say I thank God on a weekly basis that I'm on the Armed Services Committee where we can agree and we can disagree and we can have substantive conversations. Bipartisanship is not dead. But I think that commonality that we often see where we can agree to disagree but still move the country forward is that commonality of service or having spent a career around service and truly staying on what's important for the country. And when we see our other committees, our colleagues are flame-throwing each other, it feels like rhetorically on a daily basis.
Sometimes pretty close.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah,
but yes,
right.
Hourly.
I do. It should give you all hope that we do have these kind of conversations and disagreements, and often at 3 in the morning during markup, but that's okay.
I'll ask Representative Moulton to join, but I will say in 2014, I was in the Brussels forum when Russia invaded Crimea, and it was Brussels, so it was NATO, and you could just feel this great, we're back to the world we know. I mean, it really was like, we know how to do this.
Yes.
Russia has invaded.
Although apparently we don't.
Well, I
but
get, but that I think your point about the comfort with the world we know versus seeing the ways in which the world is changing so dramatically. Yes, it's so far from lining up militaries. I mean, it's proxy warfare, it's special operations, And then again, you add that technology. So that point about pushing back against a very powerful status quo bias is critical. Representative Moulton, join.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. And when Mike made a quick passing comment about the military-industrial complex and where they feel comfortable, I think that's absolutely right. And he and I are going to be working together on a panel that Chairman Smith put together on the future of warfare and the future of defense. Now, we don't want to pre-bias the panel. The whole point is to have some debates and disagreements. Right. But I certainly share his concern about a focus on big, old-fashioned weapon systems at the expense of the smaller, nimble, more dynamic force that we need, and frankly, that China and Russia are developing as examples of big powers that are embracing more of a hybrid warfare approach. So that is a real concern. Mike also mentioned that he thinks that terrorism is still a problem. You can't describe any situation with there's two facts, but I think these two facts are kind of interesting to think about in the context of that question. One, there's not been a single major mass casualty external terrorist attack on the United States since 9/11. Two, there are 4 times as many Sunni extremists in the world today than there were on 9/11. So what that says is that we've been doing a pretty good job, at least on defense. But you can't really look holistically at the war on terror and say it's been successful. And that means that, yes, we have to keep fighting it, but 2, we also really need to think about our tactics and our approach. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned in the introduction that I served as a Marine platoon commander. Just quickly, 2 other experiences that I had in Iraq and in the Marines that I think give me some interesting perspective on this. The second 2 tours I did in Iraq, I was on a small team of Marines working directly for General Petraeus and traveling around. We lived either directly with Iraqis or with Special Forces. And as I lived with multiple different, mostly Green Beret teams around Iraq, there was a real difference in how...
Did you have a beard?
I did not.
No.
I decided I didn't need a beard to be cool, but...
They do look cool.
They do look cool. My wife thinks so too. But there were some teams that really embraced, I think, the spirit and ethos historically of the Green Berets, which is to be this very dynamic kind of hybrid warfare type of force. And then there were others who all they wanted to do was kick down doors. And there was also a real divide between the salty old warrant officers who said, we're really losing track of our roots and what is actually important here. The teams that were more successful were the ones that worked on building internal capacity in the Iraqi military. The ones that looked good on paper but were not ultimately successful in their areas were the ones that just wanted to kick down doors, and that's what a lot of the young people were joining to do. So that's a real challenge. Very briefly, I also spent a little bit of time after my active duty tours in the Marine Reserves, and I completely agree with your comment. If I had to go invade Baghdad again, I'd pick my active duty platoon any day of the week. But in the rebuilding capacity, when I had plumbers and electricians and lawyers and scientists in my platoon, much better equipped to do that job, and that was in the reserves.
Yeah. So now I want to shift to some of the country issues that face us today, and thinking about that. When you talk about the growth of Sunni extremists around the world, the growth of terrorist groups still around the world. Obviously, Afghanistan is still a source of terrorism, mostly within Afghanistan, Pakistan, but then the wider region. Where does diplomacy come into this? So let me ask you directly, were we right to walk away from the negotiations with the Taliban, or conversely, were we right to try to negotiate with them? Where does diplomacy come into thinking about the future and the current war?
You wrote the book.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let you take the first step.
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to send a message loud and clear that we, the United States, fully supports the democratic process in Afghanistan, as imperfect as it may be sometimes, as they're on the cusp of their national elections, which are always difficult, particularly in the middle of the war. We have our own difficulty here 200 years on with our own process. So I think I want to, from my own perspective, send that message, and I've talked to a number of Afghans, both here and over there, and they're going to have a very difficult few weeks. Yes, we were, I think, as the deal as I understood it, we were absolutely correct to walk away, and I do think we need to be careful that we can craft a deal that takes the situation from bad to worse. The ethnic divides and tensions between the various ethnic groups in Afghanistan are simmering just below the surface. Their political process is difficult and will be messy, but the canary in the coal mine for me is watching the Afghan army. And if they believe, as folks that I talked to were beginning to believe, that the United States was willing to cut a deal with their adversary as they're actively attacking them and the Afghans, I think you could start to see the military fracture. So I think with the terms as I understood them, we were right to walk away. And the thing that particularly bothered me was that it didn't deal with the interim agreement didn't deal with Pakistan and didn't deal with the sanctuary that's in Pakistan. And I think if we ever are going to truly drive the Taliban back to the table in a way that they will break with international terrorism groups and will become a meaningful partner in the future of Afghanistan, we have to pressure their leaders in Pakistan. And that is a white elephant in the room that we've all been trying to deal with for 18 years. But let me just say one more thing in that regard. The South Korean army, as an analogy, and there's a lot of smart folks who will poke holes in this, had a higher illiteracy rate in the 1950s than the Afghan army does today. So to the chairman's point on long-term partnerships and what is Congress's role, we have to support that partnership for the long term. And I remind folks that the South Vietnamese army didn't necessarily fall when we withdrew our advisors. It fell when Congress pulled the rug out from under the funding. And part of that was, and this has been my message over the administration, if we pull the advisors back and only leave a unilateral CT force, where is our reassurance that the taxpayer dollars are being spent effectively and in a way that grows an Afghan military and security force that can eventually take care of its own? That's going to be a decades-long effort. And no, I don't hear anyone complaining about the cost and expense of partnering with the South Korean army for 70 years. And I would argue that we're going to have to wrap our minds around doing the same with the Afghans for the foreseeable future.
I don't actually disagree with that. The problem is Afghanistan, to my mind, is a much larger problem than either South Korea or South Vietnam. It is a part of the world that is not given to any sort of organization, whether you like it or not. And they fight. That's what they do. And how we're going to wrap our arms around that and implant some sort of stability in there, I think, is an enormous problem, because I completely agree with Mike. We cannot walk away from the problem. The starting point for me on Afghanistan and Pakistan is always, I really wish we did not have national security interests in that part of the world, because it's a nightmare, it's an impossibility, but we do. And all these people are saying we've been at war for 19 years. That's ridiculous. It's like, well, what are we trying to accomplish? It's certainly not preferable, and I would like to not have to do it. But if the alternative is worse, then just saying, well, we should just get out of there because it's a mess. And unfortunately, unlike South Korea and South Vietnam, this is a problem that absolutely will come home if we don't deal with it. The terrorist groups that are there, and whatever you thought about dominoes and communism, whatever, there is absolutely no question that the violent extremist groups that prosper in that region wish to attack us, preferably at home, but certainly in a whole bunch of other places. So how do we contain that threat? And it sort of brings me back to the basic soft model when I talk about with Africa. The way you contain the threat is we need partners in the region who are going to work with us to contain that threat. That's what we do in the Horn of Africa. We work with Ethiopia and Somalia and Rwanda, Ethiopia and Kenya and Rwanda, and we're trying to get to the point where we can work with Somalia to contain that threat with relatively small U.S. numbers.
Right.
In West Africa, we've built some of those relationships, fractured and difficult though they were, with Mali and Niger and Burkina Faso. We've also had a lot of help, believe it or not, from the French and the British because of their relationships there. So we've got a model. Who are we working with to try to stop the threat? In Afghanistan and Pakistan, who the hell are we working with to try to contain the threat? And that's the thing. And if it's not the Afghanistan government, if we're not there and we don't have the relationship, as difficult it is, look around that region. Who?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody, okay? Pakistan, won't get into the details of that, but it's a very difficult relationship. So if we pull out of there, not only does the problem in Afghanistan get worse, I don't see who in the region we can work with at that point to even try and contain it. So trying to work with the Afghan government, pretty much along the lines of how Mike described it, I think is our only option. Is this sort of the best worst option?
Least bad
worst best,
choice.
there we go,
Yeah.
something like that at the time. And yes, I'd like to try to do it in a way that puts fewer American lives at risk, costs us a lot less money. We need to figure that out, but we cannot underestimate the fact that at this point, the Taliban isn't even the worst thing in Afghanistan. The rise of ISIS now is a greater threat. So I think
Were
it's
we
gonna be
wrong
difficult
to
life.
even negotiate with the Taliban? Would you-
No, I don't think we're
No.
wrong to negotiate with them. I think, I always like to quote Game of Thrones, you don't make peace with your friends, you make peace with your enemies. So that's who you talk to.
Used to be Clausewitz, now it's
Yeah.
Game of
Yeah,
Thrones,
that's
I'm a pop culture kid. What can I tell you?
Look, I'm a complete Game of Thrones addict. Representative Bolton.
I mean, again, Mike and Adam are asking all the right questions. Another way to put this is...
We're hoping you'll answer them. That's,
I don't have an, but I'll tell you, but I think another way to put this is, what is our mission in Afghanistan? We don't have a clear mission. And there are some people who believe our mission is nothing, we should just get out of there. Some people believe our mission is to prevent another 9/11, and it's really a counter-terror mission. Some people believe our mission is to make sure that all these amazing, beautiful Afghan girls who get to go to school for the first time in their lives can actually continue going to schools and won't live lives of oppression. And in some ways, there's a tension between three kind of levels of commitment. One is to ensure that every place where we open schools to women, they're going to be able to keep going there. Another is to partner with the sort of one step down is to not do that, to allow that some parts of the country may be taken over by the Taliban or whatnot, but we will continue working with the Afghan army and also do a counterterror mission. And then the sort of lowest level is just counterterror. We need to have a debate as a Congress and as a country about what our commitment is. And then once we are able to make that commitment, which I agree is going to be pretty long term, we're going to have a lot more leverage to negotiate with the Taliban. What I think yes, you do negotiate with your enemies, but the Taliban knows they can just wait us out at this point. We have really no legitimate leverage over them, I don't think, at this stage. Because they say, look, you can agree to pull out your American troops, but you're probably going to do that anyway at some point. We need to make it clear that, no. We might be reducing our forces, we might have a narrowed mission, but we are committed in a bipartisan way as a country to seeing this through, and then go back and talk to the Taliban and say, let's revisit
The
this.
vast amount of folks that I talk to, they don't even know, much less care, whether it's 6,000, 8,000, 15,000, 20,000. The message they need to hear, and our enemies need to hear, is we are with you. You cannot outweight us.
Right.
And then secondly, I think the point of leverage is on their leadership. And no campaign that I can think of in history has been successful when the enemy enjoys unfettered sanctuary next door.
Yeah.
And we can dance around that problem. We have for many years and tried various things, but that's the core of the issue.
So to put it bluntly, it's not wrong to negotiate, but I don't think this was the right time.
Okay. So I'm going to move from Afghanistan to Iran and ask you a double question. So in the first place, we are playing a game of chicken with Iran. I've taught international relations, international law for years, and you do the basic game theory. This is chicken, right? We are heading down the road. As President Trump said, we were locked and loaded over the weekend. That is exactly, this is Cuban Missile Crisis time. So one, should we be prepared to actually strike, if that's what it looked like we were over the weekend? We pull back. The Israeli elections were influencing timing, but as far as I can tell, we're going to have to be making that decision very, very quickly. Should we strike? And equally importantly, today is the 18th anniversary of the passage of the AUMF. right? So we have been operating in all these countries under an authorization of the use of military force that is 18 years old, passed right after 9/11. You know, Congress is supposed to have the power to declare war. And this is a different kind of war. Many of us, including myself, have written articles about what do you do when war looks completely different than World War I or World War II, or the Korean War, which itself was different. But at what point do we say, wait a minute, you know, the people have to be consulted again? And of course, Barack Obama did that with the chemical strikes. But in general, this is, I think, an equally fundamental question about the future of war. When and how does Congress authorize it? So to boil it down to two questions, should we strike Iran, and do we need Congress's authorization to do so?
There's a lot to unpack there, but I'll go with no and yes.
Okay, we should not attack Iran, and we do need an additional authorization of military.
Well, and I think and there's a whole bunch of very important points there, but you know, we were talking about what happened in Saudi Arabia, and let's say absolutely without question Iran was behind it. People are talking about what should be the U.S. response. There is no legal justification for use of U.S. military force in defense of Saudi Arabia. There's not.
Right.
I mean, and if we allow the president to do that at that point, Congress is completely out of it. Now, this whole Congress has the power to declare war thing is utterly meaningless. And this is why I do not like originalists when it comes to the Constitution, because they are completely full of it. There is no originalist point for a lot of reasons. First of all, it was 200 some odd years ago. They couldn't possibly have anticipated what's happening here. But second, the Constitution was written with with purposeful ambiguity. Okay? We can't resolve this issue, so we're going to resolve it in a way that makes both sides happy and we can just move on. All right? Nowhere in the Constitution does it define what war is. So the power to declare war is utterly incomplete. Well, what does that mean? All right? And the president's the commander-in-chief of the military. Well, what does that mean? We don't know. So basically, we've been making it up as we go along for well over 200 years. And that's okay, by the way. That's how, you know, civil society, democracies work things out. But this idea that we can go back to the text and it's going to tell us what to do is ridiculous. I do, however, think that there needs to be a better balance, and that executive after executive after executive has made completely irrelevant the House of Representatives. And this actually goes to Mike's point. What we need American support for what you said, okay, in terms of what our policy is. And if the president is off acting on his own, well, Congress is as reflective of American opinion as you can get. We're up every 2 years. In the same.
We are.
So it's like, you know, if we were to express that support, we would then be able to better send that message to the Taliban. If the president just goes off, you know, acting on his own, then say, well, there's going to be another president, and there's no consistency to policy. So where Iran is concerned, there's a lot more stuff about, you know, what we're trying to do with Iran, how relevant it is to our broader national security interests. But the big thing is get Congress back involved in the process of how we use our military. Because I think the American people, part of their lack of faith in us staying in Afghanistan or endless war and all this stuff is we don't have a voice. We're out of it on something that is fundamental to our country.
Do we attack Iran?
Yeah,
And
so
do we need
look, I mean,
congressional authorization?
this is where the Iranians are so clever. I mean, this is right out of their playbook in terms of escalating, and having a strategic effect and causing an international crisis, but just under the level to where it elicits an absolute U.S. response. They did not strike a U.S. facility or U.S. ship. There's not massive casualties, but yet it was a strategic, it did have a strategic effect. Of course, we have a surrogate claiming, and the Houthis claiming responsibility, Iranian denial, so now we kind of have an international
That's the future of war, right?
Case,
proxy
right?
war
It's the
and
proxy
technology.
war. So I think it was, frankly, a brilliant move on their part, because they knew in the West that we would be having this debate rather than eliciting a response. That said, I also believe firmly, if you look at the history of the Iranian regime, they will continue to escalate until stopped, or until they achieve their strategic goal, which is the relief of sanctions. So my message to the president, is, Mr. President, keep up the pressure campaign. It is working.
Including a strike?
Including the economic pressure. Because the biggest metric in my mind, and I was just over in Israel on the bipartisan trip over to Israel, and that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Shia proxies in Iraq are having a hard time making payroll. And the thing the regime cares about the most is not its own people, it cares about its wallet. And we've gone from 2.5 million barrels per day to, depending on the oil trader, less than 200,000. That is a significant blow to the regime. And if you look in the late 80s, kind of how things escalated then under Operation Praying Mantis, originally it was international shipping, then it was a number of facilities and offshore oil rigs, and then eventually it was an American ship, and President Reagan sank a third of their Navy and they stopped. So the other lesson from the Iranians is that often escalating will get them what they want. The attacks in Beirut in the 1980s, we withdrew. They killed 500, and I know Seth was there, killed over 500 Americans in Iraq. Very little response. Eventually we withdrew. So if you look at this from the Iranian standpoint, this could work. We'll see, but I think if we do not respond, my own preference would be at this point by, with, and through our allies. But to the chairman's point is providing support to a Saudi response, whether it's logistics, intelligence, you name it, in terms of that type of proxy response. Is that war?
And I just got a quick.
Is it?
One part of the problems with this is Saudi Arabia is problematic. So I don't want us to be in a position where it's like, oh, we in Saudi Arabia, we're just like this.
Yeah.
You know, the Sunni extremists, that came out of Saudi Arabia to begin with. So that's why I talk about, in addition to what Congress should do, what are our interests in the region?
That's right.
Is it in our interests to go all in on the Sunni side of a Sunni-Shia civil war? That would be a big no. And also, can we continue to support Saudi Arabia while they murder U.S. citizens and have a very bad human rights record? So being sucked into that side of this conflict is something I also think we need to avoid. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
So Representative Waltz, we're closing up because
Yeah.
I know but I can't let you off the hook. So what I heard you say was we should keep up the economic pressure. We should be in a position to support a Saudi response.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to strike, do we need congressional authorization to do so?
If we were to strike, I agree with the chairman. I do not see a legal basis. We do not have a mutual defense pact with Saudi Arabia.
No, we don't.
Believe.
I was wondering that
question
myself.
yesterday. That's the only reason
I did too.
That's right.
You get answers faster. And so I do think they would need to come back with authorization for a unilateral American response unless American interests were directly attacked in self-defense. And that's why, again,
Commander-in-Chief.
and again, that's why you see the Iranians dialing up, but just below the threshold and back, taking it full circle to this is the future of warfare.
We got bipartisan
There we
agreement
go.
there
Yeah.
again. Representative Moulton, you're going to close this out.
So rather than just repeat and agree, I'll try to step back a little bit from the situation. And let's just look at the administration's 3 publicly stated goals with their Iran policy. All right? And there's some that are in the background, but the 3 publicly stated goals are to stop them from developing a nuclear weapon,
Yep.
to deter them in the future from developing a nuclear weapon, and third, to change the regime's behavior.
With regard to support
With
of
regards to
terrorism
supporting
around the
terrorism
region.
and
Yep.
around the region. Right. Since pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, against the advice of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and basically every military advisor in the administration, Iran has started moving towards a nuclear weapon, so that's gotten worse. They clearly have not. No. They. General Dunford came to the Congress.
And the bipartisan agreement.
Now stop.
But
We almost got there.
But to be clear, General Dunford came to the Congress and certified that they had stopped progress.
Within.
So if you want to disagree with General Dunford, we can take that offline.
Yeah,
but
yeah. All right.
but so first, they have accelerated.
To say that they were following the agreement is like going into a thief's home and the police can only search one bedroom with a month's notice.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're going to
So,
hold that
I
one.
mean-
And that's, yeah.
Let's hold the.
Go ahead.
The United States intelligence agencies do not agree with what you just said.
Exactly.
So that's gotten worse. They clearly have not been deterred from developing a nuclear weapon. In fact, they've been put into a corner where they said this is the only thing we can do now. And third, their behavior has gotten worse. They did not attack any Americans when they were under the deal. Now they're back to the situation we were several years ago when I was in Iraq, where they are attacking Americans and killing our allies. So on the three publicly stated goals of the administration's policy, they're failing on all three. Now, the other goal that's out there, although they won't publicly state it, is regime change. And I think that they might actually get that with this continued pressure. That's a place where you and I might agree. They might actually get regime change out of this continued pressure. Wow. How many people out there think that if we keep up this pressure on Iran, which is empowering their hardliners, and we get regime change, how many people think it will be a better regime? Right.
So
We are empowering all the people in Iran we do not like. And so if there is some massive internal convulsion because our pressure, the maximum pressure campaign is so painful for them, we're more than likely going to get a more adversarial regime, because those are exactly the constituencies in Iran we're empowering.
I have a meeting on the Hill. I
Yes.
think I'm going to let the two of them
Let's
sort this out.
Seth, I'm sorry, that was a misleading statement. The intelligence community is very clear that Iran is moving towards a nuclear program. Depends on how you define that. There is a weaponization component, there's a ballistic missile component. It is not simply the fissile material. And if they pause one and continue the other with a full intent within a decade to have a program, that is marching towards
I
the
have
program.
to close you out.
So-
Hang on, you guys are going to take this
I don't
offline.
want people walking away thinking
So
about
what
I don't want people walking away thinking that
Okay.
the classified
What
briefings
you
we
can,
had
what
last
you
term
can
before we
hear
got
is the
here
debate.
were any different than
What I
we
do
stated.
want to say,
Next panel.
which is a very next panel, but I really want to thank all of you. There was a lot of agreement, but even where there was an agreement, there was real fact-based debate. And that is something that all of us need far more on. These are essential issues. It needs to be public debate. I absolutely agree with you that people in the country do not know why we're doing what we're doing, and so much of the debate is meaningless. But I mostly want to thank you for modeling what I would like to think happens a great deal up on Capitol Hill. And with that, we're going to let the chairman go to his meeting on the Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Great to see you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody. We'll move on to the next panel, or rather a talk by Nellie LaHood. My name is Danny Rothenberg. I teach at Arizona State University, and we're thrilled to welcome all of you here because this is the third year we've held the Global Special Operations Policy Forum, and it's the 6th year of the Center on the Future of War, which is an entity that links ASU and New America. Peter's my co-director. We're thrilled to have Cindy Seeger here from ASU, as well as my colleague Jeff Kubiak. But more than just the names, we're trying to do something here, and we saw a great example just now of connecting different sorts of institutions and different players to build bridges and to break down silos. It's not that often where universities and think tanks and government representatives and those from the military and even more those from the SOF community get a chance to work together. So thanks for joining us. Nellie LaHood is a senior fellow with New America's International Security Program, the author of Al-Qaeda's Contested Relationship with Iran, The View from Abbottabad. She's actually working on a book now about the documents released from the Abbottabad raid. She is a senior research fellow at Belfer Center. She was at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point as faculty member and now teaches at Goucher College. And so let's welcome Ms. LaHood.
Thank you, Dan. And needless to say, I wouldn't be writing a book about the Abbottabad papers were it not for the work of the SOF community. So thank you for the documents. My presentation today focuses on what the Abbottabad papers reveal about the effects of the drone campaign on Al-Qaeda. But I read all Al-Qaeda's internal communiques that were recovered from bin Laden's compound, nearly 6,000 Arabic pages, and I'd be happy to discuss other aspects during the Q&A. My presentation will cover how Al-Qaeda reacted to the drone campaign, what Al-Qaeda did to counter it, and why the drones pose an insurmountable hurdle for Al-Qaeda. For the most part, I will let the documents tell the story. And the story that you will hear is that the drones were highly effective at depleting Al-Qaeda's capabilities, even though Al-Qaeda figured out how the drones work and what to do to evade them. Whereas the Abbottabad documents show that bin Laden and his chief associate, Atiyah, adopted stringent security measures that allowed them to evade the world's mightiest intelligence community for nearly a decade, and they were both at pain to do whatever was necessary to keep their jihadis safe, they failed. And bin Laden kept receiving condolences letters lamenting the losses of more brothers. But I want to say a few words about the debates surrounding the drone campaign. According to America's Counterterrorism Wars, a project that tracks drone strikes in Pakistan, Somalia, and Yemen, run by my colleagues at New America, this counterterrorism instrument is, and I'm quoting, shrouded in mystery, with the government often denying that strikes took place or that civilians were killed. For those who raise concerns about unreported civilian casualties, they will find examples in the Abbottabad letters to support their claims. Some letters reveal that women and children were the casualty of the same drone strikes that successfully eliminated high-value Al-Qaeda targets. For example, we learned that when Mustafa Abu Yazid, Al-Qaeda's number 3 at the time, was killed in May 2010, his Egyptian wife, their 3 daughters, and his granddaughter Hafsa were killed during the same strike. Also, the little son of a Tunisian fighter and some of the locals, either Pashtuns or Waziris, whose house he visited, were also killed. But what did Al-Qaeda do about the drones? Around December 2008, Al-Qaeda set up a security committee to find ways to counter the drones. We have an internal report prepared by the committee dated May 2010, providing a detailed account of the work it completed during its 18 months of existence. The authors informed bin Laden that prior to the formation of their committee, the work lacked institutional basis, and therefore when the person in charge was killed, his work died with him, and whoever succeeded him had to start anew as if nothing preceded him. When the committee was first set up, its members put together a framework for the security apparatus that they wanted to establish. It included divisions dealing with intelligence gathering, training personnel to attend to security matters, combating spies through surveillance, interrogation, propaganda to counter the enemy's narrative, as well as assassinations. When they put their proposal to Mustafa Abu Yazid, who was number 3, he initially allocated 40,000 rupees. At the time, it was about $480 to fund them. This sum is not sufficient to feed the personnel associated with the committee, they protested. He increased the budget to 50,000 rupees and instructed them to focus on combating spies. Al-Qaeda could not afford to spend more, he insisted. They made it clear to him that the work of all the divisions was interrelated and they could not proceed otherwise. Abu al-Yazid's letter suggests that Al-Qaeda was struggling financially at the time. But around May, when they were writing their report to bin Laden, most likely because Al-Qaeda received $5 million in exchange for the Afghan diplomat they had captured, their budget was increased to 200,000 rupees. The authors wanted to leave no doubt in bin Laden's mind that the losses, and I'm quoting, we incurred during the past few years would not have happened had we not neglected the security dimension and privileged the military side. So their report is also a funding application and an appeal to have greater authority within Al-Qaeda's chain of command. So what did the security accomplish? Let me quote them. On the positive side, within 18 months, we were able to uncover, dismantle, and destroy many of the spying networks. We were also able to uncover the enemy's plans and his methods of recruiting spies and how it conducts its espionage. About 30 to 40 spies were killed, and we were able to put together an information network to connect most of the groups present in the arena, and intelligence was shared in an effective way. We learned from another letter that the committee uncovered other technical information about how the drones work. I'll cite a few. In general, they say the drones are not meant to miss their targets. Still, they made some rare mistakes here in Waziristan. The evil, they call it, or the calamity, do nothing without eyes on the ground, and that is the human element. That is why they, the CIA, need time to build the spying infrastructure. And towards this end, they spend large amounts of money, and their modus operandi is to purchase people's loyalties in dollars. They go on to list what the spies do on the ground to assist in identifying the targets, technical stuff. And based on discussions I had with a friend who knows about drones, and though he could not share at length how they work, he was impressed by their efforts. So what the Security Committee could not accomplish. We learn from the report of the Security Committee that security matters were not taken seriously, and this attitude is widespread, starting with the leadership, and the budget testifies to that, they said. This in turn translates into a lack of responsiveness on the part of some of the sheikhs, the seniors, to the orders issued by the Security Committee. This is an illness for which we have not found a cure, the authors lament. The uninformed interpretations amongst the sheikhs is worse than amongst the ordinary individuals. Our respect for their seniority prevents us from taking necessary measures towards them. And because the committee does not enjoy a specific authority as part of Al-Qaeda's chain of command, their warnings were not taken seriously. We further learned that shared intelligence amongst various jihadi groups was not forthcoming. Many sheikhs, the report indicates, were not responsive to the committee's requests for information. For instance, Al-Qaeda had no prior knowledge of the operation that killed 7 CIA officers carried out by Abu Dujana al-Khurasani. It was only after his death that Al-Qaeda came to hear about it. This problem runs deeper. The other jihadi brigades and their committees have a negative view of the Security Committee, they said. They accuse its members of being spies and warn their members from cooperating with them. More despairing for Al-Qaeda's Security Committee is the realization that their hard work, which they firmly believe could counter the drones if widely applied, is futile. They lament that, and I'm quoting them, "We have come to ascertain that all the deadly strikes were the result of the brothers' own mistakes." It appears that the martyred brothers made preventable mistakes that everyone had come to know too well, such as leaving the car without a guard, or the Arab brother decides to take it himself to the mechanics. So are the drones an insurmountable problem? The answer is yes. Evading the drones is simple, and they knew everything they needed to know about it, but they couldn't translate their knowledge into reality. The drone campaign poses a challenge to the jihadi psyche as we and they have come to know it through the jihadi ideological literature. Regardless of their differences, all jihadis join the jihad to fight, to make God's word supreme on earth, and in return, God rewards them with eternal life and paradise. The emphasis is on fighting. Yet in the Fatah, Al-Qaeda leaders found themselves facing an unmanned enemy that tracks them away from the battlefield. It watches them from the sky, recording their daily routine movements interminably if necessary. In time, Al-Qaeda leaders came to realize that jihadism's greatest asset, namely the enthusiasm of men who do not fear death, racing to meet their creator, was a liability. The predator they were facing necessitated hiding, not fighting, hardly the kind of action the ideological literature familiar to most jihadis promotes. Such a shift amounts to an ideological disorientation to the average jihadi, and even to some who are not so average. They faced another profound problem. We learned from the Security Committee's report that when its members were doing their due diligence with respect to security matters and trying to counter espionage effectively, they were perceived to be intruding on fellow Muslims' privacy and were even accused of spying. Their good intentions notwithstanding, spying is unlawful in Islam, and intruding on fellow Muslims' privacy is difficult to reconcile with Islamic teachings. Though Al-Qaeda scholar in residence Abu Yahya al-Libi put out a treatise in 2009 that specifically addresses the danger of spies and why they must be fought to protect jihadis, it is unlikely that his research penetrated the broader jihadi culture, and one can appreciate why. It is not just because the very identity of a jihadi is to act and to fight, and therefore confront danger, but also so many of them rose against their rulers precisely because of the policing regimes that spied on them, even in their mosques. This was a charge that Al-Qaeda Security Committee had to face. They became the policing state themselves. Let me quote Atiyah to illustrate why the drones posed an intractable problem. And here it's a long quotation, so bear with me. Most of the casualties, he told bin Laden, are the results of our own mistakes. It has to do with the fact that the groups are piled up in this area, the limits of our control, among other things. It is inevitable that we shall endure great suffering, and many of us shall be killed, because the jihadis in the area are conspicuous, visible, and their movements in the open are excessive. As a result, we have become an organization that is almost 90% overt. It is unhelpful in such an environment, particularly of the regional and international conditions against us. The numbers are large, much greater than this area can take in. It is not just us Arabs present in this area. Others are present in much greater numbers, the Turks, the Uzbeks, the Bulgarians, Azerbaijanis, Daghestanis, etc. This kind of presence is unorganized, without forethought, lacking proper control, and everyone tries to influence everyone else. Our affair suffers from a significant degree of chaos, and we shall not be able to be straightened out at all. This is my opinion in brief. That is why, not long ago, I advised that we change our discourse, that which seeks to mobilize people to join the jihad. Atiyah had indeed written on this issue publicly, and his letter to bin Laden allows us to appreciate what caused him to do so. He had publicly written that the arena of Afghanistan needs no additional fighters. Muslims would do better to send money to jihadis there rather than join the jihad themselves. But if their jihad calling is unstoppable, he told them, then they should head to arenas of jihad other than Afghanistan, such as Somalia. One cannot stress the importance of what it means for Al-Qaeda to be changing course on the issue of departure to jihad. It was not long when jihadi ideologues and leaders argued that jihad today is fard ayn, the individual obligation of every Muslim. And when it is the case, it is a call to arms. By 2010, it seems, the sound of the drones altered the call to arms from a call to fight into a plea to hide. Thank you.
Just a second before the next panel comes forward with Peter Bergen speaking with Ambassador from Afghanistan, Roya Rahman.
Right, if you sit over here. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure to welcome to New America Roya Rahmani, who is the first female ambassador of Afghanistan to the United States. She comes to the United States at obviously at a very interesting moment between the United States and Afghanistan. She was formerly the ambassador to Indonesia. She worked in the foreign ministry in Afghanistan and also the Ministry of Education. She recently returned from a trip to Kabul. I'm going to engage her in conversation for a little bit, and then we're going to open it to your questions and answers. And I just also want to recognize one person who's here, Mark Nooch, who flew up from Tampa this morning. Mark led the horse soldiers into Afghanistan shortly after 9/11, 18 years ago, hooked up with General Dostum and liberated the city of Mazar Sharif, and is a real hero. Ambassador Rahmani, tell us a little bit about your personal journey to come to, arguably the most important job in the Foreign Service other than being Foreign Secretary, is the job that you're holding. So tell us how you got there and what the significance of it is for other Afghan women.
Thank you, Peter. Good to see you again. And Assalamu alaikum and greetings to all the audience here. About my personal journey, I would like to just frame it with a few words, and that is that, first of all, it's my presence here and the journey that took me here is a depiction of the reality of today's Afghanistan. The fact that demonstrates our resilience. It is the resilience that you have to continue to stand against all the odds and challenges, at the face of all the doubts that are casted to you, and you still believe that there is possibility to make it. It's also a perseverance and work under the difficult circumstances, and the belief and hope that you will be able to make it. I have a personal motto, and that is that you always have to make the best out of whatever is possible and available to you, and that would take you to the next step. But it's also very important to mention that the fact that brings me here today is a matter of respect and observation of our Constitution and the policy of the current government. I could tell you that it was probably not possible for anybody to envision this in the past, not even 10 years ago, maybe not even 5 years ago, to have me here. It was not only the natural evolution of how women in Afghanistan and everything has evolved, but also the top-down approach that the government, the current government, and particularly President Ghani, had made a point to ensure that Constitution is respected and women are given equal footing and opportunities to realize and materialize their capacity. That being said, this is actually also setting the environment for real change to happen. These changes are not reversible. Once you put somebody at the position that they never hold, that's how you make history, and how you that serves as a breaking point. It's not only my position. I am an example. Women has really come to hold positions within this government that they never did in the course of our history.
Aren't there more women in the Afghan parliament than in the US Congress?
It's 28%.
I think the answer is yes.
But let me also say this. It's not only the government position and their representation at the official capacity. It's also at the local level. And I will share one data fact with you, and that is that since 2001, 100,000 women at the local communities have been elected to represent their communities at the development councils, where decisions about their communities' development are being made. 100,000 women.
In a future where the Taliban might come into some sort of power-sharing arrangement, if that ever happens, which it might not, do you think they would be open to the idea of you serving as the ambassador of Afghanistan to the United States?
They better be.
That's a great answer. They better be.
I say that with the confidence because it's not about a personal position, but rather accepting the realities of the new Afghanistan. Whether it's me or another female representative, this is where we are, and this is what we can accept. So one of the very red lines and bars that are very clear for us moving forward as we are looking for a political settlement to be found to end this conflict, is that there should be respect to women's rights and equality and the gains that we have made over the past 18 years. And again, thanks to you and all your contribution for making that possible and helping us and supporting us in this journey.
This is a Special Operations Policy Forum. What's the role of US and other special forces, since there are other countries have special forces operating with the Afghan military? How important is that for your military?
I don't know if I can do justice talking about special operations, given we have so many experts here in the audience. But little that I know, I would say that the role of special forces have been absolutely critical. They have served as enablers for the rest of the military, both for the US and the Afghan military, to conduct their mission. And some of the very important elements that they have been extremely supportive is, of course, in terms of intelligence, providing strategic advice, charting the way forward, support for the Air Force, and most importantly, the civil military engagement that special forces always lead is absolutely important. The conflict in Afghanistan is an insurgency. The enemy always seeks shelter among people. They do not come in a uniform that they can be easily identified. So what the special forces have done is, through the civil military engagement, knowing the communities, understanding their concerns, getting into the psychology of the people and knowing how they could strike more effectively, have been of monumental importance.
You were just in Kabul. What was the mood? And sort of relatedly, you were there obviously in the middle of these negotiations which the president canceled earlier this month. First of all, what was your reaction to the cancellation as an individual and also as a government official, particularly if there was a difference?
It's difficult for me to do it in these two different persons, so I will first take the middle ground and say that, of course, we are very supportive of all the peace efforts and initiatives. However, it's also very important to recognize and realize that the people who will be directly benefiting from a peace process are the most critical part to be part of these negotiations, which was not necessarily the case in these negotiations. And about the cancellation and the statement of the September 7th, the statement that President Trump made, the one point that I would like to share is that this level of sadness and frustration that was shared by President Trump over the death of Sergeant Ortiz is something that is also very deeply and intensely shared by all Afghan people. In the past 2 weeks that I was in Afghanistan, there were 347 casualties. 127 of them were civilians. So in an environment that violence is used as an instrument of leverage, it's very difficult to perceive that the other side is really looking forward to a peaceful settlement. The next stage of this settlement would have been integration. So the societies that you continuously strike and they are losing their family members, their lives and their limbs, it's very difficult to get reintegrated. So my personal opinion, if I could share, or reaction to that statement, as an Afghan woman, as an ordinary citizen of Afghanistan, was that I was relieved.
You were relieved?
I was relieved.
Why?
Because of, so now I will also try to address the other parts of your question, which was, what was the mood in the past 2 weeks that I was in Afghanistan? And let me also set the time frame that I was in Afghanistan. So I got there around the 26th of August, but before, right before the statements were made, I departed Afghanistan. So I'm explaining this so to put it in the context. When I was in Afghanistan, President Trump had not yet made those statements. So
Just saying that the negotiations are dead.
that's right. So in that context, the mood that I found in Afghanistan, I could again summarize it by 2 words. It was hope and concerns. Hope is something that we have developed and we cherish and we hold on to over the past 18 years and even prior to that. It's that principle that helps us move forward. And let me explain it with a few examples. When I say hope, it is due to the people's resolve for democracy. They were gearing up for an election to happen. The private sector who came and met me, and they said that they were very interested to explore a market for Afghan value-added products. Their statement was that we don't want to put our hand out and ask for aid and charity from our partners. We want to put our hand out and ask for a partnership for enabling possibilities to help us get off the ground and be responsible to get to economic self-reliance. It was hope because during the time I was there in Herat, for the first time there was a regional women film festival. People from region came to celebrate films made by women. There is a digital school being established in Afghanistan, making sure, when I say digital school, it's not something to do for kids to learn online. It is a technologically enabled school, as they put it in New York at least, that kids are using iPads and digital boards and robots to enhance their learning. This was the positive part, the hope that we have continued to hold on to. The other aspect of it was great concerns about what the talks will bring to them, what the future will hold to them. And I would like to also share an anecdote, that really touched me. And it was one of the very prominent women's rights activists who shared this with me. She said that all her life, she has been fighting and working for promotion of women's rights, for children's rights, on development projects. And it was this element of hope and making a difference that helped her carry on. But in the past 10 months, she has become more and more disappointed that she even feels humiliated. And I said, why is that? She said that for the first time, I think, not only the work that I am making is not making a difference and it may be all in vain, but also that we are not in charge of our destiny. The destiny that we were working step by step towards making it seems to have gone completely out of our hands. And the enemy, the extremism and terrorism that we have been fighting has been given the leverage and possibility to come back.
What was your reaction, what was your government's reaction to being excluded from these negotiations? Your predecessor made some public statements that were pretty strong on the subject. Tell us, it seemed curious that these negotiations would be conducted without the elected representative of the Afghan people.
Well, this is why the official statement has always been, while we support initiatives towards peace, but a peace deal to be struck and to implement and be durable, it must be made among Afghans. The government by nature and mandate is to be representing the Afghan people. And its responsibility is to make sure that their voices, values, and aspirations are reflected in a peace deal to be struck whenever it's possible. We also have, it is public knowledge that for any peace process to succeed, it must be backed by the national vision. It must have popular buy-in. It must ensure that it will pave the way for a hopeful, prosperous future. It provides opportunity for the youth. And this is, I'm making this point specifically because Afghanistan is a very young country. It's the youngest country beside the continent of Africa. 68% of our population are under the age of 25. This means it is a great asset and opportunity, and particularly for our partnership with the United States, because what it means is the 18 years of this partnership has enabled them to flourish and aspire to values and possibilities for their future. And that's very much aligned and understandable between the two countries. But at the same time, they are a riskless society, so this is the risk that it poses.
Well, now we have the election on September 28th, which will be the fourth presidential election. Certain elements of the U.S. government were trying to persuade your government not to hold this election, is my understanding. Is that correct?
The election is scheduled for the 28th of September, and it will go forward because this is the way forward. It's a priority, and it is the only way forward.
And the argument against it is, it's dangerous, and there was this attack on President Ghani's rally yesterday in which dozens of people were killed. 2,500 polling stations are not going to open. 7,400, I think, so obviously that parts of the country will be difficult to vote. But what do you make of those arguments? It's too dangerous, and also whoever wins this election, will they have a mandate to really negotiate directly with the Taliban from the Afghan people?
Let me first clarify something about the numbers.
Okay.
The total number of polling stations is 5,000 plus.
Okay.
It's not 7,500, because that, and this points to something very important. A lot of the data, a lot of the narratives that people are hearing and using and circulating are old data. That number comes from a 2009 report, not even 2014. There is around 5,000 plus polling stations, and something around 400 of them will not be opened. That's number one. Number two, this is the first election that will be funded, secured, and prepared solely by the Afghan people. We had a test case during the parliamentary election. Despite all the difficulties and imperfections that it faced, the reality is today we have a sitting parliament that can fulfill its function. Democracies hold elections, and this is a matter of preserving our constitutional order. This is the order that so much blood and treasure has gone into it, and this is the determination of our people. Of course, nobody can challenge our resolve for democracy, because during the parliamentary election, despite huge amount of threats, people went and stood in lines for hours to cast their ballot. The security is a challenge. Of course, they attacked the rally because Taliban made a very clear statement that they do not want election to happen. The reason is that when elections happen, it means stability, it means continuity, and it means that they will have a strong counterpart that they would have to negotiate. It would make it more difficult for them to imagine that it is possible to take over at least partially or implement some of their ideas and ideologies. So elections are imperative. It will move forward. And this is also a priority and the top priority. It is the best way to secure the gains of the past 18 years.
Are you concerned that so many of the Democratic candidates are advocating full withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan? And should that happen, what does that mean? Would the Taliban take over much of the country, some of the country? Would ISIS do well? Would Al-Qaeda do well? What would it look like? And are you concerned that so many Democratic candidates are advocating for this withdrawal?
I cannot, of course, speak on behalf of the American people and policies and whatnot, but when I am listening to this, what my question usually, or the question that raises in my mind is, I understand the politics behind why they would advocate for a withdrawal. But I sometimes wonder, do they also think thoroughly about the consequences of what they are advocating for? Is that something that are they only making a political slogan? Or is it really something that will ensure American national security interests?
Yeah.
Because what we know is that all this blood and treasure has not gone and has not been in vain. The results of it is a country that is your partner in that region. And just looking at that region, there are not many partners you can count on. The other aspect of it is we have very same and shared goals. The Afghan people and government want to make sure that Afghanistan is not a cradle of terrorism, is not a threat to our neighbors, that terrorism does not continue to hamper our potential for progress and self-reliance. And this is the same thing you want. We want to reach economic self-reliance, and we have a plan for it. It's not just pie in the sky and talking about random things. In fact, for the first time, we do have a plan, a vision, and the human capital of how to achieve it. So that would also make us your partner, because this is other aspect of our shared vision. It is how we become your partner, not your dependent. And last but not least, in order to honor, cherish, and make sure that all the investments that were made are honored and basically receive the deserving recognition that they had, whether it was through military or through the development investment, and that's possible. So we have the same goals. We have shared goals that we can work on to ensure that we can get what we need to. And this is where our interests converge.
Great. I think we have time for a couple of questions. If anybody has a question, can you raise your hand and wait for the mic? We'll take Candace Rondo of ASU and New America in the back to begin.
Ambassador Rahmani, thank you so much. First, I need to commend you and perhaps even President Ghani for being so forward-looking. I think also your presence here demonstrates the courage of the Afghan people. As some of you know, I lived in Afghanistan for a long time, working for the Washington Post as a bureau correspondent there, and also for ICG. I spent a lot of time thinking about Afghanistan, and I think you raised many good points about the situation we find ourselves in with regard to the Taliban and negotiations. My question for you is, you raise also a valid point about elections, which I will say, and I have said publicly, I think are problematic. However, of course, it's up to the Afghan people to make that determination as to whether to go forward. Let's say that there is a determination. We do get a president, let's hope, okay, within the next couple of months. We've got some clarity on that. We have another 5 years then of a new administration. What should that administration do to engage the people more on the question of peace? How can we move away from this lockstep of loya jirgas that exclude the people and only include elites, and this sort of monopolization of the conversation around peace at the government level? Where do we get more input from the people of Afghanistan, all 32 million of them, on this question of peace and negotiations with the Taliban?
Thank you for that question. I'm glad you raised that. It would provide an opportunity to clarify some of the things. So under the assumptions that you presented, and I would say it should not be an assumption. I'm pretty positive that we will have an election, and we will have a new government mandated to represent the people of Afghanistan. What is the way forward? The way forward is, number one, people of Afghanistan, particularly our security forces, are determined to continue to defend our people. As long as we are attacked by terrorism and extremism, we will continue to defend our people. Having said that, the Afghan government was the first one to roll out the unprecedented agenda for peace negotiation in February of 2017. It was the first time that we rolled out a 7-point agenda inviting Taliban to talks. There were no conditions for the talks, but of course peace will come on basis of the conditions. Some of the efforts that you mentioned, how do we go forward? The Afghan government, of course, has a plan about representing people, building the consensus. In fact, that consensus that you were talking about, it has already been built. People have already come together to voice their concern. The jirga that you were pointing out, the peace jirga that was held last April, you mentioned two things. One was like that it was exclusive and it included elite and not representative of the people. Let me clarify something. Initially, the jirga was planned to be attended by 2,500 delegates. At the end, there were 3,200 delegates present there. It was because of the will of the people who came forward and came in groups from provinces, from remote districts, making sure that their voices were heard. There was a very transparent process of how delegates were elected. If anybody claims that that jirga was not inclusive, here is what I have to say. The entire sitting parliament of Afghanistan, by default, was part of the jirga. The 2/3 of Senate, because 1/3 was not in place because of the appointments, because of the district elections that had not taken place, they were all present. So if anybody claims that the jirga was not representative, then it means that basically they had no basis. All these people who are sitting in the Afghan parliament are not their representatives. And about the elite, I want to also share with you a personal note that to me it was such a relief to see that that was our 7th jirga, that in that jirga, for the first time, I saw that the first rows, which is usually occupied by the political elite or influentiaries, the second rows, the third rows, had the faces that you had never seen them before. It spoke to the changing environment of Afghanistan, to the fact that we have a new political class, the fact that the young people have stepped up and they are filling up those chairs and they are lending their voice for their future. The jirga gave a mandate for peace. So based on the constitution, based on the mandate of the peace jirga, the new government should continue to have an open door for negotiation and peace. It's the same thing that is continuing now. And as long as they are determined to fight, we will fight. But at the same time, the doors for negotiation and settlement is open and very much encouraged. We have a collective vision, an idea of what real peace should look like. What are the frameworks and what are the boundaries that outlines what is acceptable for the people of Afghanistan? And it was very well elaborated in 23 points declaration that was the outcome of that peace jirga.
Okay, we have time for one more question. We'll take this lady over here.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. My name is Viola Ginger. I'm with Just Security, a blog on national and international security issues at New York University Law School. I wanted to ask you just two quick questions. One is, what is the Afghan government's sense of the capability gaps that have led and allowed the recent very high-profile attacks in Afghanistan in the past few weeks, and the casualties that you cited earlier? What are the capability gaps that have allowed that to occur, and what is the government doing about that? The second question is, we often hear here in the United States commentators, former government officials, policy experts refer to the U.S. goal in Afghanistan not being to create some sort of, or not to expect some sort of Valhalla. What do you think about that kind of comment?
Just kind of creating a sort of heaven on earth. Is that the question? What was she didn't?
The second question was, there are often these comments that seem a bit derisive of Afghanistan and Afghan aspirations, that we don't expect Afghanistan to ever be any kind of Valhalla. And I wonder, how do you react when you hear that?
On your first question regarding the capabilities, I want to share with you one fact, that this year was one of the first years that waves of intensified Taliban attack were defeated by the Afghan forces. Of course, in light and as you keep hearing about a huge number of incidents, this is not something that you would imagine. But there was immense number of intensified attacks. A lot of it was also because they were trying to seek leverage at the negotiation tables, and the tactical shift, because they were really pushed back and they could not really have an attack and try to take over a municipality office for some days like they did in the previous years, and hold on to it and try to boost their influence in terms of their control over populations. They had a tactical shift, and the tactical shift was, let's try attacking and hitting centers of population, so that the propaganda and threat is going to scare people. But at the battlefield, every wave of their attacks were defeated, together with the support of the coalition forces, but with the Afghan forces at the forefront. The missing capability is still because they are using human shield, the pores that are still very present in the Afghan-Pakistan border, the way that things are being transported. These are all the issues that still allow for these unfortunate incidences to continue. In terms of the U.S. goals, I want to backtrack and just mention one thing. Right now, what we hear a lot is that it's very clear that President Trump wants to reduce the cost of this war and at the same time reduce the risk. For something like that, from the American side, I would say, you need a partner. You need to do that with a partner that's reliable, that you can work with, that has the capability and understanding of how this work can be done. Usually in the business world, you cannot bring cost and risk down at the same time. But it is still possible if you work in a very coordinated manner and creatively with a partner who knows how to carry on a counterinsurgency mission to fight against terrorism like they have done over the past 18 years. And the reduction of costs also depends on how you are doing this in a coordinated manner that will not affect your capabilities on the ground. that does not further empower the enemy to strike and basically catch you in the, by surprise. So this is possible with a partnership that we have been basically investing in. And the other, your point about what people think, I also believe that a good number of Americans are concerned about some of the values that they have invested, like freedom and democracy. And that's, again, possible through this partnership that is determined to move on and ensure that Afghanistan remains a democratic country. And as well as by ensuring that the gains and investments that we have had in the past 18 years are secured. That's the way forward.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Rahmani. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to transition to the next panel. We're going to transition to the next panel. It's going to be Colonel Ike Wilson is going to be moderating from the Army War College. Linda Robinson from RAND, and also an author who's written extensively about Afghanistan. I should also mention that Colonel Wilson ran the Commander's Advisory Group at CENTCOM before he was at the Army War College. Emily King, who's the CEO and founder of Global Venture Consulting, who just returned from Afghanistan last week or so. Yanni Koskinas, who worked for Stan McChrystal and runs the Hoplite Group, is a fellow here at New America. Also a former JSOC Air Force colonel who lives in Afghanistan. And not least, our Army Senior Fellow, Colonel Frank Stanko, who just joined us here at New America and is also somebody who's done multiple tours in Afghanistan. So I'll hand it over to Colonel Wilson to get us going here.
Great. Thank you, Peter. And sure. Folks want water? Always. Morning, everyone. We've got the easy task this morning to grapple the future of Afghanistan politically, economically, and militarily. It's a pleasure to be with this august group of experts on the panel. Frankly, I'm personally very excited about spending about 40 minutes talking about the future of Afghanistan, presumably mostly from the perspective of the land of the Afghans and the Afghans' perspective. Happy to be the moderator. What we're going to do this morning is I'm going to give a little bit of an opener. I'm going to use a little bit of moderator prerogative here and just kind of steal about a minute, just to kind of try to put a framer. And frankly, the framer is just to express for all of us, and myself included, some of the consternation that I've felt in thinking about preparations for the panel and thinking about my own experiences over the last 18, 20 years and my own couple of moments in Afghanistan as an active duty military officer and as a scholar studying these factors from an academic standpoint. Just try to share a little bit of that with you, and then we're gonna change the order from the sequence and the agenda a little bit. Give each of our folks about 3 to 5 minutes to give some opening comments, lay out some questions, some ideas, some provocations on the table, and we'll actually start here in a moment with Gianni. And he'll lead us off, followed by Emily, and then Linda and Frank will back cleanup, if you will. After that, if we have time, a couple of questions, give the panel opportunity to react to each other's comments that they place on the table, and then we'll open it up and spend the rest of the remaining time in a full living room conversation to elicit your questions, points of discussion. But if you forgive me a little bit, and in a minute or so, I'd like to just pose some ideas to frame, frankly, maybe to provoke some ideas, and so here goes. From my perspective, preparing for this panel, frankly, even trying to figure out the right, appropriate, and relevant questions to ask the panelists about the future of Afghanistan and about Afghanistan's future posed quite a bit of a, forgive me if you will, but quite a bit of a Gordian knot, right? From an American's perspective, we've been arguing about and over questions that can be captured in at least 3 bins. And all 3 of these bins of questions pertaining to the subject of the wars as Americans have understood them that followed the attacks of 9/11, 2001. And just let me lay out these bins as I've experienced them. Maybe you have experienced them similarly. The first bin would fall into the category of whether we should have gone to war in the first place, certainly in Afghanistan, but in the context of Iraq as well. This bin includes the sub-debates about the bad war in Iraq, if you all remember those debates through the 2000s, as being a distraction from the good war in Afghanistan, and whether waging either war truly advanced U.S. interests and protected us against external threats. I would pose that in terms of the war of choice and the war of necessity dichotomy. But another dichotomy still persists, and I would offer a dichotomy that's less considered, but equally, if not more important, and that would be the dichotomy of their war as compared and contrasted to our war or wars, the war by nature and the war by policy choice dichotomy, something to consider in terms of bin 1. The second bin of questions that frankly haunt me a bit go to the methods and the ways. How the wars were waged and the debates over counterterrorism and/or, mostly in the context of versus, counterterrorism versus counterinsurgency strategy in Afghanistan. This bin of questions are those that have found the U.S. and its military arms heavily focused on discovering or attempting to discover the best, most appropriate operational approaches and methods for conduct of warfights, which arguably have largely overshadowed in many respects the focus on the purpose of the war or the wars itself or themselves. And then finally for me, the third bin would be what should our future course be in Afghanistan, again from the American and international community perspective. And this would include an array of possible answers of which take on an even larger consequence as they speak to what I call a bigger maps, larger wars, including the Arab Spring movements, the conflicts and the wars that came with them, and certainly the consternations over the wars in wars in Iraq, where renewed violence often followed the American withdrawals of troops at the end of major military force interventions. While the questions that define U.S. interests over and presence and behavior regarding and within the future of Afghanistan, these questions have not necessarily had any import on Afghanistan's big questions about the future of the land and Afghans for Afghans themselves. In fact, our questions have likely overshadowed to a large degree theirs for the past 18 plus years, to put it lightly and kindly. That might be most evidenced by the current administration's lack of interest in bringing in the government of Afghanistan with what were ongoing talks with the Taliban, which have recently been declared dead. For the past 18 years, the questions over the future of Afghanistan have been placed secondarily to these 3 bins I would offer. And they've really swung between 2 positions, either an all-in from the American perspective or an all-out perspective, with the future of the real questions of by and for Afghans for Afghanistan, Afghanistan for Afghans being swinging between those pendulums. Let me end on this and then turn it over to the panel. Sticking with the Gordian knot theme a little bit here, I would offer pointedly that despite perhaps what have been good intentions on the part of the United States approaching what has been or was framed as our 4-part peace framework between the U.S. and an assumed homogenous Taliban was from inception perhaps a not good enough effort, to say the least, to simply sever our knottedness from that of the Afghan futures, wrought with potential tragic long-term consequences for everyone involved. So the big question for me might be, has the U.S. want or need for an ending to our war compromised the promise for real peace for Afghans and for relative peace for Afghanistan as they might come to know it? And so with that as a provocation up front, I'll turn it over to Gianni to get us started here.
Yeah, and in 3 minutes, I'm sure I'll give all the answers to those questions. So I'll start by laying out sort of where we are. Obviously, Ambassador, Her Excellency, the Ambassador for Afghanistan, laid out some of this already, and Congressman Waltz also mentioned a lot of some of this. So I've scratched a good minute and a half of what I was going to say, but it's important to lay out the fundamentals for our conversation. This about 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks, President Trump put a stop to the negotiations. Now, what's important about that is that for the last year, those negotiations really represented American foreign policy towards Afghanistan. I mean, we were absolutely looking to do this as the way out. Yeah. The other thing about it, once you want to peel the onion a little bit backwards, I would say that the State Department has had this notion for quite some time, that they were the answer to the problem in Afghanistan is actually reaching a political accommodation, which in their mind was very much characterized by a negotiation with the Taliban. Obviously, the complex negotiations aside, I mean, I don't want to minimize that, or the need to talk to belligerents, between belligerents. The answer is clearly that those negotiations were inadequate. At least that's what everybody, even those that were believers in the negotiations, come out and say now. I would submit to you that they were, quite frankly, unrealistic, not just inadequate. When the thinking and the strategy is inadequate, we shouldn't be surprised that the outcome is actually inadequate. So at the same time, though, as the negotiations were going on, at least in the Department of Defense side of things, people were still going after their missions in Afghanistan, advise and assist and train the Afghan security forces. And in many regards, if you look back at security-oriented dilemmas that they faced, they've done fairly well against some items. I mean, we haven't lost a provincial district or a provincial capital, but we've obviously had some setbacks in terms of areas of Afghanistan that have gone over to the Taliban. I would submit to you that the negotiations in many regards have emboldened Taliban on the ground, so that's part of the cost. But now the pendulum has shifted again, and part of I'm so glad that you mentioned, this all in, all out. Now the pendulum has shifted to, words such as we're going to hit them harder than we've hit them in the last 10 years, which, of course, that side of the pendulum is also inadequate and, quite frankly, unrealistic. The thought that we're going to hit them harder and somehow that's going to get them to the negotiation table has proven false over the last 18 years, so maybe that's not the answer either. So what I would submit to you is that some of the questions that we keep on asking ourselves are getting, admittedly, less complicated, okay, because we are no longer trying to solve a complicated issue, and we're looking for a simple solution. So my answer is going to be deceptively simple, okay? So we went from how do we win, okay, to what does winning look like, and then we later actually went to, how do we get out, as we saw in the last year, and now what's next, okay? So what's next is Afghan government is next. Afghan government is happening. No matter what we want to talk about, whether we want to talk about 14,000 to 8,600, withdrawal versus meeting the South Asia strategy goals, however you want to discuss that, at the end of the day, the Afghans are going to the polls on the 28th, much to the dismay of some others that have unrealistically, again, thought that maybe we'll just hand this off to warlords, gangsters, thugs, and somebody else, to be named later, as a positive thing. I mean, it's unbelievable that we thought that. But let's say that, the fact is, on the 28th, they're going to the polls. They're going to elect a new government. That new government, like it or not, is going to have the mandate of the Afghan people to whatever degree you want to assign to it. And the fact is that, that's who we have to work with. Now, I would submit to you, and this is the last minute, trust me, because I actually want to bring this up later on, if that's okay. For the last 5 years, the DoD has been working to train up and train their replacements in many regards in the Afghan National Security Forces. The rest of the US government has been looking to make a deal with the Taliban, and we have not been working so hard to get the Afghan government to do something more on their own. So my kind request, or my goal next 5 years, is to actually push the note that, hey, how about the rest of the US government actually step up and help out the Afghan government be all that they can be? You know, because at the end of it, this isn't state building or whatever anybody else wants to label it. This is guaranteeing our investment. And that return on the investment is not going to come by only one arm of the US government working to train up their replacement, and then the rest of us working to build up and train the enemy to be better, you know, partners for this. So with that in mind, I would submit to you that the thing that we need to let sink in is that Afghans are going to solve Afghan problems. All we can do is help them build a stronger state. So when the question of average Afghan citizen is, who do we support? Do we support the Taliban and what they are bringing to the table, or do we support the Afghan government and what do they bring to that table? We make that choice difficult for them as far as the Taliban are concerned, because we've built that state stronger. And that's how we get out of there. We build a stronger Afghan state. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily.
Yes, hi everybody. Some of you might be wondering why there's a geologist sitting on a panel about, number one, the future of Afghanistan, and two, at a soft policy forum. The answer to that question is I'm going to call out some people in the audience, because I love to make soft guys uncomfortable, and nothing makes you more uncomfortable than public recognition, right? So going back years ago, Kevin Trujillo, who is sitting in the second row up here, helped my team at the Pentagon get our first samples of chromite out of Wardak province. I learned at that time that if you tell a soft guy that you need a rock, they're going to turn it into a CrossFit competition and bring you one back this big, not baseball size, right? Kevin also took me with him to go meet with the governor of Wardak province shortly thereafter, where he was talking about security issues in Wardak. And I got to ask the governor about the illegal trade in chromite mining. And the governor at the time actually knew very accurate pricing on what chromite was going for in the international market, which might surprise a few of you in the audience. You know, a little while later, Bob Wilson, who actually now works with us at Global Venture, was the SODA Feast commander who supported a village stability operations program that our team was an enabler for in Kunar. Where we put in a small chromite processing plant and worked with the VSO enablement program to do that, to create an alternative or an option for the ALP to have employment in sort of a, you know, if you work with the Americans, we'll create economic development in this area as well. So the reason I'm here is because I work in mining in Afghanistan and many other emerging and frontier markets all across North Africa and other locations. And I've been working in Afghanistan since early 2010 to attract international investment into Afghanistan's mining sector. And I hope none of the SEALs are here who I convinced some of those samples were gold when they were really pyrite, fool's gold. But I've been to 15 different mineral locations around the country, starting in 2010, and now as a private business since 2013, we are still advising private sector investors who are going into Afghanistan's mining community quietly so that they don't attract a lot of attention. But those chromite projects grew into a $4 million investment from an American company to build a chromite processing facility outside of Kabul. That processing facility has convinced now an additional investor to put $10 million into small legal chromite mines. And none of that would be the case if it weren't for the support and the vision of the SOF community. I see this consistently in other countries that we work in and that we hear about. A few of you I've talked to, for example, about Mindanao, right? Another location where we have Islamic extremism and co-location of small mining that is funding that extremism, right? So when I think about the future of Afghanistan, a few of you have heard this line before, the economic stability of the country is not really going to come from pomegranates or saffron. Those are wonderful industries. They employ people. I buy Afghan pomegranates and saffron, but mining is really the only industry that can come in and create a tax base, an economic base, jobs, infrastructure, everything that's needed for Afghanistan to become what we like to call economically sovereign, much like what the ambassador was speaking about. And we see that happening every day. I would throw out a little bit of a perhaps contentious suggestion that as we look at the negotiations with the Taliban, whether it's the Afghan government, the American government, that the only way to realistically, economically reintegrate the Taliban back into Afghanistan's economy is with mining. Mining can create jobs in very rural locations. It can do so with what we would call industrial minerals that require very little international investment. It can be done with small amounts of money. It can work within the hierarchy that the Taliban is used to, with commanders running small processing facilities or becoming the brokers for small miners. And those miners would contribute to the economy of the country, right? Tax-based, royalty-based, logistics, jobs. The average mine employs 7 people outside of the mine itself in the support, what we call satellite industries. So that's what I see as the economic future of Afghanistan is integration with jobs in the mining industry and also convincing Afghan business people to reinvest their money back into Afghanistan. It's a huge trend that we're seeing right now. We're advising on 2 large-scale investments in the mining sector. Both of those investments are Afghan businesses bringing their money back into Afghanistan because they believe now is the right time to invest in mining, believe it or not. With all the political uncertainty, with all of the security issues, they think that now is the time to put their money into the sector.
Fantastic. Thanks, Emily.
Yeah.
Linda.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, part of this panel, and following an excellent discussion between Peter Bergen and the ambassador. I would like to make a few comments about the broader picture and some of the broader issues that Ike has raised, but I think I can also contribute by sharing some of my observations about the special operations specific experience, what it means and what I think the community can take away from that and its application to the future, both in Afghanistan and elsewhere. I recognize, first of all, there are many operators in the room and there are many people who've been to Afghanistan. So I think that with that kind of experience, I'm assuming everyone is quite up to speed and immersed in the current events. But I would like to point out, I think the key observation I would make about now and where do we go from here is it's absolutely vital to get the political negotiations started. And the Afghans have to be at the table determining the terms of the agreement. That is the end game, the exit strategy, the transition point. And I think that we can talk about all of the other small pieces, the recent complications, but that to me is essential. And I think there's a consensus in the U.S. military and the U.S. government that there is a strategic stalemate, that there is no military solution, and that this is the proper way ahead. I would make the critical observation, though, that I think that could have happened during and with the surge, at least, if not before. I think that we've been very delayed in getting a serious political process going. And again, we can talk about it, but that's my kind of headline. And so resuming talks, here's my second headline point. It's very critical to use the US-NATO leverage, the presence of the US forces to link, to force not only the beginning of talks, but link it to a roadmap, the completion of some actual terms with verification mechanisms and conditions so that the thing doesn't fall apart as soon as we walk away. And this is, there are many precedents. There's a whole literature on trying to link political military means to political ends, but I think we've really fallen down. And on your macro war issues, I think it's very critical that we come away. I've done a lot of work, both in my books and now at RAND, on what are the lessons, and I think this is the macro lesson, that we have to become much more clear about how to achieve the desired political outcomes from any application of military force. And this is not a criticism for anyone in the room who has served. I think that responsibility resides at the policy level. And it does, and it's not a comment about Democrats or Republicans. This is the giant lacuna of American strategic conduct in the world. And so we can talk about that, but I think it's important to note, I also believe, given the current status of the development of the Afghan government and the Afghan National Defense Security Forces, is that they're going to need continued aid. And this was the big lesson from the Soviet era, of course. You must continue to support this force, or it will collapse in the face of a robust insurgency. I would say there should be a small, long-term, hopefully non-combat presence. I know there are people that would advocate a CT element on the ground, but I think one of the hallmarks of the SOF investment here has been to develop capable forces, and they might be supported. We've just been through a large Operation Inherent Resolve campaign where the U.S. combat was minimal. And the forces on the ground did it, and that's the model. And I think everybody in the room knows this, but there's, I think, also a very important political level of commitment. This administration cut the aid to Pakistan. That was a vital and important démarche, a critical prod to the Pakistanis that we were serious to release Mullah Baradar and to get the right people at the table. So we can talk more about the stay-behind conditions, but I think it's important. And I want to note, I think we can debate if you think there's a strategic stalemate. There are a lot of people with on-the-ground experience. I know you, Emily, have just been there. But I would defend the strategic stalemate comment with a few quick comments. These are using the latest DOD figures. So enemy-initiated attacks are 10% less year on year this quarter compared to the quarter last year. The ANDSF casualty rates are the same this quarter as year on year last quarter. And the fill rate for the ANDSF is 77%. These are all hallmarks that, I mean, because we can argue, yes, there are areas, they've been shadow government in many areas for years, but I think those few data points sort of supports the strategic stalemate. So if I could turn quickly, and I'm mindful because I think the conversation is really the most important part of this event here, and they've given us a small amount of time for many topics. Aside from we need to convert our military pressure into political outcomes, I think the big lesson here is CT only is not the solution. This is an insurgency into which foreign terrorist organizations are embedded, and a FID or small coin approach, which I've laid out in many things that I've written, is really the way ahead. And I know that my successor panelist here will talk in depth about the soft GPF piece, and I think that's very critical. That's one of the major lessons coming out. But I did, as many of you may know, wrote a book about the VSO ALP program. The local defense model was the right model for Afghanistan, but I think it's the right model in many places. That was, of course, linked into the Ministry of Interior. Now they're doing the territorial force, linked into the MOD, but this is the right idea for the makeup of Afghanistan. The VSO piece, Village Stability Operations, of which Emily participated, Bob, many of you in the room, I believe. I think it's important to know that connectivity to the population, and not just to extract intel from them, but really working that civ mil and the population basis so that that local security force is legitimate and remains legitimate and is overseen to ensure its behavior remains ethical. I would like to, everyone here probably knows the giant success of ANASOC, Afghan Special Operations Forces, the growth of it. I was quite nervous when the expansion orders came down. I think there is, and this is the case with all SOF, how big can you get? You got to really make sure that tipping point isn't crossed. And I would like to add here, I don't know how many international SOF partners are in the room, but the special police units were absolutely critical, are critical, and the key for all of these units is how to ensure they become completely independent. And I have written some critical things about the continued dependencies, and we need to be able to get after that. I also think there's a really important hallmark in the NATO SOF headquarters, and I know we'll have later today, Admiral McRaven will be speaking. I was actually at the event he presided. He was rolling out a report this morning at the Council on Foreign Relations, and I took as my guest Colonel Magne Rodal, actually General Rodal for those who know, Norway SOF, who was his partner in setting up the NATO SOF, then Coordination Center, now NATO SOF headquarters. So this idea, it wasn't just the US did alone. All of you guys in uniform know that, and gals, if you're service members as well. It was very critical, the roles they played, and that is something that pays dividends well into the future because we now have this experienced, integrated, interoperable NATO SOF community that is very needed in Europe, can go to other out-of-area missions, and I think it's less known in this country, the role that has been played there year in and year out, and has, just with the NATO meeting just concluded, they're committed to be there with us. So I think the burden is on this administration to get back to the table or facilitate, and Norway is also playing a big role in this, getting that real negotiation started and not lose the momentum that had been created. You can criticize the way in which they went about it, but I'd rather look ahead and say we must get to real negotiations. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Linda. Frank.
All right, good morning. And so first of all, I want to thank New America and the supporters of the panel, or of this panel, that I'm a U.S. Army fellow. And so that means I'm on active duty. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank all the SOF guys, because over the last 18 years, I've worked with many of your organizations, hand in hand. And so thank you for the sacrifices and all that you've done. The other thing is, while I'm a U.S. Army guy, this is what I talk about. It's really my own opinion. It's not the official position of the United States Army or the military, and so just take that into account. As we look at Afghanistan, and we all have our own unique experiences, I view mine through the lens of a conventional ground force commander. I'm not a SOF expert. I will tell you that I left Afghanistan in 2018 in December, and I consider myself dated because it changes there so fast and what goes on. And so, just take that into context. But I have had I've had the opportunity to work with, over the last 18 years, with numerous SOF and the incredible leadership that commands those organizations. And I think it's important, as we're looking at the elements of national power, and I bring the mill perspective, it's good to have a historical, contextual understanding of the fight. And I won't replow old ground, because most of you know how it's unfolded, because we're back where we started. And many things unfolded during that, and a lot of lessons learned. And so I do not think that you can go to the future without understanding the past to inform it. But you cannot go to the future in a SOF perspective unless you understand the impact writ large of the force that where we are now, because that obviously impacts at the SOF. So, but what I'd like to do is just give you two examples, and then we can get into the discussion. And maybe it opens, and if you want to talk about how the fight unfolded with SOF and conventional, we can talk about that. But I'll highlight two examples. So as we transition from a into counterinsurgency from counterterrorism, I would tell you that early on, this fight did not have a very clear strategy with well-defined end states. And so what we decided to do was, we gave battle space owners and people that were working independently, because there was no unity of command, there was no unity of effort, and so there were friction points. And so as these people operated in the ground force commanders' battle space, who was in charge? And so there was a need for information sharing and some transparency of who was doing what. And it was not intuitive to me as being a battle space owner, how this process was to unfold. And we were building it in stride. But I will tell you that once we got those processes in place, once we got the information sharing architecture, once we got the communication, and for the most part, the trust in place, we found that the better communication and the information sharing allowed the conventional force and the SOF to work hand in hand to set conditions for both operations, because early on, it sub-optimized how we were moving forward with COIN operations, and we were not making many gains with security. But once we started that lash up, it set conditions, it allowed better enabler support during their mission. The post-mitigation of the operations, we saw exponential increase in security. And then what we do is intelligence drives operations, and you all know that. We could use that intelligence underpin the direction in which COIN operations, not so much counterterrorism operations, were conducted. And we saw a lot of gains. And so I will tell you that where we were at the beginning and where I left in 2006, it was in a different place. Then I'd like to highlight where we are today. So 2019, I was the chief of fires for targeting for the theater. And what we have today is we've gone back to where we are, counterterrorism, COIN, to counterterrorism with a TAA piece of SFAB and NATO, all of which those enablers are absolutely critical to make it happen. So what was early on in the fight has now become a well-oiled, synchronized machine where there's communication across organizational boundaries, there's shared understanding, there are the things that we are going after or trying to do are all linked to a theater commander's strategic objectives. And everybody knows it, so there is transparency. Resources are prioritized, and it really became a joint fight. And so a great example of this was the joint targeting process, where the conventional force oversaw the process. Numerous intelligence agencies added to the process. And, the Air Force provided a phenomenal reach-back capability, but the agility and the flexibility of an action arm of the SOF team really employed it. And I would tell you that was a significant contributor to ramping up pressure on the Taliban to come to the negotiating table. And so those are two things of where we started, where we are. And they will certainly inform us of where we are going. And so, I know you want to get to the discussion, but that's what I would just kind of offer, where we're in a pretty good place.
Thanks, Frank. As you were laying out this construct, the general purpose force with SOF, really I might cast it this way: special operation forces enabled by precision, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and that married with general purpose forces on the ground. For many years, that force on the ground being largely coalition, but over the 18-year period, the trick, and I think it gets to Linda's earlier point of beware the pitfalls of thinking of counterinsurgency or versus counterterrorism, because the marriage of the two and the transition, and where we may be today in terms of this transition of that indigenous ground force, actually the whole recipe of SOF plus PGM in a capable ground element, really being the transfer, the political transfer of perhaps how wars begin to end, that being a transfer in all three of those attributes to the Afghan people themselves, the Afghan government, to have to be the monopolists over the arm of violence, right, which would make this thing a political affair, which war and warfare is all about. I just want to put one question on the table, and then we're going to open it up. And I want to go to Emily. Uh-oh.
Where's all the gold?
Where's all the gold? Emily, you gave us you started to paint out a very interesting map, a geoeconomic map of Afghanistan. We were talking before also about the context of security and some of the foreign direct investments. I think it would be interesting if you could share some of that piece. But really, I'd like to begin on your economic map and maybe get your ideas and maybe ideas from the other panelists if they want to weigh in briefly on, with that economic map, what does that imply? What does that require in terms of the political map that might match and go with it?
Yeah, I think as a geologist, it's something else I have in common probably with a lot of the military folks in the audience. I have a difficult time talking without a map on the table, frankly. But you know, the mineral resources of Afghanistan are spread throughout the country, but different commodities are concentrated in different parts, right? And I could give a geology lesson that I won't, but you know, a lot of the large copper and gold resources, for example, are in the southeastern stretch. You have things called pegmatites, which hold both rare earth elements and gemstones right along the border with Pakistan. You have potentially lithium deposits along the border with Iran that actually cross over the border, along with copper and iron. You have gold and coal and more gemstones and oil and gas in the north. So when we talk about politically who will control or who does control currently different parts of the country, I think as Americans looking at it from a policy and a military perspective, we forget that maybe our adversaries are fighting over areas because they contain resources, right? Or that's at least a part of their calculation. So oftentimes it's not clear to folks until you work with Afghan mining companies, Afghan transportation companies that move commodities, the people in Pakistan and Uzbekistan who import the commodities that come out of Afghanistan, right? That, you know, there are huge deposits that I personally feel are on the negotiating table with these political negotiations. And our adversaries know where they are. And in some cases, they're already mining them and making money off of them. And so if we're going to talk to folks about which areas are kind of given different levels of federal government control, local control, whatever that looks like, and if we talk about what parts of the government might be held by different political parties within Afghanistan, it's naive to think that they aren't thinking, I want the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum. Right? Because they know if they control that ministry, that they control the money, right? It's naive to think that they don't know that there's a huge gold and copper deposit smack dab in the middle of Ghazni province, right? Or a rare earth mine in the middle of Helmand, right? Or the lapis lazuli mines that the government just took control back over just last week, right? So there is an economic reality to what's going on in the fight. And I do wish I had a map to draw it out.
Yeah, me too.
Does that answer your question?
That's wonderful, and it really tees up perfect for at least a couple of questions. I'm going to steal some time here, and a couple of questions. Gentleman in the front here.
Thank you very much. My name is Ayub Irfani. I'm advising the first Vice President of Afghanistan also. because I had some role to connect the first U.S. Special Forces back in November 2001 with forces in the northern part of Afghanistan to defeat Taliban and Al-Qaeda. So still I'm working with them, advising them. I was in Kabul. Last night I flew from Kabul to DC because on September 11, we had a big gathering in Kabul to commemorate the 9/11 and also to screen the 12-strong film, the first time in Kabul, that very translated version. Taking this opportunity, since I was talking to a different group of people in Afghanistan, women, MPs and politicians, leaders of ethnic and political groups, I talked about coming elections and peace process, and I learned their concern about the post-peace or post-election scenarios in Afghanistan. I would like to take the opportunity to express the gratitude and appreciation and thanks to all those people I met in Afghanistan for the sacrifices and continued support of the United States to help Afghan people for a better future. I had here Mark Nutt, she just left. So most of people who serve in Afghanistan, please keep in mind that the Afghan people never will forget your sacrifices. And we are talking about the future of Afghanistan, what we do, because after 18 years, after so many achievements, as Ambassador said here, she's an example of our achievements for the last 18 years in Afghanistan. What went wrong in Afghanistan after 18 years? In November 2001, we defeated Taliban and Al-Qaeda with 12 U.S. Special Forces, 7 agencies with support of local populations. But now, after 18 years, what went wrong? We have to study that and how to negotiate with Taliban. Also, we should study that, or we are using all instruments in Afghanistan to be a success story for the United States. We have to look at that because we cannot afford to lose in Afghanistan. Afghanistan must be a success story for the United States and also a better place for Afghan people also. As Ms. Robinson said, I'm absolutely agree. We have to, when we are looking at a special operation, when we're looking about the counterterrorism, counterinsurgency activities in Afghanistan, one thing I believe we ignore so far, the empowering local communities to help themselves to clean their villages and towns and districts from terrorist groups. And now I hope that the new policy of, you call it local defense forces of regional army or working with the local communities, they will be the most effective way how to defeat terrorist groups and clean their backyards and home from all those elements. So again, my understanding is from Afghanistan, for the peace process, we need a strong national unity in Afghanistan, national consensus. And Afghan people, they don't need large number of youth soldiers in Afghanistan. We don't need a lot of soldiers, don't need a lot of resources. We can see that can succeed in Afghanistan with less resources, with less blood, but how we should use all available instruments in Afghanistan right now.
Thank
you
sir.
Very much. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, sir. Is that it, Peter, or have one more question? It has to be a quick question, though. Sir.
Hey, thank you very much. My name's Bob Wilson. I'm a retired Army officer. Just one question for the panel, especially for the people who have looked at Afghanistan for a long time in terms of special operations. Linda, you talked about the Afghan Special Operations Force is considered arguably the best security force in Afghanistan right now. You know, I'd point out, you know, a challenge really for, you know, get your perspective on how to address it. The United States started helping Afghanistan build those special operations forces in 2006. The first one became operational and began doing combat operations with U.S. Special Forces advisors in 2007. So we're arguably at year 12 of the U.S. Of those forces with U.S. advisors, special operations advisors, arguably the best force. I'd argue right now they're still heavily reliant on those advisors to do operations where they're needed to be. They're reliant on U.S. air power, logistics, things like that. So, from your perspective, as we go forward, U.S. is going to, do this in other places. It's got to make decisions about continue to support this in Afghanistan. After 12 years with the best service members providing advisory support, the U.S. providing resources, a lot of attention on it, how do you get these forces, to be able to achieve what they need to do without, what we've lost 5 U.S. Green Berets, I think, just this month, probably on those kind of missions.
Yes. Boy, Bob, you know as well as I do. I mean, that's a huge issue, and I did always remark on the length of time it seemed to be taking for the ODAs to lift off of the partner. And I think that's really important to just prove they can do it. So the training wheels come off before we get to an agreement. And I think the political environment is, as Peter mentioned, Democrats alike as Republicans, the clock is ticking, and whatever your stay-behind force is, it's going to be small, and you're not going to have that kind of closeness. So it's a vital question. And I think the answer is really very complex. And part of it is, and I know they've been working on the Special Mission Wing forever and Air Mobile Ops, but you and I, we compared the stats on HAFs and GAFs and what's really the appropriate mode of operations for forces in Afghanistan. And then, of course, there's the logistics trail and resupply locally. So there's really, I think, a problem that we went to Afghanistan with a model that was too centralized. And I think the answer has to be decentralized and appropriate levels of technology. And that goes in spades with the development of an Afghan Air Force, right? And then this hiccup shifting from the easier Russian platforms to the American platforms. They're just myriad problems that I think we really have to work closely on. And finally, there is, while you have challenges with the ANASOC, there is, because the SFABs are lifting off, there's not that kind of intensive training and advising with the CANDACs of the ANA, and that is going to be a real test. Their casualties are high, they're going to get higher. They need to really try to figure out what's the short-term game plan to get the ANDSF ready to, frankly, go it pretty much alone.
No,
Thank you.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
Well, I mean, no. So first of all, a couple of things. One, I think that this audience deserves some truth to some of the things that are coming out that I think are false. Okay? First of all, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, we always get 30 seconds to talk about it. So the reality of it is that we're all having a hard time condensing some things into some issues. The fact is that the conflict in Afghanistan started off with horseback soldiers that won, and we've been losing a lot since then, because the reality is we hyper-conventionalized the fight in Afghanistan. And only now, Bob, is I think where I want to make sure I get this across, so I apologize for being passionate about the 10 seconds. Only now we're starting to get to the point where SOF, which should have been leading from the beginning as far as I'm concerned, in an unconventional warfare fight, we became like the supporting forces in some ways, And finally, I think we're becoming the supported force in what is an unconventional fight. So over the years, I would say that there is no better general right now than what we have in General Miller. There is leadership in MOI and MOD that actually has attention to the SOF. We have a change in the National Director of Security recently, and I hope we get somebody of substance in there that can keep this momentum going. I think the Special Mission Wing is doing amazing work right now, and these guys that are going out every day and day out are keeping this from going crazy. 17 in 2019 that we've lost, that some people in the press are making this big deal about somehow this is the longest and the biggest since 2014. Okay, I get it, but there's a price for actually doing what we're doing, And I think we're doing finally something good. What's missing is that the sacrifices that all these people are making out there, there is no sufficient governance leadership like we have in MOD and MOI and the other ministries. So it's okay to talk about economic integration of the Taliban, but they're making money out of mining. The Afghan government isn't. So what we should be thinking about is the strength, again, of the state. But the point here is that SOF is finally coming to maturation at this point. We're actually at a good spot, a sweet spot for SOF. We just need to keep this thing going in order to make that come to fruition now.
Excellent. Well, with that last 10 seconds,
Yeah, thank you.
Please join me in thanking our guests.
In order to kind of catch up on time, we're just going to blow off this coffee break. I know you're all tough guys and girls and can handle that. And move to the next panel, which will be moderated by Peter Singer. Peter Singer is a senior fellow strategist here, an author of multiple books, and we'll bring the panel in right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about going to resume here. Going to hand it over to my colleague, Peter Singer. Ladies and gentlemen, can you, if you want to have a conversation, go outside. Otherwise, please be quiet. Take your seats. We're moving to the next panel. Peter Singer is Senior Fellow, New America strategist, author of multiple brilliant books, and he's going to moderate this panel.
So thank you, Peter, and hopefully we'll give the folks outside a chance to join us as well. So this panel is on how should artificial intelligence be integrated into special operations. Now, you'll notice there's a little bit of a change from the program. There's 3 of us on stage instead of 4. Unfortunately, Wendy Anderson, who was to join us, had a family emergency and wasn't able to join, so we send her our best. But fortunately, we still have 2 fantastic people to take us through this topic. David Spirk, Marine with worldwide deployments, a former Deputy Director of Intelligence at Central Command, Associate Director of Intelligence at SOCOM, former Associate Director of National Intelligence for Afghanistan and Pakistan, and a Project Maven plank holder, and then was recruited into his current position as the first-generation Chief Data Officer at U.S. Special Operations Command. And then we've got Brigadier General Matthew Easley, who's Director of the Army Intelligence Task Force within Futures Command. One of the interesting things besides his role in supervising the work going on in machine learning, neural nets, big data analytics, is your wonderful education background, which extends from a doctorate in computer science from University of Colorado to jungle warfare school. So it's a great group to talk about this topic. I actually want to ping off of what was in your bio in terms of things that you were supervising. And this is almost like asking, back to the debates in Catholic school about how many angels fit on top of a pin. Can each of you define for us what you think artificial intelligence is? Because, of course, it's a disputed term.
So, as you well know, you've seen AI used a lot in media and a lot of different press organizations. Within my organization, we have a charter of helping bring AI to the entire Army, which is a big charter, because we have hundreds of different systems. We have warfighting systems, we have enterprise systems, business management systems, and intelligence systems, each of our 4 kind of major mission areas. And each one of those areas needs artificial intelligence. From the concept of what is artificial intelligence, I mean, as people have seen, there are can be anything from just automating very routine tasks, such as robotic process automation, to being able to supplant subject matter experts in very key fields, from doing auditing, from reviewing court cases to radiology. So we see AI as a spectrum of technologies and not just one thing. But within my group, trying to help us focus down the field, we look at systems that at least have some capability of machine learning or being easily automatable to relearn a system, so that they'll react to the environment, they'll see a change in the environment, they'll update to those changes, and based upon those changes, we'll update our algorithm either with humans slightly in the loop or automatically, and then that will be, at least that's kind of our going forward definition of AI.
I think from the SOF perspective, the way that we've described it, and we've briefed even SecDef Esper on this as a concept, it's taking the observe, orient, decide, and act concept and leveraging GPUs and massive data sets, fusing those in a way that allows us to perceive, describe, and automate in an expedited manner so that we can command decision-making at the speed of compute, not at the speed of human interaction. We'll start out facilitating human decision-making, and as more capability and technological improvements arise and we begin to get the infrastructure in place, we see AI as eventually beginning to automate many of those decisions.
Define for us automate, because that, again, also has a lot of things packed into that.
It does. So it varies depending on what technology you want to talk about. If we're talking about computer vision, where we are using some algorithms to detect, characterize, count, describe, geolocate objects, that level of automation is one version. If it's natural language processing, it's automating the introduction of adding fields to describe a logistics part that, if we add the additional characters, will allow us to more expeditiously order the appropriate part and have it return in and of itself. But as we stretch some of those technological wins, automating is taking some of those discrete tactical actions that we intend to automate and beginning to transform entire areas through adding and layering technologies.
So let's look at the special operations space. What do you see as some of the key opportunities for the application of AI into it? What do you see as kind of key priority areas, examples, et cetera? And why don't we go first with you, General?
So for AI, we see much closer kind of integration between special operations forces and the traditional services. Special operations forces were designed to be light. They don't have a huge kind of infrastructure tail behind them. So typically when they deploy forward, somewhere within easing support distance, they'll typically have regular forces. So we'll be there to support them with infrastructure, with logistics capabilities, food, supply, munitions, anything they type need. But with AI, we're going to be able to do that in a more expeditious manner. Right now, a lot of the way things set up, the Army goes in, or one of the joint warfighters goes in, sets up a fairly fixed infrastructure, and then special operations can work in and out of that in a fairly routine manner, more of a hub and spoke kind of logistics model. With AI and with what we see the future of traditional warfare looking like, where in any type of more traditional peer adversary fight, we're not going to be able to have those types of main infrastructure hubs. We're going to have to think how we're going to disperse more broadly in the environment, be able to hide our assets, and then have much closer integration between the traditional forces and the special operations forces. I think special operations forces are going to have a big opportunity to leverage big data more. Again, special operations is light with much smaller systems, where the services come in with larger assets, larger ISR assets, larger logistics tails, and be able to support them in a much more timely fashion. So that integration, both at kind of the data level and the physical infrastructure, I think, is a big win, as well as just a lot of the key technologies that are commercially available, from full motion video analysis, object detection and images, to natural language processing are big areas.
So General Clark has given us 6 focus areas for the application of artificial intelligence. We began this process 12 months ago when he arrived in command earlier this year. He defined the 6 focus areas for us. 1 is perception and action. 2 is planning and maneuver. 3 is cybersecurity and resilience. 4 is predictive maintenance. 5 is recruiting, assessment, and selection. And 6 is business process automation and reform. I think this year we have started or are starting to apply AI technologies in each of those areas, leveraging the model that we've learned from Project Maven to start small with a discrete action. And as we begin organizing our data, recognizing the infrastructure changes required to do that predictive algorithm, the true value of our data is uncovered, and the opportunities of additional algorithmic developments occur. So we're getting underway right now.
Let's break that down. So those priority areas that you listed, in many ways they could apply over to the general force,
Sure.
Personnel side, logistics, cybersecurity, resilience. They also could apply over to the private sector, and we're seeing the similar things. You mentioned one area that might distinguish the application of this into the special operations space, the idea of lighter, needing less logistics. Are there any other aspects of it that you think are kind of more particular to the special operations community versus general forces or general society application of it?
I can start. I think General Clark has been very clear from the beginning that we proudly believe that we can be first movers in a space because of the smaller footprint that we have, the global distribution of our capabilities, and our willingness.
Sorry, do you mean smaller footprint, or because you have an ability to buy in a different way than
both?
Because there's a logistics. I'm smaller. There's I can buy things quick and easy. And those are different.
I think quick and easy is a relative term. We cannot move as fast as industry moves, and that's by design as well, to ensure that we adhere to the laws of acquisition in the department. But we do have some authorities that allow us to move. We also have an ability to have our acquisition professionals, led by Mr. Jim Smith, our acquisition executive, extremely close to our operators. And our operators can very quickly iterate with those acquisition professionals, so that when we get a technology, we can begin to iterate quickly on development of it. But I think the department has been pretty progressive in some of the areas that they've been allowing new policies with OTAs and MTAs and other areas to allow what used to be uniquely a soft, rapid acquisition capability to the services. We just have to execute them and recognize how to do that quickly.
And there are areas where there's huge overlap between a light infantry unit and a special operations A team going into a city. When you're going into a city, there's just certain 90% of the mission the same, and they may have a very specific mission going after certain key targets. Whereas in the Army, it's a little broader, so our technology doesn't have to be quite as focused. We may not get all the special types of information that a special operations unit would get that a traditional Title X force would have. So I think their interoperability with the rest of the government, be it law enforcement agencies or in the intelligence community, is much tighter than what a traditional service would have. And it's made that way by design.
And I think, as we've discussed with the director of the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, Lieutenant General Shanahan, and others, the value proposition of SOF, we believe, is that, one, the willingness to relentlessly experiment in our formation and continue applying the most advanced technologies at every turn, the willingness to assume risk of something not working, but still iterating to the requirement. But it's also soft to service. if we can prove it out in SOF as a microcosm of the joint force, especially with AI technologies and the data they run on, it should easily lift and be able to scale as we prove a success and we can start to deliver capability to the services.
So let's get specific in terms of that delivery of capability. One of the great things of both your roles is you sort of have, you're constantly scanning for what's going on out there, and you're seeing a lot of different areas of application and research. So could you give us an example of application and an example or area of research that left you excited, something you've seen over the last year in terms of where, how it might be used, or a new area that people are researching that was truly exciting to you, that left you jazzed and you wanted to talk to other people about, including all of us?
So at least within the Department of Defense, we have a number of initiatives going on actually creating AI training pipelines. And I think that's a huge step up that's happened over the last 12 to 18 months. Kind of Project Maven was kind of the forefront in at least in the services. But we are building those same type capabilities with the Army, with predictive maintenance, with object recognition technology. So I think just us having that training pipeline and to actually put AI systems into operations is a game changer for the services. You, as the general population, I don't think the average American understands how much AI technology is already sitting in their smartphone. From the voice recognition system to the image recognition systems, identifying my children, to identifying human faces in this scene in front of me. All those AI technologies are already built into your smartphones. But the technology is just not in the phone. It's on an edge device, but it's also in the cloud. It's that interaction. How do you get data from your edge device up into the cloud, curate it, train on it, and then push it back to an edge device is a little harder in the services since we just haven't had that ecosystem that all the cell phone companies and all the cloud providers kind of provide for our general society. So it's been a major muscle movement in the Department of Defense to be able to take that technology and put it into a framework where we can actually start using it in the field, in the Army. How do we actually deploy it out to an infantry battalion has been, and we're only kind of at the first steps of those, of that technology. As you all probably know, a lot of these algorithms require a huge amount of data. If you look at the amount of interactions, the amount of training you're doing on your smartphone every day for the internet companies is staggering. Even if you don't tell it that it did a good job, it's going to infer from that you actually still used it that you did a good job. From the restaurants you go to the ways you use your mapping algorithms to a whole series of systems in there that it's gathering data from. We are still just thinking about how we're going to get that data off of our soldiers to do it in the same way, the natural way that we do it from our smartphones. From technologies, I see a big win for the Department of Defense is we're not going to be in a lot of the situations where we're going to be able to gather lots of data. If you look at a lot of the self-driving car companies, their modality, the way they're gathering data by just driving cars all around the Bay Area or having big synthetic environments driving millions of miles in a synthetic system. I think for a lot of our systems that we have in either in the special operations community or in the traditional Title X forces, we're just not going to be able to create those scenarios to train on because these are going to be wartime scenarios, and the only time these are going to happen is when in simulation. So we'll have to do a lot better job of building these simulation systems. Luckily, there's a lot of work going on this year. You've talked about low shot or one shot learning, where you get very limited amounts of data, and from that data you can build synthetic models, a lot of different ways of kind of learning or training your AI algorithms with this technology. But that's one of the big things my team is looking at, focusing on research for this upcoming year.
Yeah, I'm thinking through the projects that we've started, some of the technology that I've seen and the opportunities. What we appreciate is the applied nature of our strategy, where we plan to just begin plugging things in and recognizing the opportunity as we start doing it. The predictive maintenance work that we're doing with the U.S. Army Special Operations Command 160th Night Stalkers to date has been the most exciting. I know that doesn't thrill a lot of people. You don't get up in the morning thinking that's what Special Forces AI is doing. But our ability to improve our readiness levels, our ability to detect engine failures before they occur, and the opportunity to recognize an efficiency gain and monetary savings at a high level has been pretty spectacular and allowed us to take that initial work that we did with the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center and Carnegie Mellon University and begin iterating and identifying other ways that we can stretch that win. So I think that's probably the most exciting thing that I've seen in the special operations community so far is that I like to think department leading work with the department centers responsible for this to get after our predictive maintenance needs. Some of the things that I've seen both enthuse me but also terrify me. And I think of ways that we must be able to not only leverage that technology on offense, but definitely on defense. Mm-hmm. Some of the work that GPT-2 and Y Combinator OpenAI did in auto-generating text are things that we must, as a nation, worry about with special operations forces and our role with military information support operations. I think we have to leverage, identify and leverage commercial leading technology, probably used in the ad tech space now, to be able to better identify deep fakes, threat reporting that is emanating from a nation state that's counter to our objectives, threat reporting that's coming from an insurgent threat. They can leverage these technologies against our formation and challenge our understanding of the information space and affect the populations around us that we're operating in. And so if we don't use commercial grade AI technologies to automate and visualize that understanding, we'll be behind the power curve right from the get-go.
As you speak about the weaponization of social media, you're definitely speaking my language here. But one of the aspects of it is that you hit on is this technology area seems to be different than prior technology revolutions, and that it has a relatively low barrier to entry, and that it won't just be U.S. military, U.S. high industry. It'll also be big state adversaries. China has overall strategy to be a world leader in AI by the year 2030. It also, if it's commercially available, might be in the hands of non-state actors all the way down to the individual insurgent. How do you think the adversary, so you've already given us one example, weaponizing deep fakes. What are other ways that you think the adversary might be using artificial intelligence in a way that has to be thought of, in particular in the types of special operations or light infantry space?
Well, so we all have seen kind of the use, even in recent days, of drone attacks across the world. Drone attacks are only going to become more and more prevalent. The technology is easy to get, and they're easy to weaponize, and they're tough to defend against. So I think that's a big area that, special operations units use those technologies today. They use them to clear buildings, to do route planning for themselves in cities where they may not have the visibility. We in the traditional forces, we're going to start using them in close coordination with our next generation combat vehicles. So we want to have our next generation tank to have an organic UAV with it, and it's going to go over the next hill line and survey the area and come back, or just report back with information as it goes forward. But we know our peer adversaries or insurgents or most anyone around the world is going to be able to do that. And they're going to be able to do it at scale. They're going to be able to just get video streams from a drone or from their own cell phone and then immediately post that to any number of social media sites. And that information is going to be curated by somebody's AI, either a commercial company or a local company, and identify, hey, this is something of interest going on. And you're not going to be able to hide from it very well. So I think that technology is going to go both ways. And we as the services have to start thinking about deception operations in a much more serious way than we have not thought about over the last decade or two.
Yeah, not to shamelessly plug Like Wars, but after
Look, he just hit, I have literally an op-ed out today, like came out 15 minutes on what he brought out. So
Right.
I'm loving this advertising, but you know, let's hit something new. That it doesn't sound like I set you guys up.
I bought 10 copies of it and handed them out to senior leaders at US SOCOM. And our deputy commander, Admiral Szymanski, came back and said, Dave, do you have any more of those books? I need to hand them out. If you're not captured by this as a concept, I don't think we're recognizing where the real space that warfare is moving to in the future is, which is in the information space. It's not just kinetic. It is definitely an area that with the low barrier to entry, because a lot of these technologies are just commercially available, openly available, and kids today can begin messing with these algorithms and learning to use them in a manner that our enemies are already beginning to apply them. When I think about the non-information space, and I go to the kinetic physical world, it definitely is one of the things that I've been talking to our acquisition executive about and SOCOM leadership, which is the offensive and defensive application of unmanned aerial systems. As we develop technologies to defend ourselves against them, we need to start thinking about when they go autonomous themselves, when that autonomous capability has computer vision algorithms on them, and how we must use our own autonomy to defeat their autonomy. It really turns into very rapidly my AI against your AI just to defend our formations, I think. So it's definitely an area that there are some advanced technologies beginning to emerge in, but I think we rapidly need to begin experimenting and incorporating those, not just in the special forces, but in the broader defense enterprise, so that we do not find a surprise in the battlefield.
One of the interesting things is, so you brought up sort of new technologies, so small unmanned systems. You brought up the idea of more conflict in a new domain, you know, the like warside influence operations. But one of the other potential possibilities coming from artificial intelligence that we know China's interested in is what came out of the breakthrough with Go, where it was not just that the machine beat the human, but the machine beat the human by using moves that humans who had played the game for over 2,000 years never came up with. And so we might think about that application in terms of doctrine. There might be ways or methods of attack that humans never would have come up with, but it might be delivered by an AI. But it hits to something else I wanted to ask you both, which is, what do you think will be possible, say 10 years out, so a 2029 scenario? What's possible that is not possible today in terms of the application? So, you know, we've used examples like face recognition or small UAS, and those are from the reality of the day. What are things that might be possible 10 years out?
So I think a much closer integration between our sensing space, our intelligence space, and our operations space. Typically on our traditional, especially in our Title 10, especially in the Army forces, all those kind of pieces are still different staff sections in our organizations. So we'll have one group planning an operation, one group trying to make an estimate of what our adversaries might be doing or what's happening in the world to gather that kind of world state information. And then we'll have sensing systems out there, be it aerial systems or information warfare systems, just pulling in information. In 10 years from now, we need to synchronize those systems much more closely so that there is one space. If you think a lot of business operations, the way they run their businesses, they have a good idea of what the market is today, what their operations are, and how they have their sensors deployed to gather that information. In the military space, that's much more dynamic because we're not sitting in this physical infrastructure. But how do we project that out into our area of operations quickly and then be able to do much faster dynamic replanning, as you suggested with the game of Go. Right now, a lot of our systems, are, especially in land warfare, are very procedural. We talk about just using acetate, and we do that for a reason. We've just had ways of dividing the battlefield, and we know we got to block this area off because there's special operations going off, and they have their special area, and we leave them alone. And literally, I mean, we put a boundary box on the map, and we say, okay, no, nothing can go there because they don't want to tell us what they're doing, and we segment it off very procedurally, I mean, in a static manner. In the future, I think the nature of warfare is going to be so much faster that the decision cycles on both sides, from peer adversaries to non-state actors, is going to be so fast that we're not going to have the luxury of having just static boundary lines on the battle space. We're going to have the same kind of issues in our airspace as well. Right now we have very static airspace deconfliction rules, much like you would use flying in and out of Reagan Airport. You know, you can fly in here, you can fly out there, and that's it. In the future, we have to have much more dynamic systems where we know that airplanes are going to be coming in, helicopters coming in, and we'll be cleared to do artillery, and all this dynamic piece so we can fight this much richer fight. We're starting to build those tools now, but to actually get those tools really out in the force is going to take us a decade.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I would agree with everything General Easley just said. You know, about a month ago, I was in Afghanistan with General Clark, and we went to Major General Donahue, our Special Forces commander in Afghanistan, and we recognized the technologies that he was using and how they were trying to what we call single pane of glass, the fusion of intel and operational data in a way that just hadn't occurred before. As we start to think about the future, 2029, and we start to think about the delivery of enterprise cloud capability, the delivery of some of these joint common infrastructure capabilities that the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center will deliver, common tools, common data standards, in a way that we can use cross-domain solutions as a service and begin to combine unclassified and classified information in real time, where we begin to bring in logistics information on top of our intel and our operational data. We begin to bring in other service data and combine that in a way while using robotic process automation, while capturing every click a human is currently doing inside that interface. I think we'll begin to recognize how much faster we'll be able to make decisions, and how much more often we can keep the human in the cognitive space and allow the computer to do those things that a computer can just inherently do faster if trained. That we'll have humans on higher order decisions and tasks, and we'll be able to execute a lot more operations in a much more efficient manner. Efficient also implying we have automated systems in the battle space that a human is overseeing, not necessarily flying.
Let's open it up to the audience. So if you have a question, raise your hand and please introduce yourself. So first one was back in the back corner there.
Hi, thanks. You mentioned that you used the comment soft to service, and that's been something going on for the last decades. But a lot of it doesn't seem purposeful. A lot of the sort of technologies that the conventional forces have adopted that SOF innovated were sort of accidental. It's just kind of filtered down. With the establishment of Army's Futures Command seems to be the purpose of speeding up acquisition. SOCOM has some successes in that areas. What can we do to be more purposeful in those collaborations and using SOF as a test bed, using the kinds of collaboration or sharing requirements or early ideas for desires that both the conventional force will want, but maybe SOF can start out with? I still don't see that happening. So can we do more of that? And how would we do a better job of collaborating between conventional and SOF?
Sure, I'll start. I'll talk about some initiatives that are going on today. So Dave already talked at length about the U-860 program for predictive maintenance on our helicopter fleet. We picked that helicopter because it's a joint platform, all the services have it, but it's actually a lot of my team at Carnegie Mellon, doing the fundamental research to help build the system together, with the rest of the Army. I mean, the data is being stored at one of the Army data centers down in Pittsburgh. It really is a joint piece. We're the Army, both with Special Operations and with the soldier lethality cross-functional team, we're going out to buy the IVAS system. For the kind of tech innovators in the room, I've been at a number of tech conferences over the last year, and believe it or not, within a decade, cell phones are pretty much going to go away. Most people are going to be wearing their cell phone on their face. At least a lot of people believe that that's the new...
Literally today, Facebook announced a partnership with Ray-Ban for cooler-looking augmented glasses.
So all the tech companies, and all the entertainment companies are betting large sums of money in this area today because they think they're going to replace cell phones, because just walking around with a cell phone looks like this is not as natural, just having it in your face and having it fed directly into your eye. So that's coming. It's already coming to the Army with the integrated visual augmentation system. A lot of great technology. Initially, it's not going to have the level of AI we want it to have because, we haven't collected the data. We haven't done the algorithms for it. But it's already built in with a lot of, from object detection, object recognition systems to voice detection, already built into that. We see Special Operations Forces, the people are going to be using it first in the field because they're kind of always at the front line. And then we're going to move it into the traditional forces over the next year or two. Same thing with using UAVs or small drones. SEAL teams, Ranger units already have them integrated well into the formations to do clearing of cities. We're only starting to do that with our conventional forces, but that is definitely on the short-term roadmap. So,
yeah, I think I'll start out. Maybe everything's not as visible as it could be, but in the last 30 days, General Clark and Ms. Lords just had the SOF Acquisition Summit, which is an annual event. Every acquisition director from the services was at that summit, and they discussed what SOF's doing, what the services are doing, and where the intersection of those things are as they align with the National Defense Strategy and the Department's modernization strategy. When I look at General Clark's priorities, he has 5 of them: compete and win for the nation, preserve and grow the force, innovate for future threats, advance partnerships, and strengthen our force and family. I think every one of those plugs into the National Defense Strategy well, and those acquisitions professionals make sure that as we're experimenting and we're applying technology by design, definitely for number 3 and number 4, we're snap-linked together and understand what each other are doing and the opportunity to hand off technologies. I don't think it's only SOF to service. I think there are service to SOF capabilities as well. The fact that I know General Easley before we walked in and sat on this stage, I think is a result of, again, Lieutenant General Shanahan's leadership out of the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, where we all now have a natural place to take these advanced technologies, to take the data sets that we're all curating and begin to bring them together in a way and communicate at a persistent and recurring level that we hadn't been able to before.
Great. Another question. Right there, Ian. How about we'll do 2?
Hi, my name's Ian Wallace.
Hold off
I
answering this one.
run the cybersecurity initiative here in New America. We've been doing some thinking on the relationship between sort of cybersecurity and partner capacity building, which prompts me to ask sort of what's your thinking about AI and partner capacity building? It may seem sort of way down the line, but the sort of indications on sort of cyber suggest that it's something we should be thinking about now, both in terms of sort of building direct capacity, but also how we ensure that data that's being generated around the world is coming our way and not going to other people.
Okay, hold off on that, and then we'll get to the next question.
Jeremiah Rosman with the Association of U.S. Army. I just wanted to ask a question about the role of AI in future Army training, both for SOF and conventional.
Right. Okay.
So from the standpoint of AI and our allied and coalition partners, I think it goes around not just, as we've talked about, data being the kind of the key word here. it's making the data interoperable and having data standards that we can share with our allies and partners. I think our geospatial agencies, a lot of the federal government agencies have created really good standards on geospatial intelligence data and how we're going to, just take pictures of the world and do that in a standardized method so we can share that with all the communities. It's been a big success. But we need to be sharing lots of other data and find ways we can curate that data and make that data available for our partners to be training some of their algorithms as well, I think is a key point. We have a number of initiatives, and I'll let Dave talk about his, just within the Army, standing up just data labs to collect this type of data for training and then to collect the models. So when researchers or different organizations need to come in and get some of that data, it'll be made available for them. And I know
I want to press you on that, though, because you particularly hit one of the advantages of this is not just the ability to bring the data together, but both of you spoke about how it will allow you to decide and act at machine speed. Does that create, and this may be what Ian was after, much greater interoperability problems? I'm thinking of, for example, NATO, to your reference of unmanned systems, one part of NATO is trying to move forward with unmanned systems buys, and then the other part is saying, I just want to shift from MiG-21s to F-16s, right? And that's not even to get into special operations world where you may be working with local forces that, if you're Afghan military or whatnot, that would love to have the MiG-21. Do you see an interoperability challenge emerging?
Well, I'll take that, and I don't. I actually think this is going to allow us to find advantage there as well. Rather than having 5 different systems that I have to hit a KVM switch and go between while I'm sitting in a tactical operations center, what the application of AI technology and enterprise cloud with cross-domain as a service solution should allow me to set rules that will suggest sharing or opening a data feed to a partner that previously I would have to decide to do myself. I think some of those recommendation engines that we could bake into these systems as we start moving forward will actually allow us and them to provide more data to us as well. So I think as far as a mission command capability, as we move to AI-enabled mission command, which is that single pane of glass like technology, we actually should be able to expand our partnerships, provide more information to them, and draw more information from them. I just think there's going to be a heavy lift to get there. But I think as we start to talk about the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years, that's actually one of the exciting spaces for us. In terms of the partnership with them, to that question, I think there is a good corollary to the challenges in partnering with cyber. But I think we also have to guard against being too closed because a lot of these technologies you can just go buy commercially. The advantage we have in those partnerships with our foreign partners is as we curate training quality data sets and begin to train algorithms with them, the advantage of being able to pull a partner nation's training quality data sets together to leverage and to improve our algorithms means we don't have to go it alone. If we try and go it alone, I think that's failure.
So let's end on that last question about training. So I'm going to frame it this way. Someone will join the Army 5 years from now, and they'll initially go through basic. What through the application of AI will be different for them? And then from that, at some point, they might become a ranger, Green Beret, whatnot. What will be different for their training because of the application of AI? So start kind
Sure,
of...
please. So an easy one I can even talk about that's already happening today is our pilot training. So we're using much more nuanced pilot training in all the services, from helicopter pilot training to...
You're avoiding my question. Not what will be different 5 years from now. So something you're working on right now for starting basic, moving up.
No, so it'll be much more customized training. So we're going to be able to look at you, know what your strengths and weaknesses are just from taking a battery of tests, similar tests that, even I had to take tests when I joined the Army a long time ago. But because we're doing a better job of curing the data going to those tests and doing a better job doing longitudinal studies, saying, okay, he took this, or this soldier took some type of aptitude test. They did well, or they didn't do well, or they stayed longer in the Army, and this type will help a lot. It's going to help get more customized training from our training pipelines, as well as do better job recruiting retention. And that's tied a lot into our talent management work that we're also initiating this year. So.
Yeah, I think dovetailing into that, from a SOF perspective, we require those service pipelines to bring our SOF operators into the fold. As the services begin capturing their data and making it available from the time somebody walks into a recruiter's office to the time they graduate basic training to the time they move to their first jobs in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. What we are the most excited about is having an ability to early on begin to identify somebody who would have the unique disposition and skill set to move into the Special Forces enterprise. We're actually already working a few things with USASOC, with MARSOC, on how we begin to leverage the data we have to identify individuals who would be good Marine Raiders, who would be good Green Berets, who would be good Rangers. And so that's actually an exciting area, because from us, we think the early identification will allow us to begin positioning them and then getting them the unique training, so when they do arrive in the SOF formation, they're better prepared to find success.
Great. So I want to end by thanking both of you for joining us, and please join me in applause. And I'm going to hand off to the next panel. I believe one of our organizers.
Just good news stories. Just please carry that back to flag while it works.
Hello. Are we on? Is it 12:35? Yeah, you guys have a schedule problem. Turn it over. Flip. Have you unveiled lunch?
Either way.
Yeah. You can also just
Angela is suggesting that we move it to me. So we sort of like went out there. Sure. Yeah. And then that way we like everybody. Yeah. So we'll just do it immediately.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. There's been a slight schedule change. Lunch is served right now for the next half hour, and then the next panel will be happening after lunch. Thank you. Sorry for the slight schedule change. We're going to have lunch first and then have the next session with Candace and Yanni. So if everyone doesn't mind grabbing lunch and we can all reconvene at 1 p.m., that would be great. Thank you.
event, and also the same day we screened the 12 Strong movie has been translated in Dari, first time in Kabul. During that ceremony, so all people who fought with Commander Mark Nush, we call him in Afghanistan Commander Mark Nush, still Commander Mark Nush. They also they have a token of appreciation and award, thanking him for his service for the Afghan people in a difficult time, in a very difficult terrain in Afghanistan. Also, take this opportunity, I would like to express the gratitude, the appreciation of Afghan people for Mark's service in Afghanistan, for all who fought in Afghanistan and sacrificed in Afghanistan, and also for the people of the United States helping Afghan people for a better future. Now it's my honor to present him this award from the producer of the film, from the Foundation of Partners of the U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan, and from the Foundation of Dostum, General Dostum, who is now the first Vice President of Afghanistan. If I can you come please here?
Thank you.
That's an award of appreciation. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to invite to the stage Candice Rondo, who's a colleague of ours at New America, senior fellow here. She's also a professor of practice at Arizona State University, which is one of the co-sponsors of this event. She was the Washington Post bureau chief in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Welcome to the stage, Candice Rondo.
Hi, folks. Good lunch? Yes? Good? Excellent. So I know there are a lot of people in this room who have done hard things and worked on hard problems. But in my lifetime, I've come across really only a few who are as patient and enduring, and I would say passionate, as Yanni Kaskinis, our senior fellow here at New America. He's been a friend of Peter's and a friend of ours for a very long time. And he's probably best known for his work now as the CEO of Hoplite Group, which works on political risk consulting and works very closely with the special operations community. So some of you probably know him quite well. Yanni has an interesting background. He spent 20 years in special operations. He retired from the Air Force in 2011, but he didn't quit the fight. He's in fact still back and forth in South Asia, and really kind of lives and breathes the hard puzzles and the hard problems that we're facing today when it comes to security. And I think he has a lot to tell us about social networks and how building social networks within your own community through your own experience can help you get a better sense of atmospherics. And so Yanni is going to talk to us today about how to go about the business of building networks from the ground up and using that information to not only design better strategies, but also implement them. Yanni.
Thank you, Candice, and that's far too kind, and quite frankly, one of the few times that anybody has used the word patience to describe me. First of all, I had to start the clock here because I will run long as I did earlier, but just up front, I wanted to kind of put this on U.S. Special Operations focus, because obviously that's the conference. So part of the networks that I'm actually going to try to address hopefully will touch on how SOCOM observes networks, and then I'll go from there onto perhaps how I view networks and what I've discovered since I left SOCOM. Very recently, I suppose, within the last few months, actually in April, General Clark in congressional statements actually mentioned something that is very interesting, nothing surprising, but very interesting, that in the context of security cooperation, he mentioned that SOF continues to use the authority to support foreign forces, groups, and irregular warfare operators to work by, with, and through partners in support of the combatant commands. This authority fills a gap in our arsenal at a critical juncture of U.S. Special Operations Forces as we sustain our capacity for conducting counterterrorism and countering weapons of mass destruction mission. I found it fascinating because I wouldn't have thought, although in a lifetime ago I would have thought that for sure this is true, but I wouldn't have thought these days that there is a gap in our arsenal of unconventional warfare. And that's what actually made me start thinking a little bit of how does networks and network development applies to SOCOM. At the end of it, to cut through the chase, the problem that I think we're having is that whenever we start talking about special operations these days, eventually the so what comes down to counterterrorism. Whether SOCOM, I would submit, has great networks with other SOF partners out around the world, and obviously within the U.S. government, these SOCOM connections and the networks that we created, even though that in theory they're to counter violent extremism and now to counter near peer competitors, the focus still goes to counterterrorism. And we tend to forget that there are other elements of unconventional warfare that kind of fall as second, or distant second at that. And the problem that we're facing is that the challenge that we're facing is that this command, SOCOM, our community, and I'll say to the men and women that have served at SOCOM, that our community has effectively majored in counterterrorism over the last 18 years, and we've minored in counterinsurgency. And that is something that we have to come to grips with, that the world as we know it may have episodic counterterrorism issues, but the counterinsurgency and the rest of unconventional warfare actually endures far, far more than the episodic issues that we deal with counterterrorism. My point here is that prior to targeting, which is what counterterrorism is about, prior to targeting, we need to spend a lot of energy understanding the problem sets that we're dealing with, and the environment that we're dealing with, and the human domain that we're operating in. The wiring diagrams that we use to fight the counterterrorism in very kinetic environments like Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Syria, the fact is that we also have to think about those environments in the Sahel, in the East Africa, and those complex environments. We have to pause and actually look behind those wiring diagrams. And then, if we actually literally step back and consider what is happening in earnest beyond the counterterrorism, we may in fact see how our peer competitors are actually benefiting from our overwhelming counterterrorism focus. We secure the Sahel, the Chinese go in and secure the lithium that's in the Sahel, or whatever other mining interest that we've talked about earlier. The point is, again, we fail to understand the environment that we're going into. General Votel, a great man, great American, commanded JSOC, among other things, SOCOM and CENTCOM, recently said at a security forum in September that we need to do a much better job. And admittedly, he said it about intelligence, but the fact is that he was reflecting on his time at CENTCOM. We need to do a much better job of leveraging publicly available information. And specifically, he highlighted social media. And then he also mentioned we need to manage big data better, sharing intel with partners better, improve our human capabilities. But the whole point is, at the end of it, you could see those dotted lines. It's almost like when you open up that fortune cookie and you read it, and at the end of it you say in bed. Well, whatever we just said about SOCOM, you read at the end of it, in CT is what it comes out to. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, we end up with this conjecture on my part, but I would submit to you that anybody who's been involved with SOCOM would be, you know, whatever we're doing, it ends up with a warhead to the forehead. I mean, it's an event that just is undeniably has become the way that we operate. You know, unfortunately, when we say, hey, how do you target and how do you understand the environment better? How do you develop networks of indigenous personnel that may in fact have the insight that you're looking for in these hard enough places. You know, if you go to the Sahel and you're not thinking about francophone kind of media that may be leading ahead of what you're talking about, even when you're talking about social media, when you're not looking at which journalists are actually operating there and what's their lag time, what's their reliability, all those things, you know, we're not going to actually get anywhere. And if you don't develop journalists there, if you don't develop your sources and information gatherers on the ground, and I'm not talking about intelligence gathering, we're talking about just understanding what the hell is going on there, you know, then we're going to continue this complete rush to targeting without any clear understanding in the middle of it. And unfortunately, I'll throw out another thing, and this is, again, not a knock in my former community. This is DoD-wide. Whenever a problem set comes up, okay, the first thing that comes up is, okay, we need to look for technology solutions. Okay, sorry, Peter, wherever you are. We need to look at technology solutions, or let's get some more bodies in the cubicle farm at SOCOM headquarters, DIA headquarters, wherever headquarters, and let's just get those people do some good Google searches, you know, or use some, you know, mining enterprise out there that will get you more information. Instead of actually pausing for a second and saying, have they breathed it? Have they lived it? Have they talked about it? When was the last time they were there? And by the way, not just bookend when was the last time they were there and 15 years ago. When were they actually spending all that time? And even then, are they local? Do they understand the dynamics that are going on there? We skip all those things. Once again, get to the cubicle farm and start thinking about targeting. Another way of doing this, I would submit to you, which is, you know, this is full of irony, so I apologize that I'm throwing this stuff out there, is that we actually designate this as publicly available information. Public, okay? And then we overclassify it. And chances are we can't even share it with our SOF partners because the publicly available information is now classified. So again, I think we need to rethink about how we consider internal networks within the SOCOM enterprise, external networks to other partners, but 100% how we understand and the networks that we create to understand what the real problems are that are going on there. Now, I'll wrap this up because I actually do want to get a couple questions if anybody's interested. I think that those that observe, report, analyze, and understand the pulse of a particular country or region should be actually at the heart of how we solve these problem sets. It doesn't come with a security classification. It doesn't come even with, you know, serious training in the beginning. It comes with a desire, natural access, and then you vet them, and then you start working all the other things that you need to do in order to get them to where you need them to. But you don't start with a clearance. Think about this. Think tanks like this one, Global SOF Foundation, the relationships that these enterprises have built, Arizona State University, or other universities, Johns Hopkins, wherever you go, okay, there are a lot of kids there that actually want to learn and want to engage in all this. They can't get a clearance, but man, they understand what we're talking about. They want to spend their entire lives to focus on this. And we kind of throw that out completely by, again, looking for lowest price, technically acceptable cubicle farms in all the headquarters that we're going to. Again, we have to rethink about the way we're doing it. By, with, and through. Colonel Mark Boyette's famous 1993 thesis, Air War College, big shout out, okay, they actually talked about that you don't have to the reason why unconventional operations are important is because there's an economy of force, there's economy of resources, and at the end of it, you're going to be spread thin all over. So you have to work by, with, and through, although that's not the exact verbiage that he used, to get to that solution that you're looking for. I would submit to you, friends, that this solution does not just apply to sabotage, direct action, and UW. It also applies to information. Getting your information by, with, and through is how we do a lot of other things in the planet, but SOCOM has not figured this out, in my humble opinion, again. Okay, I have to fast through this, but I'll end this by saying that a while ago when I was on active duty, you know, the big thing was unblinking eye, you know. SOCOM and JSOC needed to have that unblinking eye on just about everything. But we kept on thinking that that unblinking eye is a predator overhead. You know, and it's a technology-based solution. The real unblinking eye, my friends, is if you actually have those networks in those enterprises that you are in those countries of interest that actually really give you that ground truth when you need it. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that you may have for a few minutes. We only have 2 minutes, sorry. Anybody?
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat.
Great.
I've been hit by classification by compilation 3 times. Actually had to go home and strip it off my computer. My big concern is the magical thinking that goes on, particularly with Afghanistan and even other zones. And the magical thinking is we can win this by not attacking the Clausewitzian center of gravity. And the Clausewitzian center of gravity here is a belief that you get to spread your religion by killing infidels. And until you remove that belief through whatever means, this thing is going to endure forever.
Yeah.
So at what point do you establish the military and non-military program to lean on the Ummah, the greater Islam, to say, no fraction of your faith gets to spread its addition of your faith by killing infidels. Yeah. Without that, all of this is moot.
Yeah, look, that's a great question. I'll answer it in 2 parts, partially because I'm desperately trying to get out of my Afghanistan-centric mode, but I can't resist, obviously. So in Afghanistan, I would submit to you that your premise is wrong. You're never going to get away from that. When an insurgent or a Taliban thinks that they're going to get the fast track to heaven, skip the border control entry and just get there by blowing themselves up for what you described, there's nothing I'm going to, kind of go towards the hard, guys like that. What we're going to need to do is we need to create antibodies within the society, and when you have, again, I use the Afghan government, but really it's just an opposition to what you're describing. They're aspiring for different things other than this hard interpretation. I would submit to you that we need to support those guys rather than spend any time right now trying to talk, the petting zoo Taliban guys that are in Doha that I don't actually think that they represent the hardcore Taliban that are doing the bad stuff in Afghanistan. Now, fast forward to another thing. We're talking about beliefs. The second largest, if I'm correct, somebody in the audience may know different, but one of the, let's say, second or third largest contingent of foreign fighters that showed up in Syria was from Tunisia. Okay, how many of you guys knew that on the 15th, they just went through a presidential election? Are we paying attention? Do you know that the front-leaning, 2 candidates, one of them is actually going through the election in jail? Okay, and the second one is a jurist that actually does have nothing of their background that would actually, except maybe that they're not, the traditional guys from, we're not paying attention to these things, that we're not observing the changes that are happening in these countries, except we've defined it as X, and we keep fighting this definition of X instead of seeing this evolution of the definition that's going on in front of us. I hope that answered somewhat.
Yeah, my name is Nicole Alexander. I'm in civil affairs and special operations.
Great.
Army Special Operations Command. I deal a lot in the civil domain and
yes.
the networks that I think you very clearly laid out that we don't pay attention to. Do you think that some of it, the reason why SOCOM or our organization or government pays so much attention to the warheads on foreheads, it's easy, do you think it has something to do with metrics?
Yes. But I would submit to you that part of the challenge of the metrics that we're not paying attention to is what are the things that are getting funded. Things that are getting a lot of attention Afghanistan, for a long time was, who's getting the predators? Who's getting anything? It was, black SOF, the counterterrorism force, is getting there. So here's white SOF doing God's work out there, hurting, bleeding, doing whatever, and they actually have to get in contact. They actually have to go to do a troops in contact in order to get a predator overhead or the gunship overhead. So all of a sudden, we kind of breed this thing of like, hey, look, if you want any resources, you got to do some CT stuff. Even if you have to fake it occasionally, that's the CT things. That's what you got to do. So civil affairs doesn't get the attention it deserves, okay? PSYOPs doesn't get, or MISO now, does not get the attention that they get. But even then, I'm not even sure if your community, to be honest, is fighting enough to say that information is an important aspect of this. I may be out of whack here, but I actually think the information game is the supported enterprise, and the kinetic stuff is actually the supporting enterprise for this. The Taliban get it, ISIS gets it. Somehow we keep on thinking it's otherwise. So 100% they get it, And but again, look, I'll throw out one last example. Let's say for whatever thing somebody's listening right now, and they say, we really should pay attention to China in Burkina Faso. Okay. Well, which analyst at AFRICOM has anything to do with China? What networks have we created so the China expert here is talking to maybe this stuff is happening. And honestly, I haven't touched classified stuff in a long time, so maybe it's happening. But if I was a betting man and I was going to Vegas, I'd be going on the other side of that. So anyway, thank you again for having me. I appreciate it. Sorry if I just went a little bit long, but great. Thank you. Thank you.
And Yanni's been doing his PhD at King's on the Afghan war, which is the civil war, which of course is the source of so much of what has gone on in Afghanistan today, which is my way to segue to our next moderator, who did his PhD at King's on Al-Qaeda and went on to become the Senior Director for Counterterrorism, both under Trump and under Obama, and is a senior fellow here at ASU and also at ASU, Josh Keltzer.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Peter. Thanks to all of you for being here, and we hope to keep going what has already been a terrific and interesting and thought-provoking day of conversation. We have a lot to cover and relatively little time to cover it. So my introduction of David Sturman and Melissa Solik-Verk will be as follows. They are wholly owned subsidiaries of New America. And all of us in the New America community who benefit from their wisdom, their knowledge, their writing, their enthusiasm, their support are grateful for that. And one form of that, of their work, is available online today, which is a report titled Terrorism in America, 18 Years After 9/11. And this is the type of work that both of them do to stay current both on what's happening in counterterrorism and the terrorist threat itself. So we're hoping to give all of you a 20-minute snapshot of some of those findings as this next part of the day. Let me start by framing the conversation this way. One could tell a story of the past couple years of U.S. activity, U.S. military activity in particular, reflecting a diminution in emphasis on counterterrorism. So here you would point to a withdrawal or diminution of troops in Syria, in Afghanistan. You would point to national security strategy and Defense Department strategy that quite explicitly talks about some reorientation towards great power conflict. But what I want to ask David and Melissa to comment on is, what about some parts of the counterterrorism world that get less attention, but that seem to point in a very different direction? And I have in mind here at least Somalia and Yemen, where the trend lines of U.S. activity look somewhat different. Why don't you tell us what you've been seeing there?
Sure. So thank you so much. There are a couple of different things I think we would really like to highlight. One being that we've seen an unprecedented increase in strikes under the Trump administration, especially in Somalia, and then to another extent Yemen, with the exception of this year. But that didn't start under the President Trump's administration. That was primarily President Obama's initiation, which is something that I think people tend to forget sometimes. So that's one important thing that we've seen and we've also highlighted in our report. And then another thing that I think is also interesting to note is that the Trump administration has walked back a lot of the Obama-era standards of annual reporting of civilian casualties, and that's for typically covert counterterrorism strikes, and then also the presidential policy guidance, which basically looks at reporting procedures for counterterrorism targets, if they're lethal or non-lethal. So those are two things that are really important to note, and that may also indicate why things have kind of escalated a bit, and maybe people need to focus on a bit more. That being said, we're also going to take a look at domestic terrorism within the United States borders, and that's something that we'll focus on a little bit now and then also later. But there's always the issue of us having our own concerns with quadcopters, with explosives, kind of like what happened in Venezuela last year. So those are some of the things I just wanted to point out for some background. So what's the threat in Somalia? This one is really interesting to me, and I feel like there's not enough press on this, but it's something we really need to keep watching. So in 2017, we had 38 strikes. One of those was Obama's. And then in 2018, we had 43 strikes. And then in 2019, and it's not done yet, we've already had 52 strikes this year. So there are a few different things that the US is probably concerned about regarding Somalia being a vacuum for Al-Qaeda affiliated Shabaab or ISIS. And another point is that even though ISIS is in Somalia, they're really primarily fighting with Al-Shabaab over territory right now. It's not a major threat, but it's there. And that's something that the United States obviously wants to be worried about. Something else that's really interesting is really the number of people who have been killed so far in so many of these attacks. So if we look at the last year, between 571 and 658 Al-Shabaab militants have been killed. And overall, the Global Terrorism Index is telling us that terrorism is not decreasing overall in Somalia. They have another report that needs to come out which may say otherwise, but their last report said that. And then the Trump administration has more than tripled the number of air and drone strikes than both the Bush and Obama administrations. So that means that there have been more than 130 strikes since the Trump administration took office in 2017, which is an incredibly high number. And then the number of militants killed by these strikes during the Trump administration has ranged between 905 and about 1,008. And that's nearly triple the combined totals of militants during both the Obama and Bush administrations. So those are incredibly high numbers. And there have been a lot more reports recently about potential civilian casualty concerns. And that's something that I think we also need to really pay attention to, because when you roll back those pieces about, do we need to report this? That's one thing. And then kind of changing the parameters around when can we strike, where can we strike, et cetera, is something that's really contributing, I think, to this higher increase or alleged increase in the amount of deaths that are happening. And so, AMISOM is there. They have 20,000 troops. About 100,000 troops for the Somali government have been trained. And my understanding from the research that we've done and from others in this space who are on the ground is that those troops, the 100,000 that have been trained, are pretty weak. And so trying to have a really well-structured and protected government to allow the Somalis to take over is maybe more fragile than Afghanistan or Iraq. So that should give you some indication of how troubling this area is and how we need to focus on it a little bit more. So then taking a look at Yemen, it's a little bit different, but there's still a bit of a similar story. So if you look at 2018, we had 42 strikes, and then this year we've had 10 strikes. 2017 had more than any strikes since 2012. And 2012 is an interesting point in time because it's when Trump loosened restraints on conducting strikes. So that meant increasing the number of potential civilian casualties as well. And so that kind of highlights what I just mentioned about kind of walking back some of those Obama-era restraints, which is really interesting to note when we're looking at civilian casualties again in Yemen. And so ISIS and Al-Qaeda are other issues that we have to focus on in Yemen, but again, ISIS has Al-Qaeda defectors. It is attacking the Yemeni government and Houthis, but it hasn't gained as much traction as groups like AQAP. And then there's also the issue about AQAP and what does that mean. And so I think those are the main things. I'd like to give David a chance to highlight some other issues, but if you want to dive into Pakistan and Libya at some point, we can do that too.
No, that's great, Melissa. Thanks for getting that on the table. I think it's useful to start there because so often we start the conversation with, as the previous conversation ended, Afghanistan, that it's important to bring those other parts of the terrorist threat picture and the USCT picture, put those front and center. David, let me ask you to come into the conversation, and if you can, along the way, zoom out of it. Bring in ISIS, bring in Al-Qaeda, bring in what you see as the evolution in perhaps the even bigger names than Al-Shabaab in terrorism, and what you see as the trend lines in terms of their lethality and potential to continue launching attacks.
Right. So I think one of the core things that our report really shows is that there's been a substantial change in what we're talking about when we talk about the terrorist threat from that day 18 or so years ago. On that day, 19 foreign hijackers entered the U.S. on temporary visas and killed about 3,000 people in the matter of hours. Since that day, no foreign terrorist organization has conducted a deadly attack inside the United States. People inspired in some way or who cite bin Laden's ideology have killed 104 people inside the U.S. If you were told that on September 12th, that would have been a wildly optimistic prediction, wildly optimistic. In addition, it might be surprising, or would have been surprising then, to note that every one of those people who has killed someone inside the US in the 18 or so years was an American citizen or a legal permanent resident of the United States. So what we sort of are beginning to see is a shift between two sets of indicators of threat. In the US, there's a set of indicators that suggests that that kind of directed attack is unlikely. Abroad, we see highly resilient terrorist organizations, whether it's Al-Qaeda, which continues to operate across the Middle East and South Asia, or if it's ISIS, which managed to take territory the size of Britain and the core of the Middle East, and which the United States has demonstrated, whether it's with the surge or with the counter-ISIS wars aftermath now, it is pretty much incapable of annihilating. So we'll continue to see these, and they continue to conduct major attacks as they did in Sri Lanka. The question is, what does it mean for ISIS to conduct an attack? And some of the evidence suggests the Sri Lanka attack was a cross between local affiliates and inspired violence, but not directed from Syria. That's a very different threat picture, and one that is really requires different thinking than the one that existed right after 9/11.
That's great. So let's dive in particular on one thing you mentioned, which is the resilience of these groups, right? Because Al-Qaeda and ISIS, as you point out, David, certainly remain in places holders of territory, in places holders of fighters. They continue to push out a message. What, and you feel free to pick one group or the other, but what is their vision for how they gain, regain, expand momentum in the conflict that they seek to perpetuate? Either of you wants to come in on that.
So I think one of the issues, and I don't want to dismiss the question of sort of the group visions, but one of the issues is that having an over-focus on the group when there's an overarching resilient jihadist movement, and beyond that there's a resilient sort of armed response to structural problems in societies, including economic dislocation, the aftermath of America's wars in the Middle East, or the continuation of America's wars in the Middle East, environmental distress, and a whole range of things that create crises and just general disruption in this sort of region stretching from sort of North Africa through to South Asia that both generate opportunities for armed actors to take action and also makes it, I would say, impossible to truly root out many of these groups that are honest responses to actual social issues in these countries.
And Melissa, let me have you focus in particular on the homeland threat. As David mentioned, there has been a trend, an 18-year trend that would have surprised folks the day after 9/11, both in its overall numbers of Americans killed here, also in the nature of the attackers. Given that that's where at least the bigger groups are headed, what does that mean for the homeland threat? What should folks here be thinking about when they think of counterterrorism on U.S. soil?
I think it's more diverse than what people are used to hearing. And over the last, within the last, 15 plus years. And now things are changing a bit. So we're seeing a little bit of a new face of what that looks like for domestic terrorism and having different conversations about different groups. And it's not one versus another. There are a lot of different ideologies we need to focus on. And I think the approach for dealing with that needs to be there. And just, building on David's point about how there hasn't been a foreign terrorist focus attack doesn't mean that, that means there is no threat at all. So we need to think about what the domestic threats are, get a comprehensive analysis of what's happening, and be prepared for the next steps and new iterations of things and inspired attacks and being able to manage that.
So to pick, yeah, please, David.
If I could throw out a data point.
Yeah.
There actually has not been an attack in the United States inspired by jihadist ideology, at least that we know about. Mm-hmm. It's possible someone committed one and has kept it secret, and we'll discover it later, sort of secret killing spree type actions. But we haven't seen an attack inspired by jihadist ideology in more than a year. Mm-hmm. In the post-Trump inauguration era, we've seen about 4 times as many deaths from non-jihadist, or from specifically far-right and white supremacist specifically attacks inside the US as from jihadists. And that last jihadist attack, it was a stabbing at a sleepover in Florida, where the individual who committed it certainly was inspired by jihadist ideology, made that very clear. The police report is clear on that. But before that, he was inspired by white supremacist ideology, and the school records show he was obsessed with Hitler and Stalin and other aspects of violence. And in many ways, trying to focus, and when you're responding to a threat that looks like that, airstrikes in Afghanistan or Syria don't really have anything to do with preventing that. And in many ways, much of even the countering violent extremism work that may be focused on communities probably has the wrong communities focused in, or at least needs to broaden the conception of what ideologies are being focused on, or even how important ideology is to that, especially in an era where all of the ideological violence inside the US is swamped by a more generalized mass shooting problem.
So let me ask one more question and then open it up for just a question or two before we need to wrap and really continue this conversation in the next panel. But picking up exactly where David left off, you give a great illustrative example of how jihadism and white supremacism, not only do they at least have echoes of one another, they in some ways mixed in the same individual in that particular case. So to what extent are these actors, or those who are trying to spread these violent ideologies, to what extent are they mimicking each other, learning from each other, and to what extent does that inform the response? Maybe ask each of you to say a quick word on that, and then we'll ask for a question from the audience.
There is a lot of research that shows that the ideas kind of feed off of each other. They can't exist without the other. I think there's that kind of idea, because you need one group to kind of help perpetuate the other ideology in a lot of ways. And they draw from each other too. So some of the leadership styles, or even how propaganda is now being pushed out, or kind of message points in general, there's a little bit more research being done about that, which I think we need to focus in on a little bit.
Yeah, I think the stabbing is not a lone case where there's overlap between white supremacists and other ideologies and jihadism. And there's some other cases discussed in the media right now. I think in some ways this can miss the broader point, which is the ideology doesn't matter all that much when all you need to do to conduct such an attack is get your hands on a semi-automatic firearm and walk into a public space. And this generates a dynamic where it's very important to focus on ideologies. I think we all know the importance of jihadism. We're beginning to see far more that white supremacy as a networked ideology and organizations that probably require a much more detailed response. But it's not just going to be those. And we saw an example of this when an individual inspired by seemingly left-wing views, although not connected to any organization, seemingly without any kind of broader structure behind them, not someone who's been picked up by others, almost conducted a targeted assassination of the Republican leadership. And if that had been successful, that attempted or actual shooting, but non-lethal, at the baseball game with Congressman Scalise, that would have been a major terrorist attack. That would have had substantial ramifications in our politics. And I think that's something that happened to be by someone with seemingly left-wing ideology, but it could just as well have been by someone with a different ideology or no ideology.
So unless Peter waves me off, I was going to open up for one. Let's take one question, and maybe I'll take two at the same time. I saw these two first, and we'll just consolidate them and do answer at the same time. So why don't you start, sir? Then we'll go down to the gentleman in the red tie, and we'll answer it all at once.
Are any of these groups getting closer to the ability to inflict mass casualties, significant mass casualties, WMD or something?
All right. So question one on the table is ability to inflict mass casualties in a single attack. Yeah.
I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the cyber domain. I know ISIS has an online magazine, Al-Qaeda does, the white supremacist groups talk a lot online. What's the U.S. counterterrorism like online?
So cyber and mass casualty capabilities. Who wants to start with one of those?
I might take online, but you can go ahead if you want.
I can talk briefly to the mass casualties.
Sure.
So I think we should separate two things. One is can they conduct mass casualties, and then the weapons of mass destruction. I think the mass casualties is, yes, at least if we're thinking, I think correctly, that hundreds of people are mass casualties. You can do that with firearms and explosives. I think that's relatively unlikely in the United States. Beyond sort of the public space shootings, we're unlikely to see something like Paris or Sri Lanka, especially directed by a foreign terrorist organization. With regards to weapons of mass destruction, we look at this in the paper, and almost all of the technical innovation on the parts of jihadist terrorists is on the low end. It's firearms, bombs, and this new, semi-new, although not actually new, phenomena of vehicle ramming. We looked at, I think, 80 or so attacks in the West. None of them involved weapons of mass destruction. 479 people charged with terrorism crimes in the United States. None of them acquired weapons of mass destruction or precursor materials. And there's a long history of, I guess, sort of BSing about that threat by leadership. Not so much recently, but things like the Padilla case, where what was represented as a dirty bomb threat inside the US, we learned from the Senate torture report, was actually a plot that you get some radioactive material, you put it in a bucket, and you swing it around your head. That's how you make a dirty bomb. So I don't think we've seen it. It doesn't mean professionals don't have to care about it. There's not a sign to be particularly worried.
And I think to answer your question about the online space, it's really tricky because it's one that is constantly evolving. And so as governments try to kind of build out their capacity for things like taking messages down or even ideas of counter messages or alternative narratives, that gets really challenging because even in those spaces, you don't even know if you have a credible messenger. That's a lot of the problems around that sometimes. So you also have encrypted databases and encrypted spaces, and then once someone is just looking for something online, it's very easy for them to find the right space if they're just searching for it, and then they move into dark web in the most, I guess, extreme scenarios once a group feels like they have somebody. So there's a lot that can be done there. There are things that governments do. You know, the United States has that. There's also things that the UN is trying to help out with educating member states on, you know, what a counter narrative might look like if they want to do that. Sometimes counter narratives are not necessarily thought of to be as effective, but they're trying to create metrics around that and looking at what's an effective tool that can help with that space. So it's multifaceted, to say the least, and it requires partnerships across public and private spaces.
So this was just truly a taste of what Melissa and David have laid out. I encourage you all to go onto New America's website, take a look at Terrorism in America, 18 years after 9/11. It's an excellent and comprehensive look at the state of the threat. Before we play musical chairs a bit and you upgrade in moderator to Melissa, please join me in thanking both Melissa and David.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, so we're going to have four of the senior directors for counterterrorism under the Trump administration, under the Obama administration. They could come up to the stage, and Melissa, who's a senior policy analyst at New America, is going to moderate this session. All of the people that you're going to see on the stage signed an open letter which they will describe, saying that the government needs to do more to focus on far-right terrorism, white supremacist terrorism, so do you want to come up to the stage? Josh Geltzer, Javed Ali. Maybe they're yeah, maybe.
Thank you. So they might just be in the back, so just give us one moment.
Ready?
We can at least have a nice conversation.
There they are.
There we go. Hi. Thank you so much. So their pictures will come up momentarily on the back screen. And if the order's slightly off, sorry, but
We know who we are. Exactly.
So as Peter said, I'm thrilled to be here with four former senior directors for counterterrorism at the NSC. Thank you all for being here. Their comprehensive bios are available in the handouts online, outside, not online, but they're also online. So we have Joshua Geltzer, we have Javed Ali, we have Lou Cardig, and then also Nicholas Rasmussen. So we're just thrilled to have you here and get this great perspective. So collectively, their tenure covers the Bush, Obama, and Trump administrations. And in the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to cover their recently issued joint statement on the concept of a 9/11 style commission for domestic terrorism, and CTC, and among other things that we can squeeze in. So let's kick this off with, since the conversation ties directly into the last one that we just had on the New America Report, Terrorism 18 Years After 9/11, can we start off by walking through why you penned this joint statement, and anyone can answer this one?
I'm going to let Josh.
Right, Josh was the author of it, right? So we'll let Josh.
I'll tell you, there's nothing more rewarding.
That's supposed to out me like that.
There's nothing more rewarding than doing something jointly with Josh because it comes out extraordinarily well written and well thought out, and you find yourself saying, "Yeah, I think that way too." But I will say, just by way of introduction, we have been
keep talking, please.
No, we have been talking about these issues amongst ourselves, and so again, I think you can talk about exactly what kind of pushed us. But we had been, I think since Christchurch, kind of having this conversation about what do we do.
Yeah, I mean, that's, so in addition to the four of us, our colleagues who unfortunately couldn't be here, Jen Easterly and Chris Costa, who fill out that span that Melissa mentioned, had been talking about this. And I think when we were in government, at different points, we saw that this was a piece of the terrorist threat. We at times expressed that it was a piece of the terrorist threat, but it also wasn't clear exactly whether the right resources were being devoted to it or whether the structures were right. And I'm going to ask Nick to talk a little bit about how he experienced that in a lived way after attacks of the jihadist type versus attacks of this type. But I think, as Nick said, especially after Christchurch drove home some of the transnational nature of this threat, the fact that these attackers were ping-ponging globally and seeming to build, especially through the internet, the sort of exhortation to violence that we had all seen Al-Qaeda and to a even greater extent ISIS use. We thought it was important to urge those who are still working on the issues to take some of those lessons learned and take other things more appropriate to this type of a threat and ratchet up their efforts. But Nick, do you want to talk a little bit about that kind of day after
and again,
experience?
it flowed from a pretty simplistic observation I made to myself, which are usually the best kinds of observations. When we would have attacks that either took place from overseas or emanated clearly from overseas, we had very, very well-practiced and well-rehearsed, muscle memory-driven responses. The right people knew what to do to show up in the Situation Room with the toolkits from their respective departments and agencies. And there was kind of a playbook that we all just could, it didn't mean we were looking forward to those instances, obviously, because they were always in response to something horrible happening, but we knew what we were dealing with. And my sense was, not being in the White House at the time, but when these incidents were happening in the United States now that you could label as domestic terrorism, I wasn't confident that a similar muscle memory was kicking in. In fact, I was pretty sure there wasn't going to be the same kind of situation room meeting where you would bring together all of the key elements of national power around the problem set. And instead, when you would see something like El Paso just a few weeks ago, I was pretty sure that most of the other members of what we would think of as our community, the CT community, would kind of metaphorically push back from the table and say, well, over to FBI, because it would be FBI's problem. It's now a law enforcement thing. It's not international. We don't care about it anymore. We cared about it as Americans, and certainly the victims care. But that just struck me as wrong, because I bet if you go around the country now and talk to most communities at a community level about what they are most concerned about in the terrorism landscape, it is this set of issues that probably drives their greatest sense of concern. And so this is by no stretch of the imagination a critique or criticism of the FBI and our domestic law enforcement capabilities. Quite the opposite. It's more a call to let's all show up alongside the FBI to try to bring more of a whole of government response to this. And that's, I think, what in some ways was behind the letter that we co-authored.
And if I can just kind of jump in on that point. So I actually worked for the FBI for the last 11 years of my government service. And the first position I had in the FBI was as the FBI's senior counterterrorism analyst for the entire bureau when Director Mueller was the director. And that was my first insight in the mid-2000s or late 2000s about how the FBI internally was prioritizing pure domestic terrorism versus international terrorism. And that sort of imbalance in terms of sort of an operational focus and an investigative focus and an analytic one sort of continued. Not, again, as a criticism of the FBI, and I was an FBI employee, but just perception of the threat and sort of resources and the way they were being directed in the field and in Washington. And I think now, as a result of the spate of attacks we've seen, the FBI is having an internal conversation about whether they need to reallocate and reshift. But as Nick said, beyond just the FBI, I think there are other parts of the government, other parts of the CT enterprise that can be doing more. And I think that was the point of the joint statement and then another op-ed that came out just a couple weeks later.
Fantastic. Thank you. So Josh, I'm wondering, are we seeing some sort of feedback loop that's contributing to the increase in violence from instances around the world, from Christchurch to El Paso? We talked a little bit about this in the last session, but what are your thoughts?
My sense is that we are seeing something that as you say, transits the globe in a sense. And you see this in the attackers themselves and where they say their inspiration comes from. You see the Christchurch attacker citing an earlier Norwegian attacker. You see the El Paso attacker citing the Christchurch attacker. You see the would-be Norwegian attacker, geographically in some ways bringing this full circle, who only was stopped by mosque worshippers from taking lives in a city a bit west of Oslo, citing back to what had happened in El Paso. So this has become a global network of sorts. That doesn't mean it is the same as ISIS. That doesn't mean it's the same as Al-Qaeda. But there are similarities to it. One being that sense of a transnational community united in support of some violent political ideology, and a second being the role of modern communications technologies in allowing that community to find one another and exhort one another to violence.
I think, and that part I think really resonates with me about what looks similar to the tactics and the approach to building a movement we're seeing from some of these white supremacist terrorist groups and what we saw from ISIS, right? And it's you can run down the list, but it's a classically charismatic approach to propaganda, meaning that to the outward-facing community, they might be pursuing intimidation, but to the followers, it's a mix of strength and warmth. Be part of this movement. It's a willingness to move across platforms, social media, have your more classified, sensitive conversations on end-to-end encrypted apps, and be able to move seamlessly across those. I think part of the challenge is that the solution set that we developed around countering violent extremism as pertains to, at that time, mostly those inspired by their view of Islam, is harder to apply in this space. And I think that's for a couple of reasons. One, content flagging is way harder, right? There's a certain level, a certain line, and we'd always disagreed on where that line was, but a certain line of content that just shouldn't be on social media platforms. In the case of white supremacists, domestic terrorism, a lot of this gets much more closer to realms of American political speech. And it's a really fraught thing, as anybody who's been tracking the tech companies know, and very hard to do. Propping up alternative voices, oh gosh, I mean, how do we even begin to think about that? That's another equally fraught space. And you can kind of go
good
down.
white supremacists to try to bolster their
Right,
arguments.
exactly. The ones who are not motivated toward violence, just toward this really abhorrent view of the world. So it's harder to look at that and say, well, what's the solution set? I can tell you what's happening is actually not been good, right? I mean, you're seeing the current administration cut back on $10 million in CVE funding for DHS, some of which was going toward de-radicalization of neo-Nazi groups. So we're not moving in the right direction, but I also don't want to simplify the solution set here.
Excellent. So according to a recent testimony by Christopher Wray, there's a similarity in the number tied to domestic terrorism cases versus international terrorism cases this year. And so Javed, you wrote an op-ed last month about creating a 9/11 style commission for domestic terror. Can you walk us through that?
Sure. So springboarding off the joint statement and then a lot of the media commentary that all of us had done collectively in the aftermath of the tragedies that first week in August, another colleague of mine and I thought, well, okay, we've now all made some initial comments in the media, but I'm not sure that there's still more sort of traction for taking a more aggressive approach. So my other colleague and I, when we attempted to write that op-ed, it was sort of looking at history in terms of what the achievements of the 9/11 Commission, what those achievements were, and could you create something as a parallel that hopefully would break through a lot of the log jams that have been talked about here. And so if you look at the 9/11 Commission, bipartisan commission stood up in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, may not have had initially the strongest backing from the executive branch, but the executive branch eventually signed on to it, and then as a result, you have the 9/11 Commission report, which detailed the threat from Al-Qaeda both before and after 9/11. It then led to legislation that had never happened, or that hadn't fixed a lot of problems, I think, within the intelligence community and the counterterrorism community, the 2004 Intelligence Reform Terrorism Prevention Act, and then sort of that became known as a sort of an established body that over time, people would go back to that 9/11 Commission, certainly the seniors, Governor Keane and Lee Hamilton, to consult on counterterrorism. So why can't we bring something like that together for domestic terrorism and think about these potential solutions that may be out there, that may bump up against some red lines, but at least it starts the conversation, and that was the point of the op-ed.
That's great, thank you. I think that also ties into some of the statements made last week. As many of you may know, on September 10th, there was a House Committee on Homeland Security meeting, and there were a series of testimonies made there. And one of the points highlighted the NCTC and what it would mean to focus more on domestic terrorism or create some new version of the NCTC. So Nick, having served as the director, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I bring a tremendous amount of humility to telling my successors what they ought to be doing. They know things, they're experiencing challenges in a way that I can't appreciate now that they hold those responsibilities. And so this goes back again to a period of time right after Christchurch, when again we were just bouncing off ideas amongst some of us who used to hold these jobs, asking why are we leaving FBI alone to the playing field here? And again, not viewed as criticism or second guessing of FBI's work in this area, but the kind of intelligence analysis and driving of the community's work on terrorism that NCTC has been responsible for in the period since 9/11 is something that could be applied to this problem set too. And again, I think the NCTC leadership has edged into this space effectively by saying not, we're here, we've got a solution, but instead saying, how do we bring our unique authorities and capabilities to bear on this particularly hard problem in a way that makes FBI better at what it's doing, and in a way that helps FBI share the load, in a way that helps achieve the kind of community engagement process that Luke was referring to with the kind of DHS programming that has been cut. So again, it's not that NCTC or any one government organization is going to show up on the scene and fix this problem. It just, I think it edges us closer to the whole of government response that you would think most Americans, most taxpayers would demand of their government when talking about a problem of this magnitude.
That's great, and I think that ties into another question that I'm wondering about. So right-wing extremists killed more people in 2018 than in any year since 1995, and that was the year Timothy McVeigh's bomb attack on Oklahoma City Federal Building took place. So Luke, looking at maybe the foreign terrorist organization list, if we started adding transnational, white nationalist, neo-Nazi, et cetera, groups to that designated FTO list, could that help us better target people for material support when trying to figure out how to navigate this?
Yeah, I think it's one of a larger basket of solutions that should be undertaken here, and it's something that I know is currently being explored, at least on the outside. I don't know how folks on the inside are thinking about it. I think there was, at the time, about a year or so ago, when the National Strategy for Counterterrorism came out, they had referred to the Nordic resistance movement, and I had sort of guffawed at the time, like, what is this doing in a national strategy for counterterrorism? I think the upside of it is that it's recognizing that groups that are in a whole range of ideologies, including white supremacist ideology, are worthy of our attention. Now, it's one thing to put the Nordic resistance movement into a strategy. It's another thing altogether to go through the legal process of saying, is that movement or other groups part of a larger kind of foreign terrorist organization as is defined in the statute? And if you were to do that, if you were to designate them, what additional authorities would you unlock, right? Would you have additional authorities to go after the movement of fighters between borders, right? Would you have some greater ability to focus on their finances? I think that stuff could all be run to the ground, but again, it speaks to the fact that our counterterrorism architecture right now is so heavily focused on Islamic groups that I think a lot of these hard questions and analyses haven't even been run.
Can I just echo, amplify one piece of what Luke is saying? There are about 60 organizations on the current FTO list, a few more than that, and not one is a white supremacist organization. But we know from the same strategy document that Luke is referencing that they're being described by our government as posing threats, and if you go look at that strategy itself, posing threats to Americans. And the criteria for being added to the FTO list is it foreign? Well, these seem foreign. Does it have the capability to engage in attacks, or is it engaging in terrorist attacks? And does it pose a threat to Americans, the national defense, actually that broader national economy? And I don't know if the answer is yes for those particular groups, though they sure sound that way from their description in a document that this White House promulgated itself. But some of these groups out there seem to fit the bill, and it would make an important statement, as well as unlocking authorities, prosecutorial authorities, as well as counter-terrorist financing authorities, to go ahead and prioritize including them if they do.
And just to add even more complexity into this whole conversation about a DTO list or how do you put that into the foreign terrorist list, we are not actually talking about groups. These are not groups the way they exist on the foreign terrorist side. They do not have a bureaucracy and a structure, and even the attacks we're seeing here, these are committed by individuals swimming in this very broad ideological sea that mostly has a transnational flavor, but they're not card-carrying members of a group, or they're not signed up with an organizational affiliation that we see with groups overseas. So this, how do you pack that into the DTO, FTO conversation? That's going to make it very difficult. But again, we should have the conversation about what we potentially can do.
Okay, and I think I can ask one more question before we turn over to the audience. So I'm wondering, on the heels of that, could a transformed domestic terrorism statute that aims to tackle issues of white supremacy and white nationalism actually inadvertently backfire and then create an easier discriminatory path to go after other ideologies?
There's one lawyer on the panel.
No,
Actually,
no.
I think it's a legitimate concern, and again, I think so much of what we've talked about is using kind of words like open the conversation, introduce for discussion, because these are complex issues. And so I know there was some desire among certain committees of the Congress to kind of move quickly in the direction of a domestic terrorism statute to kind of give the government tools that it currently lacks. And that is something that I'm in favor of exploring, but it does not come without complexity. And the same tools that could be used to go after, in the broadest possible sense, individuals who are swimming in this sea, as Javed said, of hate-based ideology tied to white supremacy, those same tools could potentially be put in play against other forms of speech that some would consider extreme, but might just simply be politically extreme and not actually evidence of terrorist involvement. So, Josh, I know you've given more thought to this along with your colleague Mary at Georgetown.
Well, I'm generally where Nick is. Can an authority, prosecutorial authority, be abused? Absolutely. Existing prosecutorial authority can be abused. Is there an actual gap in federal law that I think should be filled, should not be abused, but should be filled, so that if somebody like James Fields gets in his car in Charlottesville, drives it into a crowd of human beings, kills one of them, injures many others, and you go, it was jihadism that inspired him, you know immediately you have federal criminal charges against him. And if, in fact, he's inspired by something else, as he was, there are no federal criminal terrorism charges to bring against him, such that he ends up getting prosecuted in state court and eventually pleads guilty to federal hate crimes. That, to me, lacks a moral parity, even though to the victim, to the victim's family, it's still the same awful occurrence, and it's been done in the name of achieving political ends through violence, which is something I think we, as a country, should and generally have just put off limits entirely. There should be oversight to ensure it's not abused, but some of those who question whether we need this statutory fix say, the reason we don't need it is we should use the existing federal hate crime statute. Well, that's an authority too, and I don't want to see it abused. I don't want to see any existing authority that's on the books abused. I want to see them used for the acts of violence that qualify for the elements of the crime. And I think adding not a designated list of domestic organizations, which I think is fraught, difficult, and to my mind should be avoided, but instead charges that would fill that particular gap for acts of violence, I'd support it.
Great, thank you. So we have a few different questions. We have one in the front. Ryan, if you can come up here with Candace, please, as our starters, and then we'll start to move to the back. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. That was excellent, as always. Sorry, Candace Rondeau, New America. So many interesting solutions that you're proposing here. I mean, one is a sort of 9/11 style commission. Another is filling the gap. I'm going to ask a kind of uncomfortable question that only a Chicagoan can ask, especially from the South Side. How much of our problem really has to do with the challenge of not having a very diverse law enforcement community and legislative community in charge of addressing the gap? How do we deal with that? Because it seems to me, I think that for the victims who are targeted by white supremacists, it's quite clear that this is an act of terrorism. But the construct seems to be confused once it gets inside the prism of our government. And I'm wondering to what extent a 9/11 Commission could really address that problem, and then also what evidence base you would need to kind of build the case that, in fact, that is the challenge that we have.
So let me take a little bit of a stab at some of that, not all of it. But having worked for the FBI for over a decade and been in a relatively senior position there, and then seen what the rest of the senior ranks of the organization looked like, it was a relatively diverse organization. Now, whether it's right or wrong, in our national security enterprise in general, it is not very diverse. I mean, that's just a fact, right? And it's been like that probably for a while. But I don't think that means that general lack of diversity doesn't allow us to think creatively about a threat or coming up with solutions. But it's just, trust me, as someone who was a minority usually in a lot of these places I worked, in the intelligence community and the law enforcement community, I was aware of the fact that a lot of times I was the only minority in the room. But I don't think, again, it ever led to some uncomfortable conversation or a lack of creativity because of that. That, I think, is a little bit separate from some of the issues we're talking about here. And that's going to take some time to fix in all these organizations. And some of the people that we worked with tried to make that a priority within all of the organizations that we worked in. Like, we need to build a more diverse workforce at the bottom and all the way to the top. I think that's happening more and more, but it's still probably not where it needs to be.
Let me just chime in. I mean, I'm going to use the word prevention rather than the kind of more time-tested phraseology of CVE, because I think the prevention rubric captures a whole wider spectrum of activity aimed at keeping communities safe. And there's no question that when the government shows up with its prevention agenda, that conversation is harder and more fraught with suspicion when community doesn't look at its partner as reflecting their interests or reflecting their values, even the way they look and how they grew up. And so I think that is something that whether you're at DHS, whether you're at the Department of Justice, whether you're at the FBI, when you are engaging the community, whether it's in Chicago or on the West Coast or literally anywhere, that conversation is burdened with exactly, Candace, with what you described. It does not make it impossible for community to partner with law enforcement and partner with the national security world, but it means that you have to kind of baby step your way through a lot of suspicion that you guys are here for actually another purpose. You're not here to try to help us. You're here actually to try to collect on us. And that's something we've been carrying around with us for a long time.
Thanks. And then we'll take 2 more questions, and then you can decide which ones you'd like to answer. So Peter and
we have
and
to
Alex.
answer Peter's. Right? So.
I'm just wondering if like the whole construct of domestic terrorism is kind of unhelpful, given the fact that New America's research performed by Melissa and David shows that all these attacks are carried out by Americans, whether it's black nationalist ideology or incel misogyny or jihadism or white supremacist. And sometimes we have linguistic problems that we can't solve and we have shorthands, but is domestic terrorism a useful kind of way of looking at it when all terrorism turns out to be domestic?
And then one more right back here, please. And then you can pick who would like to answer which.
Again, just quickly from the FBI perspective. So from the FBI perspective, there's a clear distinction between those two things, and that's because of sort of legal issues and sort of operational ones and just sort of even programmatic within its counterterrorism program itself. I mean, there is a divide between the domestic terrorism program and the international terrorism program, but that's just for the FBI. How other parts of the government tackle that, it's sort of it's not the same across different departments and agencies.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex Stark with New America. My question kind of actually builds on those past few questions, but I'm wondering, given these differences that you've highlighted between domestic and foreign terrorist groups, the civil liberties constraints that we have, how useful is it really to think about domestic terrorism as a terrorism threat and apply this counterterrorism lens to it versus potentially looking at other frameworks or thinking about other ways to prevent, to engage in this kind of prevention framework, whether that's strengthening communities, whether that's working with the media and that sort of thing?
I'll start on that one. I guess, and also to circle back to Peter's question, I guess I don't see the two as necessarily mutually exclusive. I think a lot of the tactics that we've developed for preventing violent extremism, for countering violent extremism, are similar tactics that can be applied toward any ideology that seeks to create kind of a movement of violence in support of that higher ideology. I think to Peter's question, it's actually very important to be able to distinguish these groups. And I think domestic terrorism is probably a problematic phrase because it's sort of a euphemism for what, at least at the moment, is white supremacist terrorism, right? And you could still say there's Islamic domestic terrorism as well, but it's important when we're thinking about these threats to break down a couple of things. One, how are they actually operating? What's their method of recruiting and radicalizing and propagandizing? And at this point, I think that at least the technical means that they're doing that is largely the same across different groups. Two, there's a big component of how are they inspiring attacks, right? AQAP kind of set the standard for this, and then ISIS took it further, and white supremacist groups are doing it in their own way, right? But understanding the means by which they might seek to plan attacks. And then three, I think getting to the root of the ideology, because ultimately, preventing this type of violence relies on people who are not the U.S. government convincing those who are at greatest risk of violence that they shouldn't do it. And the best way to do that is to understand the motivators that are actually taking them in that direction to begin with.
And just to pick up on this topic a little bit as well, Javed is right that we have structured our organizations and some of our authorities around a foreign-domestic distinction. NCTC in some ways operates on that basis. And at the same time, the world doesn't seem to be cooperating, right? Which I think is informing Peter's question. These groups are not limiting themselves to operating within borders. That was part of what made ISIS so dangerous, was that it reached out to Americans who, as David emphasized before, have been here lawfully, they're lawfully on U.S. soil, and inspired them to kill other people also on U.S. soil. You might think, actually, an act of domestic terrorism is just an act of terrorism that happens domestically. You would have to explain to someone that that's actually not what we mean when we use the phrase. So I think these groups and the way they, as I emphasized before, the way they connect via modern communications technologies they're defying our attempt to do things that in some ways have very reasonable, lawful bases, but are being at least stretched to their limits, and at times just they get broken down by how these groups actually operate. And I do think that framing this accurately as a global surge in white supremacist violence, including terrorism, that to me accurately captures what happens. It accurately captures the conversation of a sort that I was indicating earlier occurs among these attackers who are engaging in these awful acts of violence. And I think once we recognize it as transnational in nature, it actually begins to unlock some of the other authorities that Nick talked about sitting around that table, not just because we want them in this fight, but also because this fight is implicating the things that they do, including sharing intelligence with foreign partners and designating entities that are foreign in nature.
And I'll just wrap this part of it up by saying I think if you eliminate the distinction between international terrorism and domestic terrorism, I wouldn't take from that, if we succeeded at eliminating that distinction, I wouldn't take from that we then therefore use the same hammer to bang any kind of nail that we happen to encounter. You will hear us in the counterterrorism world often use the toolkit analogy. And the toolkit analogy in my mind has always been a way of reminding ourselves that we need the widest possible array of tools. Hammers, to be sure, when we need hammers, but a whole lot of other stuff. And maybe it's those other stuff tools that are more attuned to the kind of prevention agenda. But we don't have to necessarily argue about whether we're labeling it as domestic terrorism or international terrorism. It's the same toolkit. We just have to get more tools into that kit.
And I think before we close, and tying into what Nick and Luke just said, and to answer your question also a little bit more, Alex, I think one of the things that we also need to continue to remember is that all of these individual cases are very unique. And so yes, we do need a toolkit, and yes, we need to look at things, looking at the heart of the drivers and the ideology, but trying to understand why a specific person chooses to do something, and looking at the community around that person and trying to figure out what are the different reasons and I guess the different parameters, and make it very much an individualized kind of process to better understand what's going on, and taking kind of like grassroots level work and kind of peace building initiatives, to better understand the heart of why some of these things happen. So it's definitely a case by case basis. So I will always advocate for that. So I think we've just run out of time. So thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for being here.
So we're going to transition to how does leadership in special operations need to evolve to win the future fight, which is kind of related to one of Candace's questions just now. And I'm going to welcome to the stage Laila Kohistani, who's the president and co-founder of Promote. Are you here? Maybe she's behind me.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're just going to do some very brief intros before we get started. I'm Laila Kohistani. I'm a former naval officer, and I currently consult for U.S. Special Operations Command as a cultural advisor. I also run a nonprofit called Promote, which is focused on developing inclusive teams and national security.
My name is Nicole Alexander. I'm a major in the United States Army at Army Special Operations Command in Civil Affairs, and then also work with the same nonprofit as Lila.
Hey, good afternoon, Kevin Trujillo. I've served in both 7th and 10th Special Forces groups. I just recently left the 75th Ranger Regiment, serving as the Deputy Commander for Operations, and I'm currently up serving as a fellow.
Good afternoon, Megan Ripple, AC-130 pilot by trade for about 20 years, and then now working both Joint Staff, just left the Joint Staff, and working now in OSD, Developmental Operational Test and Evaluation.
Good afternoon, Michael McCain. I'm an active duty Marine Raider. Recently served in 3rd Marine Raider Battalion, and I'm currently serving as a Congressional Fellow. I spent last year in the House of Representatives on the Defense Appropriations Committee, and now I'm a legislative aide to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations.
Thank you to all of our panelists for joining us, and thank you all for being here. We've spent a good bit of time today talking about innovation, and a great deal of that has been in relationship to technology, innovation in the technology space. We want to spend some time during this panel talking about innovation when it comes to leadership and decision making in the people space. Ms. Slaughter mentioned earlier that our future fight is not just about technology, it's also fundamentally about people. And then Representative Smith also said, we don't know what the fight looks like in the future. So we want to take some time and think, do we actually know what leadership needs to look like for the future if we don't know the fight that we're preparing for? So senior leaders throughout special operations, they historically come from a very small group of occupational specialties. People like Navy SEALs, Army Green Berets, Special Forces, Army Rangers, Special Mission Unit leadership, AFSOC pilots, and crew chiefs. However, we know from extensive social science research across all industries and professions that a team that has more demographic and cognitive diversity is going to outperform a homogeneous team. So as we talked through today, when we talk about diversity or inclusion, we're not just talking about gender and we're not just talking about race. We're talking about cognitive diversity, how people think differently, and why that's important to our national security. So first question for all of you. As SOF leaders, why do you care about having cognitive diversity on your teams? And what techniques have you found to be the most impactful in building inclusive teams that are also innovative? We'll go ahead and start with Master Sergeant McKay.
Excellent. Yeah, so I think one of the biggest things to address that right up front is we're looking at diversity not so that we can build these diverse teams and then go down this checklist and say, oh, look, look at this diverse team that we built. It's for performance, it's for effect, it's for lethality. It nests within the national defense strategy by moving towards lethality, and you get that because cognitive diversity leverages the experience that people have before they come into the military or before they come to special operations. Those are things that we can't train into people. You know, when you look across whether it's gender, sex, race, religion, the things that make those people allow them to perceive the world in different ways and to problem solve in fundamentally different ways. So it really all lends to the idea of lethality by finding new ways to solve problems and address the situations that we're going to see in the future rather than fighting the fight that we have been for the last 18 years. So skills and techniques that we've had, I've been very fortunate to be part of the Marine Special Operations Command since its inception. In 2005, I left on deployment with 2nd Force Recon and came back to 2nd Marine Special Operations Battalion, so I changed units on deployment. And when the Marine Special Operations Command first started, we had a very homogenous group. It was all people from the Marine reconnaissance community. We all had the same skills, we all had the same attributes, we were all recruited the exact same way. After a few years, well, we ran out of that very small group of people. We had to start recruiting, we had to open up a training center, so we only recruited infantry Marines. So again, we left the pool of our recruits very narrow, and we ran the first couple iterations of the individual training course. And then we did another deployment, and a few years into that, they said, hey, we're going to open this up to all MOSs, military occupational specialties. And I feel like that was more of a capacity issue than a conscious, hey, we need more diversity. But there was a lot of animosity in the organization. They did not want to take on, you know, cooks, bakers, and candlestick makers, and they were like, oh, this is going to ruin the unit. And the fact of the matter is that 3-4 years later, when I took a team out and we were looking at problems, the experiences that they had being Marines in different occupations, and not having walked into the recruiting center saying, I want to be an infantry guy. They came in and said, I want to be an avionics technician, or I want to be a communicator, brought a whole different set. And I 100% would advocate that the teams that we have today, because of the larger group of people that we recruit, are better than those initial teams that we had. They're much more capable, and as we continue to scale and adapt, I think that's a method going forward for addressing the future fight.
Colonel Trujillo.
Yeah, just a couple of things to add. Everything we do in special operations obviously is joint, but ultimately the tone is it starts from the commander. He or she is going to set the tone initially. Setting the tone for inclusion, eliciting new viewpoints. I was fortunate, and I reap benefits from it. Colonel Tegmeyer was the regimental commander at 75th Ranger Regiment, and he selected me, a Green Beret, to come and serve as his deputy commander for operations, and ultimately to cover down in his absence to lead the counterterrorism joint task force in Afghanistan. So that was not normal, and he was, and I applaud his leadership for making that decision, and I benefited tremendously from serving in the 75th Ranger Regiment. It's probably one of the highlights of my entire career, and then just being able to serve with some of America's best. Matter of fact, we've got one Ranger that's in here right now, a wounded Ranger, who was shot in the leg our last deployment. So you get a chance. There's a couple of young men up here. Okay, come say hi to them. But also, my second year as a battalion commander, I was able to, I had the leverage, or I had the ability to select my staff. So I think that's really important, to be able to empower the leaders to select their staffs and then have some influence on their subordinate commander. So when I was picking my team to go to Afghanistan, my S1, she's from the Mariana Islands. She was a field artilleryman and then became a human resources officer. So I gobbled her right up because of her ability to understand and employ fires. I thought was very important to our team. And then my S2, my intel officer, he was a former armor officer and then became an intel officer. My logistician, my S4, he was an EOD tech, knew nothing about logistics, but he turned out to be the best logistician ever, and that was because of his intense devotion to learning his trade and then just establishing and forging relationships. And then lastly, my signal officer, I was able to pick all of these staff officers, but he was also a former Ranger qualified infantryman, and he brought a tremendous amount of information and to the table. So I think it starts the tone ultimately with the commander, and then being able to have subordinate leaders to be able to feel like they can voice their opinions. And I know we're going to get into attributes here shortly.
Yes. Okay, great. So unfortunately, SOF has been in the news quite a bit over the last several months, and not necessarily always in a very flattering light. And unfortunately, our public trust, there's a loss of public trust when it comes to special operations. And we are being questioned on our ethics and our morals and our values, more specifically across the military as well, right? These conversations are not just specific to SOF, but you have individuals who are resigning from Google who are saying, I don't want to work at an organization that is providing services and tools to the US military because we value their ethics. And so if we're saying that we do need the public sector to have trust in our military and that we need commercial off-the-shelf technology, then I want us to talk a little bit about what are the types of leadership attributes that we need as a SOF force. What are the types of leaders that we need? What are the attributes that they have to have in order to compete in this high-end warfare against our competitors and European competitors, where we're saying we need the public sector to work with us in this future fight? Colonel Ripple.
Thank you very much. So I think understanding where those discontinuities are between what we're seeing in the civilian space, some of the strategic requirements and drives and priorities that our civilian enterprise leaders have, understanding those, and then understanding where the gaps and seams are and how do we use that as a military to move forward. So education, right? So all of us are busy, all of us are bandwidth limited, but really digging into, why did Google put up such a fight against Project Maven? Really understanding from that perspective, what were the real issues that the workforce at Google was dealing with, and what were the leaders at Google dealing with in that situation? Also, I think it goes back, similarly to the building of diverse teams, we have to build the capacity and the comfort within our teams to be positive dissenters from the youngest levels, right? We were talking about it before we came out here. We need hierarchy, and we need people to follow orders. That's part of what the military and the oath is. But we also need to help, and SOF has been at the cutting edge of this, but we need to continue to bring questioners into the commander's office, bring questioners into the S3 or the J3's office, and really develop good red team skills so that we understand what does this look like to the soccer mom sitting who's going to watch how this strike goes down. What does this look like to our adversaries? What is the message we want to send to our allies and our partners and those on the fringes? And how do we really understand that cognitive space? So to me, it's about learning, it's about building positive dissension, and it's about taking the perspective, rather than writing off those dissenting views, whether they be within our formation or outside of our formation, understanding where the dissenting views come from, and then working within those to ensure that we get to mission accomplishment. Because at the end of the day, that's what we all need. It doesn't matter if we like it or not. We have to understand what the difficulties are.
I think in order to cultivate some of that, or where that's important in that dissension, is because our competitors are thinking in very different ways. They are working, we're in warfare beneath the typical level or threshold of warfare, right? So we're having to look at problems very differently, and so leaders that are able to cultivate a questioning organization and able to cultivate where, okay, I've got a lot of the same people in the room right now. I've got a lot of the same experiences. And make it a command, be involved as the commander, as the senior leaders of an organization, and say, I know I really like you, I know I've worked with you for 20 years, but maybe I need somebody else here. Maybe I need, and then encourage that discussion and that level of potentially dissension or conversation. Be okay with that and encourage people to get out of that. Because just yesterday, I feel like I had a diverse team of everybody. I thought that I was encouraging conversation, as making how are we going to attack at deploying a company somewhere. And it was different to have to cultivate that conversation. Like, it's okay if you don't agree with what I'm saying, but I need you to speak up to me, right? I need you to be okay with that. Otherwise, I'm going to come up with the same answers every day, right? And that's the type of leaders that we need. And I think we have a lot of those in the organization now. We have to continue to grow that, and we have to continue to put those types of people in key positions.
Colonel Trujillo, anything to
Yeah,
add?
no, I think everybody covered, but we talked about it a little bit in the green room earlier, but this generation yearns for the why, and they want to be impactful, they want to be a part of a team, and if we subjugate them and not listen to them, then we're going to be on the losing side. So these folks bring just tremendous skill sets and yearning and motivation for being on the winning team. So we've got to listen to them, and there is absolutely no way a commander can take all the information unilaterally and make an informed decision. So we're extremely reliant every single day, whether you're deployed or not deployed, to look at these young subject matter experts and know that they've done the due diligence to give you the appropriate information for you to make the right decision. So that's all I'd add.
Yeah, I'd like to echo everything here, but at the same time, Stephen Covey, Speed of Trust, he talks about character and competence, right? We've leaned towards the competence over the last 18 years. We've been very, very good at what we're doing. Arguably, we have the best military now that the world's ever seen. We may have let some of the character aspect go, but to the workforce of the future and the people that we're going to be talking about here, trying to recruit, they're also at the tippy top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The new workforce is in the self-actual. They're very aware, they're very empathetic of, are we doing the right thing? You hear, are we on the right side of history? Often. So it comes down to the American values, morals and ethics in the things that we're doing. And I think when you see Google with Maven retract from working with the military, or right now you see Microsoft having issues with ICE, I think that's a question in the mind of the new recruits is, are we doing the right thing? So we have to reinforce that message that the American values are still alive and we're doing the right thing and what we're doing is noble to this younger generation to draw them in so they don't become adversarial and we don't create this giant tech divide between the people who are doing the great things out in Silicon Valley, and we just can't attract that talent, which would be highly unfortunate, because that's how we're going to lose our relative superiority, is we can't maintain that tech advantage because it's now moved into the private sector. Back in World War II, it was in the government sector. Now it's moved out to Silicon Valley, and we need to maintain and continue to harness that talent, and we're going to do it through our American values. And on the leadership attributes, I would say risk. Risk is the number one thing that I'm looking to my leaders to bring on. Risk in the future of warfare in near-peer competitors is going to come in quantifiably in time, people, money, and resources. If we want to build better people, we're going to need to take risks, and we're going to need to send them out, and we're going to need to send them away to get different experiences, and we're going to have to risk taking in potentially new people that don't fit the mold of what made us successful over the last 18 years. I mean, if we need somebody to compete in cyberspace, do they really need to hump a 100-pound ruck for 3 weeks straight? I don't know, but we have to question that. So, risk.
Colonel Trujillo.
Yeah, the only one thing I would add to that is also empowerment of junior leaders and, letting them know it's okay to make a mistake. Colin Powell, in his book, he highlighted a vignette. I think, his company commander, Captain Miller, he was getting ready to go out on an exercise, and en route to the objective area, he noticed that his .45 was missing, and he had to report that up on the on the radio, and his commander later pulled him aside and said, hey, don't make this mistake again or whatever. But the bottom line is he made a mistake. He didn't intentionally make a mistake, but his commander didn't crush him either. So I know that's just a small, tiny vignette. There's much greater vignettes that our guys deal with and gals every single day, but we have to allow people to make mistakes. If they have good intent that's behind it, we have to allow that.
So from your comments, as we talk about American values, right, and we look at where our competitors are at in the space, there are things, frankly, that China and Russia are willing to do that maybe we don't feel that are appropriate for the United States to do. Instead of looking at that as a hampering, right, and instead of looking at some of that natural tension that we have built into our system between the rights of our public and what our government can do, I think we need to look into how is that a force multiplier? How are our own American values something that we can look at as that way forward, understanding that there are limitations? I mean, there are things that we will not do as Americans, and that's not necessarily bad, but it certainly puts us at a different set in the advantage space than what China or Russia are doing. I think that's one of those leadership attributes of understanding who we are fundamentally. Where it comes from the NSS, the National Security Strategy, it comes from the National Defense Strategy, understanding who we are, but then where does that put us across the net from our competitor, and how do we use that to an advantage rather than a disadvantage?
Great segue into our next question, which is, as our peers and our near peers are increasingly outpacing the U.S. when it comes to non-kinetic means. As you mentioned, Master Sergeant McCain, we're great at the kinetic part, arguably the best force on the planet, but as our peers and near peers are outpacing us on that, at what point do you all see potentially a shift from where support and enablers such as intelligence, information warfare, psychological operations, civil affairs, which are also part of special operations, it's not just the SEALs or the Green Berets or the MARSOC Raiders, all of these other skill sets are vital to special operations. At what point could we see a shift where those support functions are actually the lead element and the direct action is potentially supporting these other non-kinetic means? Major Alexander.
So I think it's got to happen sooner rather than later, and I think our leaders you hear a lot more talk about it, you don't necessarily see a lot more action. I think especially when we are at that below the threshold of typical warfare right now, our competitors are in the people space, right? Warfare is human, whether it's you're dealing with the civilian population or it's the guy behind the technology, right? The guy pushing the button, let's say. Warfare is inherently human, and from my own experiences in Europe, as a civil affairs person, we were looking at what our problem set was in the Balkans, and as we looked to see what was needed, what was out there, it took a lot of discussion to say, well, is it or can it be some SEALs that run the leadership aspect of it, or maybe, hey, I've got this civil affairs company here that can do a lot of the work, and maybe they can be in charge of it. And it was a huge fight throughout the command as to whether or not civil affairs can command anybody. Do they have the ability, the skills, the knowledge? Is it their fight, is it not? And eventually we got it, yay for us. But it was a lot of heartache to take that command responsibility away from the typical MOSs of SEALs and Special Forces, Rangers or Marine Raiders out there. And we had some key leaders in the organization, in the command structure that said, yeah, one, I don't have others, and this fight is actually can and should be led by civil affairs. And so it can happen. It should be potentially shifting. It's not to say that the security cooperation or the typical things that I think we imagine when it comes to special operations aren't going to be out there, but maybe some of our fights are in the civil domain. It is in those networks. It is something that we should be getting the psychological operations people to lead, to command, to be the planner for it, or in my specific case, civil affairs, because it deals with understanding the population and how they're being influenced by our adversaries every day.
So a clarifying question, during that deployment, was a SEAL the commander?
So a SEAL was our 05 commander, and so yes, he was, and it took my entire deployment to have those conversations and build that trust with him. Say, I think we've got a problem. I think there's a solution if you will put your trust in this unknown, maybe not unknown, but in this atypical command structure.
And so that SEAL commander took the risk to allow a civil affairs major to be in charge of that campaign.
Correct. Yep, correct.
Okay, Master Sergeant McKay.
Yeah, so we're seeing this on the enlisted side already. We have a great example of this. Chief Master Sergeant Greg Smith just took over as the command senior enlisted leader of the Special Operations Command. And when we talk about talent management and we talk about right guy for the right job or right gal for the right job, he's it. He's by trade, he's a AC-130 door gunner. Came up in the AFSOC community, and a lot of times when we think about who commands or who sits at the highest levels of special operations, they typically have a Green Beret on or they have a Trident. And we're starting to break that paradigm now, and he's starting to break the mold of what the leaders look like in the future because he has the experience. He came up through AFSOC. He's been in charge of AFSOC. He's been the command senior enlisted of AFSOC. He's taught at the Joint Special Operations University. I mean, he's got all the right credentials. He's just not wearing a Green Beret or a Trident, and I know that that's weird right now, but I don't think as we continue to build out what the Global SOF network looks like to include EW, electronic warfare, information operations, psychological operations, civil affairs, as the Global SOF network continues to develop and morph into what we need for the future fight, which is competition and not conflict, and we're existing in the non-shooting space, you're going to see these people continually, I believe, rise to the top.
Or at least we need to see those people.
Or we need to, right? Because again, you're bringing your experiences forward. Somebody who has 20 years of psychological operations or information warfare that's going into a place like UCOM and are dealing with the Russians who, by all counts, are matching, if not outpacing, our information operations in that space. We need those people in charge, and I think Chief Smith is just a great example right now of somebody who's outside the box, and SOF says that we're the masters of the human domain and we're outside the box, and he's it, and he's doing a great job, and he's the exact leader we need right now on the enlisted side to go forward, and we're all happy to have him here, even though he's a little bit different.
Fantastic. Either of you?
Yeah, no, that's what's great about the working in the joint environment is it's irrespective of what service branch you came from or your background. Generally speaking, if you have something to contribute, then generally you'll have some degree of reward. As far as if you have something to contribute to the team, then folks are going to empower you and pull you on to serve as a subordinate element leader or potentially the leader. And long gone are the days where we go and execute a half raid, we come back, clean our weapons, and that's it. The guys out here, these war fighters right here, will tell you that there is a tremendous amount of preparation before any kinetic operation by non-kinetic means, and then post risk mitigation, post operation. So the words are weapon systems. So those IO folks and even the public affairs are so critical to everything that we do. But one thing that we can't forget, and especially being a good a Green Beret, you got to make sure and include our allies and our foreign partners. There's a lot of times, they get kind of subjugated to another room. They may have a little mini jock, but bottom line is they're really not included into the process. And you'd be amazed at, once you include those folks in the decision making or the planning processes, that they have a lot to bring. I have an Australian RAF guy in my cohort up at my fellowship, and he said, hey, you Americans, a lot of times you just study operations or conflicts in which the U.S. has taken part in. There's so many others that have happened globally that you guys can glean lessons learned. So just kind of open up the aperture and look at some other conflicts. He's referring to Asia, Pacific, and then AFRICOM, AOR as well.
So looking at the question, right, the supported supporting, right? I'm not going to argue the doctrine of whether or not those are useful terms or not, but I think if we look at the NDAA language from 2017 that put the chairman as the global integrator, right, and we look at how that has forced us as a force to look at the role of the geographic combatant commanders, and generally we have looked in the past, if we are looking at how we are going to tackle Russia, we turn to the European commander and say, hey, what are we going to do? Instead, if we put that globally integrated operations lens on it, it is how do we get after Russia globally? And that means we have to look at it like a balloon. It's not about supporting, right? Yes, Russia is still in the EUCOM commander's backyard. But how do we apply pressure, or what does one force create on one side of the balloon that has an impact on the other side of the balloon, whether intended or unintended? So as we look at the technology supporters or civil affairs or any other of the enabling, so I'm a long-time enabler, right? You fly left-hand circles to make sure that amazing dudes on the ground can take, inferior numbers against a superior force and win, right? Insurance policy. But if I don't do my job right, or if I let a round go in the wrong spot, I have now detracted from the mission, right? So it's not about supporting. It's about how do we integrate all of these capabilities, whether it's a cyber operator, a civil affairs operator, an intelligence operator, a door kicker, an aircraft, money, crime fighting, right? All of these things work together. And I think as we continue to look at what does that do to supported, how do we still have one person in charge, right? Because at some point somebody's got to make a decision. We can't just all talk about it and admire it. But we've got to look at it holistically across the dime, so across all of those different elements of power, and then across all of the elements within SOF. And I think SOF has led the charge on that to a large degree. We have to continue to challenge our own paradigms about how do we integrate all of the capability that we have across all of the forces that we have.
And I think that speaks to leader attributes too in the previous question, is that the leader that's going to do that is somebody, or that we need is somebody that can be the integrator, that is going to encourage those discussions, that is going to not make people feel as if they are the support person. No, you are a part of this team. You aren't just support me along the way. And so that I think that speaks to the attribution part of it.
Great. In the interest of time, and so that we can get to the audience's questions, this will be the final question that I ask, speaking to all of the things that we've already discussed and many of the other questions that we bounced around back and forth between us as panelists before we arrived. what are the policy changes that you think are necessary to increase cognitive diversity amongst SOF, fundamentally to make us more innovative and prepared for this future fight? We'll start with Master Sergeant McKay.
So, policy changes need to come in the idea of, in the approach of new people across the board. We have a very good model right now for making the person that we have. We have very established long-term schools. We make great people to fight the CT fight today. We have to question that paradigm and question that model and say, if I can recruit somebody who's first generation, English is a second language, long-term permanent resident of the United States of America, who in the last 3 or 4 years immigrated from, say, the Ukraine, who wants to come in, who wants to go back, who wants to fight Russia, do I need to make that person in the same model that we've been making people for the last 18 years? And am I willing to give that person up if they can't do that, right? So we have to challenge our model. And then that challenges standards as well. Do we need new MOSs? To get new people into this organization that are more in the model of the OSS, right? PhDs who can win bar fights. They brought in lawyers, bankers, accountants. They brought in people because we're training them to the baseline standard. We can teach people how to shoot. We can teach people how to fight. What I can't do is bring in all these other experiences. I can't make you a 22-year-old Ukrainian kid who, E&E'd yourself out of Russian occupation. I can't do that, but you can bring that. So we have to challenge our models and see if we can bring in new people and find ways to really strike at the heart of not only diversity, but diversity for purpose, to get us on the periphery of these near-peer adversaries and get the right people who have the cultural and situational awareness, understanding to really get after this problem. And we have to challenge our models.
Major Alexander.
I think at some of the basic level when it comes to policy for this is the way we code and build our organization. So the commander, the operations chief, the senior enlisted leader in a lot of our organizations is for a very specific military occupational specialty. It is, as you mentioned in the beginning, a lot of our senior leaders will be an SF guy. It can only be an SF guy in this position, right? And in order to get to that position, that rank, you have to hit very specific gates in your career path. If you deviate at all, left or right, even in time and space, if you spend an extra year doing something else, you are putting your career at risk and you're putting your ability to reach that leadership position at risk because you wanted to spend a year teaching at West Point or because you wanted to go get a master's degree that took 2 years instead of 1 year.
Or go to the Stanford Design School
Right.
and learn about human-centered design.
Right.
Army officers are paying for that out of pocket because they can't get their leadership to send them,
Right.
even though the DoD's priority is innovation.
Right. And so as a civil affairs officer, I will never be the battalion operations officer or an operations officer for United States Army Special Operations Command. I'm a civil affairs person. That's just not the way it works at this point in time, right? I may not get to be the battalion or the task force operations officer for Colonel Trujillo when he becomes a task force commander, because I'm not.
Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Yeah, maybe hire me.
Start here today. Maybe the seed is planted right now.
Right. I want that job. Right. So those are basic things, and I get why there are reasons. Right. I need a signal officer to be the signal person and to be the communications officer, but maybe we think about the way we code leadership positions or planners positions or things like that into opening them up and making it not so rigid. And then the pathway to that are, as I said, it's very key checklist items that you have to make if you want to get there. And you can't deviate. And maybe it means you have to give up family time or you have to give, your work-life balance is different. So then what kind of experiences and how are they as leaders if they gave up time to be with their families in order to put the hours in order to get the 10th deployment in 10 years or 15 years, right? And so then what kind of organizational cultures are they creating with that? And so it's a very, and I know there's lots of discussions about talent management and our personnel systems, but it is some of those very basic things that come to coding and a billet and coding to how we're doing things that need to be addressed and making it okay for speaking a little bit about risk, that it's okay if I didn't have this position, but I can still command. Right? If I didn't have that experience, I'm still going to be an okay commander if you've looked at who I am, if you looked at how I've operated in other positions.
Colonel Trujillo.
Yeah, we definitely around the 03 level, and I think most services do it, and then probably around the E6 level, we start putting people in these bins that Nicole kind of articulated, and we've got to look at, kind of differing that professional development models. But, also with that, we can learn a lot from private industry with respect to recruiting, retention, incentivization, and sometimes some leadership as well, because they are dealing, a lot of these global companies are dealing with multifaceted organizations, that require timeliness. And so I think there's a lot that we can learn. So infusing young men and women in educational institutions, training with industry. A lot of it in the Army right now is just, you can go train with industry, but as long as you're not a combat arms officer. But if you're a logistician, we're happy to send you to FedEx. Well,
Or Amazon.
yeah, so why don't we do that with, some of our other folks? And it's a two-way street. Maybe they come in and learn a few things and can bring some things into our organizations. But, bottom line, I think we're all trying to say is, we've got to change. We've got to do something different. We've got to allow people opportunities and not prejudge them, because you may be a great captain or a great staff sergeant, but maybe you're not going to be a great lieutenant colonel, or maybe you're not, in a command billet. So, maybe somebody may not be a good captain, but maybe they're growing, and we just can't stunt them so early and put them in a bin. And if you're not in command, you're not worth, much. So we just got to look at that.
Colonel Ripple. So I think we've all hit on some similar pieces here. I call it the one right path, right? And every one of us, when we get a prospectus for investment, right, we read the fine print that says prior performance is no indicator of future performance, right? And then what do each and every one of us do? We flip to the 10-year returns, right, to see what it's done. And I think that's how we ended up on a homogenous one right path, right? There's no evil empire trying to hold people down. That's not what it is. It's good people going, hey, I believe in my, my own confirmation bias that I'm a good dude. And if I'm a good dude and I got here because I did step A, B, and C, then I should look around me, and the people that I think are going to be good people for the mission and the people, they should take step A, B, and C, because I know it got me where I am. That's what's created this homogeneity of path. So we've become focused on the check mark. So people call it checking the boxes, they call it checklist steps, whatever you call it, right? We've focused on the processes to build leaders, instead of focusing on what do we really need at the outcome space. So I can't speak intelligently to the joint developmental education enterprise other than SDE and JSOFC, right? And I think JSOFC is a fantastic example of where we've done it right? Every senior NCO across the SOF enterprise is expected to at least do JSOFC in distance and, ideally in residence as well. On the senior developmental education side, I was able to go over to National Defense University and be in a classroom with interagency partners that completely challenged my paradigm, right? So for 20 years, I've been saying, hey man, where's the State Department me that's been back and forth to Afghanistan and Iraq a gazillion times? Well, come to find out, it's because they change countries every 3 years. And their workforce is tiny. So maybe that experience 10 years ago would have challenged who I am and what I see. But if I look at the inside parts of what the Air Force does on developmental education, we send you to basic developmental education when you're in 03, and we send you to intermediate developmental education when you're in 04, coming up on 05. In both of those situations, that curriculum is exactly the same for me, a pilot, as it was for my husband, who is an operational analyst, right? You know what he knows a lot about? He knows a lot about budgets. He knows a lot about acquisitions. He knows a lot about innovation. He knows about a lot of things. You know what he doesn't know a whole lot about? Joint operations, because he didn't do those things as a captain. But he and I took the exact same course. So I didn't learn jack about the acquisition stuff that I needed to learn about. I didn't become as smart as him in those things as a 05 commander. And he didn't learn as much about the joint operations environment as I had learned from just being able to deploy for years. We've got to stop looking at homogeneity of experience and look at the credibility and competence we need on the outcome side. And that takes energy and work. And I get that. It's not an easy thing to ask for, but we also have technology on our side. Right? We have the ability to synthesize data so much quicker than we did even 10 years ago. So we could look at every 05 in the United States Air Force right now, or every 05 across the SOF enterprise, and go, hey, what are the skill sets that they have? Who needs what? How do we top them up? maybe it's about a civilian institution. Maybe it's about an industry exposure. Maybe it's about an exchange with the interagency. And some of those opportunities are available for our very top performers, but they aren't available across the spectrum.
That's right. Exactly.
And I think that's a great point, is where do we need to have some of those experiences too? Because a lot of those schools, those fellowships, those experiences are for the very senior people, but you have to put in 20 years to get there. And some of our junior officers and NCOs, who maybe they're not getting motivated and challenged in the office that they're currently in, so they can't see, like, I've got to wait 15 years to get to that experience. That's not exactly motivating. That's not exactly something that some of the new generation wants to deal with. And then where does that impact where we are in competition? How does that impact, if we're not getting those different exposures as junior leaders, and we're the ones on the ground, we're the ones in the embassies, we're the ones dealing with the adversaries and how they're influencing the population. I'm not a senior leader doing that, right? We need those people to have those things, because that's where the fight is. That is who our adversaries are, and that's where they're dealing with it. And we can't wait 20 years for them to get the education or the training that exposes them to different experiences.
Yeah. Great points. Okay, we'll have time for a few questions. Ma'am.
Megan Myers from Military Times. You touched on it a little bit earlier, but some of the misconduct and ethics controversies that have been rocking SOCOM a little bit, how is that affecting the effectiveness of Special Operations Forces, and what sort of cultural changes are needed to address those for the future?
That's a great question. And I guess I need to reiterate, I am not here for the Department of Defense, and I obviously work there, but I think that I guess I don't necessarily know how it's affecting how we fight the fight. Right? There are individuals and things that are making decisions that are impacting us in the long term. I think our commands are taking everything very seriously, and we are all individually asking, where are we going, and what does this do for us? How does this impact how we're working? And so I think we are going in the same direction, or in the right directions at that point.
I mean, broadly, I think it is important to keep in mind, while I did bring that up as contextual, I mean, the majority of the force is honorable and doing great things in service. And the unfortunate part is that we have some negative stories that are impacting and creating a loss of public trust. That's really the key that I was trying to get at. So it's difficult, especially for members who are in active duty right now, which all of these individuals are, to be able to speak to that without getting ahead of the Department of Defense or SOCOM. So I will, in essence, speak for them that it is important that, from a narrative perspective, the rest of the great stories of successful special operations are being told, which I think is also fundamentally one of our challenges. It impacts our ability to retain and recruit, because we don't have all of the fantastic stories of what SOF is doing across the various parts of the world. We have these very negative stories, and that's what people at Google are focusing on, rather than focusing on all of the ways in which we could work together to impact the globe. Okay, sir.
Excellent presentation. George Nicholson, with Special Operations Global SOF Foundation. Sergeant, one of the things you talked about, cultural awareness, and Colonel Trujillo, you probably remember General Shacknow. Sid Shacknow was a legend. He was in a concentration camp in World War II, came out, moved up in SOF, died a couple of years ago. But in terms of one of the things that was extremely effective in cultural awareness, you probably remember in the early 50s, there was something called the Wagner Act. And we said, we need this cultural awareness. We can send somebody to the Defense Language Institute, but they're not as effective. So what they did is they took people that wanted to immigrate from the Warsaw Pact countries, bumped them to the top of the list, and brought them into special operations. I had the same conversations with the head of the National Guard Bureau, Craig McKinley, a few years ago, where I said, you've got a tremendous opportunity in the National Guard, the 19th and the 20th. You've got people in some of these states who are almost, I don't want to use the word ghetto, but they're really native speakers in this area. Why don't you worry more about, rather than getting more F-35 units or getting F-22 units, of going ahead and recruiting these people? And Colonel, your comments, Sergeant, your comments.
Yes, sir. I mean, I obviously concur with everything. And we see this, and I'm not saying that this doesn't happen. You know, in MARSOC, we have great first-generation Marines who are native language speakers. I think, you know, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think 7th Group is a great example of really where they concentrate their native speakers and regionally align them. So I'm not saying this isn't happening. What I'm saying is if we really want to get after this problem in a similar fashion to what the OSS did, you can't take the industrial era war model and just supplant it where we're going in the future. That doesn't work like that. But there are some techniques that they use. And when I say that, I mean aggressively recruiting, like you said, going into these neighborhoods, and then expediting the hard parts of this, right? Because when you look at a structural change, the issue in the structure is how do we recruit them? How do we get them in through training? How do we get them security clearances, right? So these are all problems when we're taking on, when we're targeting a specific population that really do want to get after the problem. If they've grown up either in or around the periphery of Russia and China and they want to be Americans, fundamentally, they want to serve their nation. And there's some real structural reform that we have to get to increase the population to maybe the size and scope that we need to start putting together teams, companies, battalions of people who can re-enter into those environments on the periphery of those threats and really start doing the long-term work, because they have the familial relationships, they understand the culture, and they're at home back there, and they at that point may have more invested in that fight than we do. But we'd have to get over a lot of hurdles to get there, and so my policy recommendation is not that we're not doing it now, but to get after this more aggressively, there's some structural barriers we would need to break down.
The only thing I would add is, you know, one of the unsung heroes of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq are our interpreters, who put it on the line every single day, who worked shoulder to shoulder with all of our special operation elements. And now we have a tremendous backlog in the special immigrant visa program. And unfortunately, a lot of times the only people that reap the benefit of being able to come over here were those interpreters that worked at 4-star headquarters. And unfortunately, the youngsters, the guys and gals who are out there every single day at the tip of the spear, putting it out there and taking care of us, frankly, unfortunately weren't able to. So I know there's a tremendous backlog at the State Department. I'd love to be able to, you know, reinvigorate that process, and those would be, you know, we'd love to get some of those, and I know there are a few in the DoD right now working, but it'd be great to get some of those folks on ODAs and get them back out in the fight. So.
Really good presentation. And again, just listening to the panel as a retired SF guy and hearing the future really gives me a lot of hope where we're going. So for all the panel members, but a lot of what you talked about throughout this was, you know, things that people should do to do better, and you gave examples throughout. But you know, personnel is policy. Policy is what's critical to making these organizations, you know, special operations systemically better. I would argue that U.S. SOCOM has a pretty laissez-faire attitude towards personnel policy. They largely, you know, delegate that out to each of the individual services. So, for instance, Kevin and Nicole, you are bound by all the policies, personnel policies that the Army has. Those have not changed, really, other than don't ask, don't tell, repeal, and the decision to allow women to serve in all billets across all services. You know, the Army really has not changed any of its policies in decades. So, you know, if we're going to have the most innovative special operations force out there as we go forward, does U.S. SOCOM need to take more of an active role in personnel policy for its forces to make them better and more adaptive?
I think that's a great question and a great challenge to the organization. I think it does. I think when, you know, obviously I can only speak to the Army board system, but, you know I've heard that, hey, we command as majors, but that's not what the rest of the Army commands at. They command as captains. And so when the board members that are in armor or that are in aviation, they look at my file, there's always discussion of, you can't just be a commander. You have to be a 3 because people don't, an operations officer, because the board members don't recognize me as being a commander as a key developmental position. And while they're told that, it's reinforced, there's a SOF member on the board, it's still a discussion because it's not inherent in their mind. So maybe there is a way that it's a special operations board only, right? And maybe then I think what would be pretty innovative and different is maybe it's a joint board where we're all competing in all the services together. I'm competing with the rest of the O3s or 4s from AFSOC or for MARSOC as well, not just the other 3 special operations occupational specialties.
I'll be honest, sir, I hadn't looked at it from that perspective, but I think one of the things that US SOCOM does do is, regardless of the policy change or not, it's the selection of non-traditional personnel into the roles based on capability and competence. And I think to a certain extent that causes change in the very quiet, soft way, right? Where we're not necessarily going to change the book, but we're going to change the way that we do business. And I think we've seen the DoD to a certain extent moving in line with that, but it's certainly something I'm going to think about moving forward. Thank you. Either of you?
One follow-up I guess I'd like to make from Colonel Ripple too is, and we talked about with technology earlier in some of the panels, is that some of the things SOF does is meant to support the rest of the services. The technology things that we do should go off into the rest of the military. So and I think we have opportunities in SOF that the way we handle our personnel systems, the way we handle our characters, the way we deal with leadership is something that we can push off and influence and challenge the rest of our military force in that sense as well. And that's something that we should hold, that we in the command should hold very dear. This is our role potentially to be at the front, to be at the tip of the spear in how we deal with personnel, with talent management, with leadership.
Not just technology.
Right.
Okay, and on that note, we're getting the hook. So we're going to go ahead and bid you all a fair fall and farewell. Thank you very much for your attention, for being here. Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you. Well, so we're sort of running a little short on time, so we're going to kill this coffee break and move to the next panel, and they're going to come out right now. Okay, and moderating this panel is Candace Rondo of Arizona State and New America, the former Washington Post bureau chief in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats? Because we're going to start now.
I'll go in the order.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start now.
Am I mic'd? I'm good?
You'll come up.
Yeah. Okay, folks, we're going to get started. I'm sorry to interrupt the coffee break, but I'm trusting that people will get up, get their coffee as they need it. So we've got a really good panel, and I know it's the end of the day, and you're wondering, how is it that I'm still here, still listening? But I think you're going to find this panel pretty energizing, especially in light of the fact that we have Admiral McCraven coming up pretty soon. We want to keep it kind of tight. So without further ado, I want to introduce our panelists. All of them have in common a deep understanding of not only the trajectory of ISIS, but the history of the many countries and the region from which ISIS sprung, and the ideology, as well as the sort of demographic and sort of cultural shifts that have occurred over the last 20 years. So let me start with Sinan Hahatet to my left. He is a senior fellow with the Omran Center for Strategic Studies and also with a think tank called Al-Sharq. He writes a lot about Syria. He's Syrian himself. He has been looking at the war through the eyes of a Syrian, but also through the eyes of an analyst for many, many years now. Next to Sinan is Nate Rosenblatt. our colleague here at New America, a fellow. Nate recently wrote a piece with our colleague David Kilcullen on how Raqqa became the caliphate's capital and what actually happened to kind of grow this proxy war into the central locus of the caliphate and ISIS. And last but not least, of course, is Azadeh Moaveni, who has been around and around the bend many times when it comes to looking at the challenge of ideological splits in the Middle East. She is not only a fellow here, she is an author of a book that's come out and received a lot of acclaim. It's out there being sold right now. Guest house for young women, widows, among the women of ISIS. If you haven't read it, I haven't, I will admit, but I hear from my fellow panelists that it's a must-read. Reads like a novel. Azadeh also works for my alma mater, International Crisis Group, as a gender analyst. So welcome to you all. We're going to start off talking a little bit about sort of some of the lessons learned. That's kind of the theme of this panel. And I wanted to just kind of throw it out there openly. We've been talking in the back room, sort of going deep in the weeds on the changes in sort of jihadist philosophies that we've seen over time and what that's meant for ISIS as a movement, but also for other movements like Al-Qaeda, et cetera. Obviously, one of the big kind of leitmotifs of ISIS's growth has been the narrative that it has shared with the world, right? And that narrative has been there are corrupt governors of Egypt, Libya, Syria, who deserve to be challenged. And not only do they deserve to be challenged, it is the duty of every Muslim in the Ummah, in the community, to rise up against this corrupt governance. This has been the storyline that has mobilized thousands of young men and women to fight against governments in Syria, Libya, and so forth. But there's a counter-narrative that has also prevailed, that has dictated airstrikes and has put boots on the ground in places like Iraq. And that counter-narrative says that ISIS can be contained and can be destroyed and can be degraded. And it is a counter-narrative that has been promoted in large part by certainly the United States government and its allies. And I think we've seen that both narratives have resulted in a lot of destruction. So what are the lessons? I think I would maybe start with you, Azadeh, because you spent so much time listening to the stories of young women who joined ISIS. What are the lessons about the kind of mobilizing power of narratives in these communities?
So thank you, Candace, for that wonderful introduction. And very good to be here with all of you. And sorry about your coffee break. I researched and worked closely on how ISIS kind of deployed its narrative and its storyline to young women across many different milieus. And it was extraordinarily powerful, and I think that perhaps I'll say this, I think that in so many different countries, that narrative was so catered and made so bespoke to particular frustrations, desires, grievances. It was anchored so effectively in place that while it pulled on the grand story, it was pushed most effectively by connecting it with local challenges. So to that end, while I think the dream of a caliphate, the dream of a homeland, especially in the lives of so many families and young people a generation who was destroyed and drawn into this, those kind of grand ideas have been really polluted, I think, and tainted by the ISIS kind of descent into utter brutality. The kind of the effective intermingling of grand narrative with very real local fissures, I think is a dynamic that will always be with us. I think we see it right now. I mean, ISIS so shrunken and so humiliated. In the latest statement by Baghdadi is again invoking the plight of women ISIS-affiliated women in these who are detained in these camps in the Northeast saying, oh, Muslims, how can you hold your head up at home when your women are being humiliated in the camps of the infidels? And we know that this is a very dangerous and urgent situation, the detention of these, it's 14,000 foreign women and children. So again, it's the kind of canny harnessing of the grand narrative to an urgent situation that's very real, and deploying it. So I think in that way, we see the arc, it's a successful arc repeat, even though we would imagine that we're at a point where, as an idea, it can't be galvanizing anymore in a micro way, and that's what it's always done so effectively. So I think we see the essential core dynamic of it, unfold right again before our eyes.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think, Nate, you were talking a little bit, you've been working on sort of social network analysis and looking specifically at how this evolved in a sort of microcosm of a city. We looked at Raqqa, but you're also now looking in Tunisia. How would you compare these two examples?
Yeah, first just thank you everyone for coming, and thank you to New America and the Global SOF Foundation and others for supporting this. I'm a little bit intimidated by the amount of expertise in the room. I'm just going to share some of the things I know. Hopefully they provide some food for thought here. As far as narratives go, I'm just a little bit skeptical of our ability to assess narratives at such a broad level. I think it's too broad for us to generalize in that way. It's less about, I think, the propaganda that IS disseminated and more what IS represented that made it so powerful, and why more foreign fighters joined IS than pretty much any conflict in the last 100 years. And what IS represented was just different in different places based on where you grew up and the issues you faced at home. My doctoral dissertation looks at how hubs of foreign fighter recruitment emerged in the Arabic-speaking world. So when you look at a map of where people come from who joined IS, they joined from 80 countries. The map looks totally red, but when you actually look at the places inside those countries they come from, it's very concentrated in towns and villages and neighborhoods of cities. And so in the Arabic-speaking world, I've calculated that the majority of fighters who joined IS came from territory and populations that represent about 15% of the total region. So these hubs are incredibly important for our understanding of what's going on in terms of how IS's narrative is resonant and will continue to resonate in the future. And so the question is, why is it so attractive in these specific areas? I think it's not just attractive for the narrative, it's attractive because of these interpersonal networks that influence the process of joining, that reach you in a certain way at a certain time and shift an outcome in your life that would have gone in one direction and went in another. And one of the things I love about Azade's book, which is out there, and I really encourage you to at least pick it up and leaf through it because you'll definitely buy it when you do, is how accidental a lot of this was for people. But the reason why hubs are so important is because we are social animals. We're shaped by the decisions people make around us, and the people around us giving us an opportunity to decide on something that we otherwise would not normally have. And so it expands the scope of potential motivations for ones that aren't just necessarily ideological, or those who watch YouTube videos of Muaz Kasaspa, the Jordanian pilot, being burned alive, but are for reasons like in Tunisia, being protected from police interrogation, or in other places because your friends and family did it. But the time at which you eventually join the group shifts your mindset completely. And over time, you become indoctrinated into this particular ideology. But that radicalization process, for many people, isn't so radical. It's very deliberate. And so I'll just end my point here by talking about Al-Hol, which is a camp in northeastern Syria. And now this is a camp which is a hub. It grew from 10,000 people to 75,000 people in about 6 months during the final attacks on the IS redoubt in Baghuz, Syria. And 25,000 people in this camp are under the age of 5. 92% of them are women. And in a camp of 75,000 people, there are 600 guards. That's it. And so the dominant position or the dominant narrative, you could say, is Allah loves most those who he tries and tests the hardest. And that ideology is basically to say, right now we're under duress, we're being tested, our commitment to the cause is being watched. And so it's not necessarily true that all the thousands of tens of thousands of people believe in this, but that is the power dynamic in this neighborhood, in this camp. So women who are collaborating with the Syrian Democratic Forces who are in charge of monitoring and policing the camp are being found buried underneath their tents, killed, or their tents are being burned. So even if someone said to you, oh, I believe this narrative, it's hard to determine whether or not that is true, that they actually believe it. But that is the power dynamic in these places. And it is the power dynamic in a lot of hubs. And so for some people, it's safer to be part of the movement than not. And so I think when we think about how to deal with this problem going forward, but also how we diagnose what happened before, we need to think about how these power centers emerged so that we can, over time, I think, hopefully reduce their chances of emerging in the future.
So that's a perfect segue for Sinan. I mean, you saw these power centers emerge up close.
Yeah.
It's your hometown, it's your home country. What does this mean for us now? I mean, we know that the totalitarian construct that's been built by the Assad regime still is there.
Yep.
And yet the same totalitarian construct that's been built by ISIS remains in the heads of its followers. Neither construct has been eliminated. And in fact, autocracy seems to be something that everybody wants to be grabbing hold on. What to do?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Well, I think it's very important to, when we look at ISIS, is to look how it has evolved from previous Qaeda experiences. And when we look at Salafi jihadism, it was till the Syrian conflict a very elitist cause. So it wasn't a subject that is widely discussed in families, in the society. When we speak about networks of recruitment, it's very important, as Nate has pointed out, but these networks, even though they are instrumental in bringing in new blood and recruiting new fellows, they are still operational on a very small scale. They are not widely spread across the society. This is especially the case in societies like the Syrian one or the Tunisian one, where it was when political Islam in general was cracked down hard by the authoritarian regime. So I think what ISIS succeeded in doing, and this is a dangerous path, is how it metamorphosed from an elitist movement to a populist one. So they use the social media as a very efficient tool in now reaching every household. All you have to do is put up a video out there, and it's very easy to propagate. It's very easy to go through, and and all you need really to be received is that the other person on the other line have a smartphone, a small screen. And this is new dynamics. This is dynamics we haven't seen before, because previously to crack down on Qaeda-like groups, all you had to do is target their leaderships, put them in jail, kill them, detain them, eliminate them. It was still an easy to grasp and easy to contain problem. Now this is different. And previously in 2010, 2011, 12, or even till 2015, I used to say and in strong belief that ISIS ideology doesn't have a strong hold in countries like Syria, for example, and a society that I know very well. I cannot say this confidently anymore. Why? Because the reason why it's festered, the reason why it found a stronghold are still existing, and on the contrary are even getting worse. And when we look at the narrative of ISIS, and this is why narrative is important, because narrative is, it's the most effective populist tool, right? So it's not about, fine-tuned ideologies and fine-tuned ideas. No, it's about massive messages that are very shallow, that are very generalistic, that appeal to the sentiments rather than the rational thinking. So when we look at this, it's always about two things, about injustices that the local societies have been facing by their authoritarian regime, and the perceived injustice also of the international community not intervening at the right time, not helping the democratic movements, and so on and so forth. And the other one is claiming historical glory, claiming a civilizational leadership of power, of hope. So you have this very strong feelings of injustice and also glory and power, and grabbing what's yours. So in this case, I think the narrative is very strong.
Can I jump in here at this
Please,
point?
jump in.
I think I just want to echo the point about Sinan made about the sense of injustice. In the neighborhoods where we're talking about, these are neighborhoods where there are strong ties in the community, but they're strong ties because they're so isolated. And Azadeh has this great phrase in her book where she talks about how in Tunisia, the Tunisian government was micro-policing people's piety. This sense of injustice is super important. And one of the people I interviewed in the neighborhood where I'm doing my fieldwork in Tunisia was saying, look, I hated tyrants before it was the curriculum. So like these people are coming up to me saying things I already believe, and that's actually one of the best ways recruiters found to strike up conversations with young men in these neighborhoods, was just to say, hey, you hate the police too? It looks like we have something in common. And then they would go from there. But on the point that Sinan's making about social media, and this is where I wanted to jump in terms of the narrative, if social media, I think, especially in the Arabic-speaking world, if social media was so important of a tool, then we would see a much more random dispersal of people who join, because internet penetration is generally quite good, and especially on mobile devices. So people could join from anywhere if they could view the material from anywhere. But we see time and time again, both in this mobilization and previous ones, that there are concentrations of people in very specific places, and those places aren't unique. There are lots of places with high degrees of unemployment, other major issues like youth bulges and high school dropout rates, et cetera. So why is it that there are certain places with these characteristics that become hubs? And my research has really underscored the point that at the end of the day, there has to be an encounter. There is a person you meet, and that person shapes your experience along the way. I think social media does a really good job of normalizing the ideology. So you see all this material online that backs up what this person has said to you. Hey, have you heard about the caliphate in Syria? So I think it normalizes it, one, and two, I think it extends the experience of radicalization, because someone can come in and show you, look, you don't have to take my word for it. Look at this video that shows life in the caliphate, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's where the social media discussion ought to be in my point of view. But at the end of the day, I very strongly believe that a lot of this is done in person.
Let me actually just get Azadeh to comment on this, because you mentioned place. And I think, you've interviewed a number of women. How much did place figure into place and sort of the stories of secrecy within a family, which I think is a very common denominator amongst many ISIS followers, sort of the secret exit from family pacts, right, into adulthood, and the kind of inability to self-actualize in a lot of families and communities. How much did that factor in some of the stories you saw?
I think that's definitely thematically, a big part of the story of ISIS for young people. Is a story of youth rebellion and rebelling against mothers who are overbearing, or a culture or a society at a certain moment that doesn't offer a lot of other opportunity to young women. I start my book with Noor, a young Tunisian woman who grew up in Tunisia before the revolution, and she is thrown out of school because she shows up at school wearing a headscarf, and she wasn't permitted to sit in classes, and she was slapped by teachers and sent home because there was no way to engage in society at that time. In the UK, and the stories of those schoolgirls from London who went, I think everywhere there's, especially very young girls, because if you're recruiting a 15-year-old, I think you do have to, as you would if you were part of a grooming gang. You have to position the parent as wrong and the parent as someone that the secrets should be kept from. And I think it's what gangs do. I think it's what predators do. And I think there's the teenage impulse to rebel. And especially, I think in Europe, this was a big strand. Young Muslims from quite conservative families, I think felt kind of exhilarated to rebel to the right. If you are going to be a traditional Pakistani parent, watch me. Like, I'm going to become a really hardcore Salafi and, even go way beyond you. So I think moment and place is really so much of the story. Something that I was thinking about, and I'll just say it quickly because I know we don't have so much time. The question of narrative. It came to my mind that why can't we use more formers, as they're called in British counterterrorism lingo? Why can't we use more formers to counter message if the narrative was the problem? Because they would have seen through it, they suffered the consequences of falling for the wrong narrative. But almost always in the UK where I live, formers are not very good or former radicals, former members of jihadist or militant groups, after they've done their time, often cannot be prevailed upon or used very effectively because they kind of come in with the 80 to 90% of the story and the motivation that wasn't really narrative. I mean, all that they still believe in. They still believe in and are motivated by and consumed by the tragedy of Guantanamo, hate crimes in Europe, the kind of political economy that allows us to support dictatorships that then kind of repress these people, these citizens in their own states. So all that's still true, and that's quite reality. It's not a narrative so much as just that overlay. But if we're going to prevail upon the people who've been through this on the other side of the journey, what they have to say is mostly unwelcome. I mean, it's unhelpful to the counterterrorism message. So I feel like we're in a bit of a bind. Because I think we have to push back against the narrative, but the narrative is only kind of maybe the outer layer of the story.
But to some degree, it's also almost confirmed, right, by the experience that we now seem to be having, which is a very diffuse threat, or at least a perceived diffuse threat. I mean, ISIS no longer has territory. It's somewhere out there, mostly online, and then in these disparate camps that nobody can really see or access, right? And it's sort of out there as a big blob that nobody can really touch. So that diffusion is a problem. But the other problem is, of course, the through line, the story that motivates so much, right, is Muslims are unwelcome here. Muslims don't belong here. That hasn't gone away. And even within the construct of sort of, let's say, Libya, Egypt, Syria, we want secularist Muslims who will be centrists, and we will welcome them, and et cetera, until we smash them, right? And that hasn't gone away either. So I think the next question is about messaging, right? We have seen recently, I don't know if any of you are really following this, it's a little bit, down in the weeds, but Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi recently had a statement out, and he was supposed to be dead, I'll just remind you, but now he's actually speaking from the grave, apparently. In any case, he had a statement out in which he called again for the mobilization of forces and attacks against the West. The usual main enemy is there. But there was a little bit of a shift, and we were talking a little bit about this earlier. There was a little bit of shift in tone as pertains to bad Muslims or takfir behaviors that make Muslims eligible for targeting. So within the jihadist community, there's always been this debate about, is it right, is it just to target civilians who are working for a corrupt government that is perceived as infidel? Is this a shift that is indicative of something that is genuine, or is it just sort of a practical shift in order to kind of keep mobilization going? Sinan, we talked a little bit about this.
Yeah, well, I think what makes ISIS narrative effective, that it is built on reality. So it's not a production of sheer imagination. It exploits sentiments that are real, and I agree completely with what Azadeh have said. And I agree also with what Nate have previously pointed out, that there is a need for a handler at a certain point. But the use of this narrative, and this will bring me up to an answer to your question, is that normalizing the ideology of ISIS is very important for their leadership, because it will not only give them support, but it will also, in an optic of creating a state, of creating a more organized structure, is very important in order to bring citizenship in between, quote unquote. I know a lot of youth that haven't been radicalized in the traditional meaning. They haven't, carried out weapons, and they were never ready to go to Raqqa. But at the same time, they were praying for the good guys of ISIS, because they're doing the right thing. And this is very important for ISIS. It means that even if we lose this war, even if we lose all our territory, we have won a little bit of, we have won the hearts of the people. Now, why Baghdadi made this shift? I think it's a very pragmatic one, because in the last 2 years, the image of ISIS have been so much tarnished, also in the eyes of the Muslim, that they have, been targeting civilians, that they have been very authoritarian, that they have gone into an impossible mission, and some of the responsibility for the destruction of Raqqa, for the atrocity of Bauz, is the responsibility of ISIS. This is now a real narrative that is, born within, the Syrian society, within the Iraqi society, without the help and without the nudge of any external or foreign actors. This is a self, realization. So I think that Baghdadi needed, from a very pragmatic point of view, to, listen this, very confrontational position against other Muslims, and to focus more on the idea of attacking the very clear enemy, the U.S. and the West, and so on and so forth. Let's try to to react to this sentiment.
So it sounds like if there was a nudge, right? I mean, there's this kind of concept in marketing called sort of the psychological push. The little shove toward a different way of thinking about a narrative, as you've heard it. Coke is good, Pepsi's bad, whatever it may be. In this instance, it sounds like if you wanted to nudge the narrative away from, the magnetism of ISIS and its current message, you might highlight not only the atrocities, right, that they committed, but potentially on the other side, a potential counter-narrative or counter-action would be a more just approach, right, to detainees by those who now hold them in places like Iraq. Certainly an insistence by the United States, potentially other allies, on a little bit more of a just approach to the foreign fighter problem. As we know, this is an outstanding question. It's going to persist probably for years. We don't know how many thousands of foreign fighters who can't return home, either to the UK or to Germany, because their governments don't have a process by which to take them in. And recently, we were talking about this, the Swedish government has been holding a bunch of meetings to discuss whether or not there should be an international tribunal, a la Rwanda, a la Yugoslavia, but only focused on ISIS and their war crimes. And obviously that's controversial, because clearly the Assad regime, and you might even argue some of the other regimes like in Libya that have been sort of going at them, have also committed a number of war crimes as well. Yeah. So how do we pivot here? I mean, what is the nudge when it comes to atrocities and justice in this instance? And then how does it connect back to the foreign fighters problem?
You asked 3 things at once, Candace.
Yeah, I know. That's how I do.
I will acknowledge. I'll start with the foreign fighters and the pivot, because I think it's always such a fantastic opportunity to apply rule of law and to flout the whole demolition of the gray zone ISIS narrative, which was that you will never be citizens of Western countries. They will never treat you the same way as they treat their people. So why not counter that with applying the rule of law, taking citizens back, repatriating them? And I've been working on this, and I must say, I think it's fantastic that the US has been really at the forefront of trying to push friendly governments and others in Europe, especially North Africa, to get especially women and children back. Because if we're seeing women and children and their humiliation kind of appear as a galvanizing theme in a Baghdadi message, that's an opportunity to push even harder. So I think it's an opportunity that, for every good reason, legal reasons, humanitarian reasons, security reasons, should be seized upon. And it's a powerful one. It's a powerful one because I think I was looking for it to put it in my book, but I couldn't find it. Kind of Islamic, it might be a hadith, but, challenge their injustice with your justice. I think it's powerful. And it is really to the benefit of that fragile area of Syria, its benefit to the counteraction, in every way. So I think that's an opportunity to deal with a terrible predicament in a way that could be advantageous in so many spheres and in the greater sphere.
Yeah, I totally agree. But before I jump into that, I just want to say, I think on the point of the shift from takfir, I just want to call out, Nelly Wakdat, she wrote a great piece a long time ago kind of predicting that this was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
That the takfir ideology was going to causes self-destruction in the transnational jihadist movement. But as for returnees, there are estimates of about 10 to 25,000 foreign fighters still at large, neither killed in the battlefield nor returned to their home countries. So massive, and massive when you consider that 20 ex-jihadists in a Tunisian prison in 2006 planted the seed for what would become the largest foreign fighter mobilization per capita of any country in the world. Even though that happened, I think there is no other alternative for countries to take back their citizens. I think the U.S. has been on the forefront of this. Of course, America benefits from the fact that only 100 to 200 fighters went to Syria, and Europe doesn't have that luxury. But at the end of the day, we are celebrating the 40th birthday of transnational jihadism this year. And the reason we keep coming back to this issue, and the reason why transnational jihadism is the most persistent mobilization of foreign fighters to conflicts around the world, is the persistent unwillingness of governments to repatriate, prosecute, and reintegrate their citizens. And now transnational jihadism isn't just distinguished by its size, but also by its persistence. And the thing that worries me about the flow of foreign fighters to future conflicts, be they to IS or other versions of that in the future, is that proxy war, both from the United States point of view, but also as it's being adopted around the region, especially between Saudi Arabia and Iran, is proliferating as a means of fighting conflicts. And so I could think of a half dozen different places where foreign fighters might flow with support from governments that are neighboring them because they think that it will advance their interests. And we know that what's going to end up happening is the kind of thing we saw in 2013, which is the way IS took over Raqqa. I think I'll just stop there.
You don't want to talk about war crimes tribunals?
I think war crimes tribunals are going to be a good idea for a few of the highest profile fighters because they're long and expensive. And does anyone know the only special tribunal that's dealt with cases of terrorism? It's the Special Tribunal in Lebanon. And for anyone who has followed that case,
it's not going well.
What's that?
It's not going well.
It's not going well. It's not going well at all. And so I think for us to think that that's going to deal with the thousands of people who went to Syria is delusional.
Sinan?
Yeah, well, in addition to the two excellent points both raised by Azadia and Nate, I think that the biggest problem still lies with the Arab countries and taking back their own nationals. So in comparison, The Europeans, in comparison to the Tunisians, the Egyptians, the Libyans, the Yemenis, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Emiratis, is just a small fraction. And these countries haven't shown any interest in getting back their fighters. Some of them are refusing it. We're also witnessing some backlash on national media. Some of them are even encouraging delegating this to the Syrian government or the Syrian regime, and this is even worse. And this is the guys that I worry the most about. More than a third generation immigrant from France or from Sweden. And the second thing I was thinking of is now there is enough body of research, enough empirical data that allow us to know how reintegration of foreign fighters works and what doesn't work. This is not a new phenomena. Incarceration is not always the solution. Just sending them back also and allow them to revive old network is not the situation. It's just going to, metamorphose into a new insurgency in another country. There are some countries that have been more or less efficient, like Singapore. Of course, Singapore is a small country, so with a small phenomena, so maybe it cannot be replicated on a large scale, so we have to be careful also at looking at these experiences. But I think the most important observation is that it cannot be cheap, it's very expensive, and it cannot be fast. It demands time and effort and a lot of follow-up. And I'm afraid that the attention span of government is very short, and this is why they will keep on failing over and over again.
So more cycles to come. I think we have room for probably 2 questions. So let's consolidate them. Microphone person. Man with the glasses on his head, maybe? After the man with glasses on his face.
Mark Mitchell, acting ASD Solic. I just have a comment on the international tribunals. One of the problems we have with these tens of thousands of fighters is that there is simply, and I think Nate hit on this, there simply is no evidence of criminal behavior that would stand up in any court, particularly in many of our partners who simply don't have material support laws. And many of the countries are hesitant to take them back simply because even if they try them, they're afraid of introducing them into their prison systems where they're already trying to combat a number of radicalization efforts and the scale. Nobody has attempted a de-radicalization program on this scale and the cost. And so it has been very disappointing that our partners have not been willing to take them back, and it's a tremendous challenge. I applaud you all for thinking about it because it's not going away anytime soon. Thanks.
I just need to comment on that, actually. So I used to run a research outfit called Resolve that's having a counter conference over here at USIP. And I'll never forget the $100 million that the Saudis laid on their CVE Center of Excellence, dedicated to what, we're not certain. But I don't think it's been an excellent solution, that's for sure. And it's just ironic to think that actually it's not a really matter of money or resources, it's about political will. The gentleman here probably has one more question, and I think we probably will have to wrap up with that.
Thank you. I'm Solon Simmons from the Center for Conflict Analysis and Resolution, Narrative Center and Conflict Resolution. So one of the things that's been interesting to me about this conversation so far, attention, is about the non-kinetic aspect of the fight. We've talked a lot about it and people sort of wringing their hands about it, but what's interesting about that, it seems to me always, is the non-kinetic aspect of the fight isn't about fighting at all, it's about justice. And that is, you often hear people saying, oh, our values, and we're for freedom and for liberty and so on, and yet everything's about security and defeating the enemy, and maybe into psyops, which, by the way, human beings are lovely at finding out who's lying to them, and they know what you're trying to do to them. So how can, if you were to give advice to the special operations operators here about how they could do better at doing this non-kinetic aspect and engaging the narrative in some way, what advice would you have? Because in a way, that's not really their job, but it's unfortunately the job they've got.
Who wants to tackle that?
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, I spent a lot of time jumping right down, talking about how important interpersonal networks are. But I think inside the disease is the cure. And my advice in thinking about how we design programs that deal with this is there's almost always, I haven't encountered cases where this isn't true, but there's almost always someone who knows. Someone else who knows that a person is slowly being radicalized. And that's not just true for jihadi Salafism. It's true in the United States with the Dayton and El Paso shootings. The mother of the shooter in El Paso went to the police and said, I don't think my son should have this gun. And the girlfriend of the guy in Dayton said the shooter showed her videos of mass shootings on their first date. I mean, I have a lot of questions why, why she stuck with it, but someone always knows, and I think, I think the key thing to think about, if I were to make one takeaway, is it's how to help the people who want to help those people they know. And in Tunisia, in Lakram, in the case of Noor, there were people who knew, they just had nowhere to go to report their concerns. And Nick Rasmussen earlier today mentioned how difficult it is for governments to get into communities and try and build connections in this way, or prevent in the UK, which is a notorious sham. So, the thing that characterizes hubs very often is that there is this strong suspicion of government. So my advice is try and figure out civil society organizations like hotlines that can provide the ability for people who want to help, the way to report their concerns confidentially and get some support before we have to wait for a person to commit a crime to intervene.
Granted, this can only work in countries and states where civil society is thriving and it's not being bugged and it's not being crashed by the authoritarian regime.
True.
So it's not going to work in Syria.
No. I get that. Of course it's not. But it's also the reason why governments like Egypt and Morocco, which don't allow their civil society any independence, are going to have this problem forever.
Azadeh, absolute last word. All yours, 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. My experience is that for a lot of young people, if they feel that there are alternative and safe pathways to express their grievances politically, that's a huge outlet. So less kind of securitization of things that are kind of considered to be on the fringe of jihadism but aren't really. So like BDS activism, whatever it is to do with Palestine, or, I mean, in the UK especially, if you go near this stuff as a teenager, you will be reported to the counterterrorism police, and this is not healthy. So let's make sure that there are other pathways for, non-extremist, genuine politics for young people.
Well done. Thank you so much.
And Azadeh's amazing new book about the women of ISIS is for sale, just came out, and she's more than happy to sign copies if you're interested. So next, we are going to move to the final session of the day. I'm going to introduce our introducer, that is Stu Braden, who is Admiral McCraven's XO, and is now the CEO of Global SOF Foundation. Over to you, Stu.
Thanks, Peter. The next panel today is going to be, what is the future of special operations in an era of great power competition? We're extremely fortunate to have Mr. Nick Rasmussen, the Senior Director of the McCain Institute here in Washington, D.C., moderate this conversation with retired Admiral Bill McCraven in what should be a Sunday morning talk show. It says, if you've read the news or you've read these men's bio, you know their past well. But what you may not know about their impact on the special operations and intelligence community is absolutely had a fundamental change for both of those communities. They led during one of the most tiring, confusing, and chaotic times in our history, and when things looked bleak, they never lost faith. Their courage, patience, and mentorship helped raise a lot of our current and future leaders, and they are still called on for their advice today. If you know anything about these men, you know they love it when it's hard. So what I'll tell you is, when it comes to the questions, bring the heat. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Nick Rasmussen and Admiral Bill McCraven. Thank you for being here.
Well, thanks, Stu, and I think this is a good opportunity because there is going to be ample opportunity for the audience and the participants here who've participated all day to engage with Admiral McCraven and to to throw some difficult and challenging questions at us. But I'm going to start off with a softball, because when you ask somebody to do an event like this and they happen to be out on the road pushing a book at the same time, it would be simply unfair and not sporting to not allow the person to talk a little bit about the book. Sea stories. Lots of you have certainly read the book, bought the book, loved the book, but I'm going to ask Bill just a simple question. Is there a sea story that got left on the cutting room floor? Because obviously you had an editor, and the book couldn't be 400, 500, 600 pages. But you told stories about things that mattered to you growing up, early in your career, things that were formative experiences for you as a young SEAL, and then, of course, then to the more widely known, more famous events later in your career. But maybe pick something that didn't come up during the course of the writing that you might have wanted to point to.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of things that were left on the cutting room floor because they weren't, open to mixed company. And some stories you just can't afford to tell. But I will tell you, and I didn't know we were going to talk about the book.
Sorry,
No, that's all right. I appreciate you bringing it up, because it is a memoir of sorts. But it really, I hope what people take away from it is not the not the Bin Laden raid or the rescue of Captain Phillips or the Saddam Hussein story, but the fact that, we were honored and privileged to work with these remarkable soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, civilians over the course of my 37 years. And the book, I hope, really reflects who they are. And I hope the book is really about them, but kind of through my eyes. But I tell you, if I had to have one story in that book that I would ask people to focus on, I think it would surprise folks. And it really is about when I was running track in high school. And I tell the story, I was trying to break the school mile record in high school. And I had come real close the week before, but I'm on my last race. And the night before the race, I get a call from a coach who I hadn't talked to in years. He had left the high school and he'd gone off, and he called me, and I didn't even think he knew who I was. Well, he calls me and kind of encourages me and inspires me to do this run the next day. And the next night I go out and break the school record. It was a record nobody cared about but me. But the point I make is that one phone call from that coach inspired me to break that record, and then convinced me I could do other things, like become a Navy SEAL. So when you look back on your lives, and I've encouraged everybody, write the story of your life, you will see these connections and these points of destiny, if you will, in your life that change everything about the trajectory of your life. And that one phone call did it for me. And we won't all have the opportunity to go on a Bin Laden raid or to rescue a Captain Phillips or be around Saddam Hussein, but you will all have the opportunity to inspire somebody along the way. Never miss that opportunity. But thanks, Nick.
And I would argue that's a defining feature of your community, is its mentorship of younger people. And again, I think something that almost anybody who reads the book will find at least one sea story in there that will allow them to kind of grab onto it in a very personal way. One of the areas of conversation today has been kind of where does the SOF community sit today in the midst of a period where terrorism may not be the defining issue of our time the way it certainly was the time you served at the White House right after 9/11 and through much of your military career. Terrorism remains a national priority, and it will, but it sits alongside other national priorities, great power competition. So what role do you see your community playing in meeting those larger challenges, whether it's Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, all of which are right there alongside the counterterrorism challenge?
Yeah, so clearly what you see today is we have much more of a balance, I think, in terms of our national concerns because of the rise of Russia and China. But we still have this commitment to the war on terrorism, and all you have to do is look at the casualties we've had in the special operations community over this year, and then over the course of the last couple of years. The casualties continue to mount in Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan. So the war on terrorism is a long way from over. Having said that, I'm always quick to point out that those of us in the special operations community understand that we have a kind of a limited role. I mean, we can't stop the North Koreans from coming south. We can't keep the Straits of Hormuz open. Those aren't what we are trained and equipped to do. But there are things that we can do. Certainly if you get into a shooting war, having a special operations force that knows how to do a raid on a particular target, whether it's an undersea mission or whether it's an over-the-beach mission or whether it's an inland mission, we know how to do raids. We know how to do those sorts of things in support of the conventional forces. But in today's battlefield, I think it's also about training our allies. So if the Estonians, the Latvians, and the Lithuanians are concerned about the Russians, well, let's make sure that we are partnered with those states and teaching their military forces the sort of skill sets that we have as special operations folks. And that, of course, is not just in that part of the world. It's all around the world where we're beginning to see Russian incursion and certainly areas within the Pacific where you see the rise of China. So I think we still have a pretty vital role to play in this kind of great powers game that is on the rise, while still focusing on the low intensity conflict and the counterterrorism mission.
Do you worry, and I'm not asking you to sit in Rich Clark's shoes or Scott Howell's shoes, but do you worry about spreading too thinly?
Yeah.
And you spoke about pressure on the force, the fact that casualties are continue to be a feature of service in your community.
When I turned over and took over U.S. Special Operations Command from Admiral Eric Olson, the one thing Eric told me was, look, I've done this report, and it was called The Pressure on the Force and Families. And they had taken, I don't know, a year, 18 months to do this report. And he said, you need to read this report. It needs to be the first thing you do. And so it was. Literally on my first day of taking the job, I sat down and I began to read the report, long report. It took me a little bit longer than I planned. But clearly what was evident was Eric had talked about the force being frayed. I think by that time, the force was more than frayed. And so we took the pressure on the force and families and turned it into the preservation of the force and families, and we began to build out everything from psychologists and psychiatrists and social workers, and build this kind of network of support for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines across the Special Operations Force. And if there's one legacy I am frankly most proud of in my time as the Special Operations Command Commander, is the work we did on the preservation of the force and families. Having said that, we are spread pretty thin. You continue to see a high rate of divorce. Suicide rates have not come down too much. We're still focusing on this, but the demands for SOF are still out there. So the commanders, Rich Clark, and the other commanders have got to figure out what that balance is that makes good sense.
And if you look back on that period of such a high tempo over such a long period of time, would you do anything differently in how you manage that?
Well, what
again,
I did,
you don't determine demand for your services.
Yeah, but what I did do was I took a look at how we were going to deploy. So at one point in time, we were sending guys over there for a year, 2 years. I mean, we would send a company or a battalion over for at least a year. And finally I said, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to go with what I referred to as the Navy model, which was you were going to do a 6-month deployment. And then it takes kind of 4 to make 1. So you have to have kind of a 6-month deployment. They come back, they reset, they prep. You've got kind of unit deployment, personal deployment, and then they deploy again. And I got a lot of pushback from the force. One, harder to manage the force that way. But what I knew was if I didn't manage the force as the SOCOM commander, and to some degree as the JSOC commander, if I didn't manage the force was going to break. So we did. We set that in place. We said, look, the deployments are going to be, from start to finish, 6 months long. Interestingly enough, we were able to manage that in a way that I think was healthy for the force. And so again, as Rich and Rich Clark and others begin to grapple with this, I'd offer find a way to make the deployments less strenuous on not only the deployer, but the families back home.
And getting back to the question of a more diverse national security landscape, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, et cetera, think of skill sets. So much of the training that you did, that your community did, was focused on the very specific mission of finding, hunting, killing terrorists, but also training, equipping partner militaries. Does that adapt readily and well to the kind of work you need to do to support these other national security problem sets that we're dealing with?
Yeah, I think it does, because at the end of the day, while we had these unique skills, I mean, obviously the Army Green Beret come with these magnificent skills on counterinsurgency, and they understand foreign internal defense. You've got the kind of SEALs that are a raid force. You've got the Rangers that are an elite light infantry. Everybody has their unique skill set. But at the end of the day, we are problem solvers. And I think what the war allowed us to do was to look at these unique set of problems that came up. And because we were well-resourced, we could find solutions to these problems that frankly, other folks grappled with. And so today, while we have these very diverse and deep skill sets, I think the skill set that is our greatest talent is that we can solve problems. We know how to solve problems. We know how to work with the conventional forces. We know how to work with the interagency. We know how to work with our partner forces. We can figure out a way to solve a problem throw the problem at us and give it a shot.
And you know, in the course of in observing what you just did, you used well-resourced. How do you see the trajectory going forward for that? And obviously, the Congress has a voice in that. This morning, there was a very impressive panel of very engaged members of Congress who understand this set of national security problems. What do you see as the atmosphere, the environment on the Hill in terms of making sure they understand what you do, how you do it, and what you need to continue to do it well?
Well, I think one of the things that we always have to be careful about is, you know, touting the fact that we need money more than the other people need money. I think that is unfair to other folks within the national security community, and whether in the Department of Defense and in the Army, Navy, the Air Force, pick something. What you have to be able to do is you have to be able to state your case to Congress. Look, this is what we are trying to do. But I always offered, and I see Tom Trask here in the audience who worked a lot of those issues for us in the Pentagon and up on the Hill. Look, what I don't want to do is offer something at the expense of, you know, the conventional forces, because the conventional forces do remarkable work day in and day out. And I'm always quick to point out that, you know, people like to make movies about the special operations guys, and they like to write books about them, they like to do these things. I said, look, we are no more heroic, no more courageous, not any better than the folks in the conventional force. We just have a different skill set. That's all there is to it. The folks in the conventional forces, and frankly in the intelligence community and the law enforcement community that I've worked with, are remarkable patriots and equally as brave and equally as courageous as anybody wearing a uniform. And if you don't believe that, you need to spend some time downrange. Just truly great Americans. So I think you make your case for why you need the resources, and then let your case stand.
All right, let's talk a little bit about some of the hot spots that we're reading and seeing and worrying about pretty much every day when we watch the news. And I think pretty much near the top of the list, at least this week, is the Gulf. And you've certainly spent your share of deployed time in the Gulf. Iran, as a malign actor, its features are well known. What's your take on where we ought to be in bringing pressure to bear on Iran while also managing concerns about a wider war?
Yeah. So I've been asked this question a lot over the last couple of months as we kind of saw the rhetoric ramp up a couple of months ago. And I think to a lot of people's surprise, when I went on the talk shows, I said, I'm not overly concerned about the situation in Iran. One, we've been dealing with the Iranians for decades. We know how to deal with the Iranians. We understand the landscape, if you will, within the Persian Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman. I can tell you the Fifth Fleet knows very well how to protect itself coming through the Straits and how to work in that area. You know, you go back to 1979 when a U.S. ship shot down an Iranian Airbus and killed 298 folks, innocent folks on that Airbus. I mean, that you would think that would have brought us to war, and it did not, because as strange as it sounds, I think people in the Gulf are rational actors when it comes to, look, nobody wants to go there. The Iranians don't want to go to war with us. We don't want to go to war in Iran. I don't think the Saudis want to go to war with the Iranians. So we've got to figure out how to deal with the situation that's there now. I think, I am concerned, obviously. The strike on the Saudi oil refinery has ramped this up a little bit. But I would offer that, look, we've had these situations before. Everybody needs to kind of calm down a little bit. We need to think through this. We need to first go with diplomacy. And then if that doesn't work, then there's always this sense of proportionality. I don't think we should be involved, but if those in the Gulf think that they need a proportional response or a response, you better make sure it's proportional so that all of a sudden we don't get a spin up and escalate this situation. Because the escalation, if the Saudis escalate it, it'll end up drawing us into the war, and I don't think that's what we want to do.
And when you think about managing difficult national security problems like this, and this is probably one that's right at the top of the hard pile, do you worry about the kind of turnover that we've had in kind of senior national security positions? Obviously, capable people come, capable people go, but do you worry about kind of the kind of wisdom and experience around the table at moments like this when you want to be treading very carefully?
Yeah, absolutely I do. And as you know better than most, the process is important. The process of thinking through challenging national security issues And within the White House and the way the process works is you have a policy coordination committee, which is generally at kind of the one-star level. Then you have a deputies committee meeting that's at the deputies and the principals and the National Security Council. Why is this important? Because at the PCC level, you normally have the subject matter experts. You have folks that are foreign service officers that have lived in the country, that speak the language, that understand the culture. You have intelligence officers that have been studying this set of conditions for decades. They begin to craft, shape, form the potential responses for the president. Those go from the PCC to the deputies to the principals to the National Security Council, and then the president is in a position to get some very thoughtful options laid out for him or her. When you don't have that process, or when that process doesn't work effectively because you don't have the kind of depth of experience you need at certain levels, then you're not going to get the best options. And the president, no matter who it is never going to be the subject matter expert on Iran, North Korea, pick an area, Venezuela. So you need to have the experience at the State Department, in the intel community, within the military, that again shapes the discussion, forms the options, and then presents those options to the president.
We used to say sometimes that discovery learning at cabinet level is not a really pretty thing to see. And I think your point is well taken. And it's obvious that we're operating in a political climate right now where the rules aren't really the rules right now, and that some of these kind of well-established institutions and processes don't necessarily kind of aren't called upon in the same way that they were in prior times. Does that give you pause? Does that give you concern? Or are there ways you can compensate for kind of stepping outside the way things used to be done?
Yeah, well, it does give me concern. But as you and I have had this conversation, at the end of the day, the process is for the President of the United States. So you have to build the process so that it supports the President's way of learning and taking in information. And while you and I saw it in the Bush administration and the Obama administration, and you saw it again early on in your time in the Trump administration, I mean, how the President takes in information is entirely up to the President. It is not what I would have recommended, because I do think that the process that has been in place for decades and how, again, the policy wonks begin to build and frame the options is an important piece of this. But if that's not the way the President of the United States takes information, then maybe there's another approach that we need to explore. But I would be cautious of that because, again, I don't think any president, or frankly any secretary sitting there, is going to be the smartest man or woman in the room on a particular subject that requires great depth of knowledge to understand.
Another one of those hot spots that I think is very much at the top of people's minds these days is Afghanistan. Just a few weeks ago, we seemed on the verge of something that might have been called a breakthrough, or at least the outlines of a settlement understanding with the Taliban, and then we seem to have backed away from that. Step back. You've sat around that Situation Room table for an endless number of conversations about what to do in Afghanistan. And how do you balance the concerns about an endless forever war against the obvious downsides of sitting across the table from a Taliban adversary as a negotiating partner? Neither one of those seem like a great place to end up.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, there's the classic between the rock and the hard place. However, having said that, I never thought negotiations with the Taliban were a good way to go. And while I have probably taken that notion a little too far, I've said on occasion I think negotiating with the Taliban is like negotiating with ISIS. And maybe that's not a fair comparison. But I do believe that if we negotiate some sort of settlement with the Taliban, and that settlement calls for the withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Afghanistan, that it won't be 6 months or a year before all the blood and treasure we have put into Afghanistan will have been reversed, because the Taliban will come back in and do what the Taliban do. And when you think particularly of the young ladies and the progress that we have made in Afghanistan with building girls' schools and bringing women into the to the political process, I mean, these are vastly important for Afghanistan and for the region. And I'm afraid that clock will be turned back very quickly if we negotiate some sort of settlement with the Taliban that really isn't, to our benefit and Afghanistan's benefit. So I'm not in favor of that. Having said that, I've said, look, we have to accept the fact that, I think we do, that we're going to be there for a very, very long time. Is it forever? I don't think anything's forever. But does that mean that we will lose more great young men and women? Does that mean we're going to spend, another billions of dollars? I think it does. And people have asked me before, well, we can't be the policeman of the world. Well, the hell we can't. I mean, I think this is what American leadership is about. You have to do it with your allies, but you have to recognize that our interests are no longer just inside the borders of the United States. That I think we have an obligation to lead, because if we don't lead, who's going to lead? China? Russia? Who do we want to lead? Well, I think the world wants us to lead. We can convince the world to help kind of pay their way as we go through this, but it'll start with Afghanistan. If we back out of Afghanistan, we don't show the leadership necessary to keep Afghanistan solvent, if you will, I think that'll be a mistake.
So I recall one of the early Trump administration conversations at a senior level about Afghanistan, and one of the senior military leaders around the table tried to frame it in a way that made sense to some of the new incoming officials. And that person talked about Afghanistan and our commitment there as an expensive life insurance policy. Nobody likes to write a check every year, a big check every year, to hedge against something that you hope doesn't happen, a terrorist attack. And yet, year after year, you continue on that pathway. Was that a useful way to kind of think about? You framed it in terms of American leadership. If we back away, then probably the enterprise collapses.
Right. John Brennan, when we were talking down in Austin the other day, I think had an interesting take on it. My take was similar, and then John said, I kind of agree with both Nick and Bill on this, and that there's probably a way to square the circle, which is, do you ensure that at the end of the day the Taliban are negotiating with the Afghan government, and oh, by the way, that part of our responsibility is we will leave U.S. forces there to ensure, back to the insurance policy, to ensure that the mandates within the agreement are in fact followed through with. So is there an opportunity for us to negotiate with the Taliban, get a negotiated settlement that is a little bit of a win-win? I don't know. I have my doubts on that. The insurance policy, it's an interesting way to look at it. I think that's probably not a bad analogy, but I would again offer this is really about American leadership and more importantly, American responsibility. We went into Afghanistan to rid Afghanistan of Al-Qaeda. We got down there, we ended up fighting the Taliban in hopes of keeping the sanctuary away from Al-Qaeda, but then over time we have this relationship with the great Afghans, and I think we need to honor that relationship.
Most of the people in this room are aware of the jobs you had at SOCOM and JSOC and other places you had in your military career. One of the jobs you had that I think is probably less noticed in your resume was your time spent at NATO, where you lived inside an alliance. You were not an American commander, you were an alliance commander. Talk about what you tried to build in terms of a SOF capability inside an alliance framework, and the pressure you see our alliance framework under today.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I'm here with Colonel Stu Braden, who really was the point man on all this. Stu managed to pull this together. When I first took over Special Operations Command Europe, Stu came to me with this idea of, hey, we need to build a NATO Special Operations force. And I thought he was spot on. He had a great plan for that. And I, fortunately having 2 stars at the time, was in a position to try to implement that. And again, General Jim Jones, who was the UCOM commander at the time, supported us, and followed up by John Craddock. And again, so a lot of credit to go around. I will tell you, one of the best organizations I ever worked with. I think we got up to 19 countries when I was there that came in that wanted to be allied with the United States. In fact, one of the first discussions Stu and I had when we were forming this, I told Stu, I said, I don't want to be the commander. I said, I don't want to be the commander because I don't want this to appear to be a U.S.-centric organization and all we're going to do is things that are important to America. I want this to be a NATO alliance. Let's get one of the other countries to step up and be the first commander. And interestingly enough, none of the nations wanted anybody but the United States to be in charge. And this wasn't just about money. This was about an understanding that, look, you have to understand, you are the United States. We expect leadership from you. We need to understand how your special operations forces work. We want to learn, and not only did they learn, we learned a lot from them. And I was always quick to point out, just because you were the smallest country in NATO didn't mean you were the least significant. Everybody had an opportunity to contribute, and everybody did. It was one of the funnest times I had, because you can imagine, a little bit like the Star Wars bar. You're in there and everybody with different uniforms and speaking different languages. But particularly as we went into Afghanistan and just about everybody contributed, it was remarkable to watch. I would offer, though, that the reason this happened had nothing to do with the NATO Charter. We often talk about after 9/11, NATO invoked Article 5 of the Charter, saying an attack on one is an attack on everybody. Yes, they did in fact do that. In fact, they did it on day one. The question is, why did they do it? Did they do it because we strong-armed them, because we said we really need you to stand by us, we need you to invoke Article 5? No. They did it because we have been allied with the Europeans, with the NATO alliance, since the end of World War II, because we have been their friends, because they trusted us, because they knew that this special relationship we had was important. So when you think about these alliances, they're just not alliances on a piece of paper. They are alliances built on personal relationships. They are alliances built on trust. And when you have that, it's great to have Article 5, but at the end of the day, they rallied around us when we were attacked because we'd been there and we had helped them become the nations they were. That's American leadership.
How do you get that across to a leadership that sometimes looks at this more in terms of dollars and cents? And clearly we have struggled over the decades to get our allies to bring as much in terms of resources to the fight as the United States does.
Well, and again, I commend President Trump for kind of strong-arming the alliance to say, look, you have an obligation to put 2% of your GDP into supporting the NATO alliance. I think that was a good move. I think he needed to pressure him. I think how he went about doing it, we can have a discussion on that. But important that they do pay their part. Having said that, I think when you look at the dollars and cents, if you think about American leadership, if you want to look at it in dollars and cents, these relationships affect a lot of the economic engine that drives not just the United States, but the world. So let's take a look at freedom of navigation. So if you want American leadership in the Pacific, as opposed to Chinese leadership, American leadership will ensure that everybody has freedom of navigation through the Straits of Malacca, through the Straits of Hormuz, so that oil can move, so that goods and services can move. I mean, this is about relationships that we have with our Asian counterparts. This is about relationships we have in Europe in terms of how we're going to deal with the issues, again, across the globe. So it does make good dollars and cents to have U.S. leadership. It may not seem like it in the short run, but I think if you take a look at America today, why are we the country and the economy we are? Because certainly since World War II, we have led the world. And that has allowed the goods and services to flow in a way that I think it'd be hard to argue that that's not the case.
Just to give a warning order to the audience, two last questions from me, and then we'll open things up, so please have yourselves prepared. I want to step outside your military career for a second and talk about the period of leadership you had at UT. UT is not a college. It's a multinational corporation, billions of dollars, organization spread all across the state. How did leadership in that environment compare and contrast to what you did over the course of your military career?
Yeah, it's interesting. When I got to be the chancellor of the University of Texas, that was almost the first question that audiences would ask. How have you managed to make this transition from the military to higher education and healthcare? And of course, they always ask it as though it was like an impossible task. And I said, I think it surprised people. I said, well, the transition was almost seamless. Because again, I wasn't the president of a university. As the chancellor, it's a lot like being SOCOM. I had subordinate commanders, if you will. So when I was a SOCOM commander, I had 12 subordinate commanders that were 3 stars and 2 stars and 1 stars. As the chancellor of the University of Texas, I had 14 institutions that were like subordinate commanders. Some of them were 3 stars. The University of Texas at Austin, our flagship. Some of them were 1 stars, UT Permian Basin. But my responsibility as a chancellor was to ensure that they had good strategic guidance, that I provided them the guidance they needed, the resources they needed, and, oh, by the way, held people accountable. Nothing different there. Well, when I was here as a SOCOM commander, I had to work on Capitol Hill to get our budgets approved. When I was a chancellor, I had to go to the state legislature to get the budgets approved. Everything, you know, my troops, and I told myself I wasn't going to do that when I was the chancellor, wasn't going to call the students my troops. I slipped up one time, and interestingly enough, the students loved it because I think they understood the analogy, which was, look, my job is to take care of the troops.
Came from a good place.
Yeah, it came from a good place. My job is to take care of the troops. The troops were not only the students, they were the faculty, they were the institutions, and that was my responsibility as a chancellor. No different than my responsibility at SOCOM. So those, and I tell young military officers and senior enlisted, I said, the skill set you're learning in the military, maybe you're a pilot, you know, maybe you're a ship driver, maybe you're a submariner, that's not the skill set you're learning in the military. What you're learning is leadership and as well as management. And those skill sets were completely fungible when I became the chancellor.
One last question, and it's admittedly a bit of an uncomfortable one. Recent times there have certainly been reports about serious instances of misconduct or even criminality across the force that you care so deeply about. It's not your role today to speak to any one issue or any one incident, but how would you as a commander at every level, have dealt with this as a command climate issue?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, I think Admiral Colin Green is doing exactly the right thing. I mean, when you began to see this rash of bad behavior, and some of it very serious bad behavior, what Green didn't do was try to make excuses for it. What he said was, we've got a problem, and we're going to fix it. And he took those steps to relieve some very senior SEAL commanders as his first step, to say, I'm dead serious about this. That sends the right signal to the rest of the community. We understand we have problems. We understand that there's an expectation from the American public that this is our standard. No, by the way, we have been letting them down. Now is the time to fix our problems ourselves, and we can do that. And he is aggressively doing that, and I applaud him for it.
With that, let me turn to the audience and welcome some questions. It'd be helpful if people would identify themselves and their affiliation, if possible.
I know we're talking about policy, but since you wrote a book about tactics, I'll ask a question in that regard.
Sure.
So your book, Spec Ops, obviously talks about how to apply your model of special operations theory to a complex environment and a threat that's either overwhelming or ambiguous. Right. You obviously compared it in your book to history. What would you add now, having spent a career in special operations, probably leveraging that model? And then what can the general purpose force take away from what you wrote and what you've learned to apply it to dense urban environments and the conflicts that'll inevitably result there?
Yeah, good question. So the premise of the book, Spec Ops, was based very much on kind of Clausewitz's discussion about the fact that, you know, the defense is always stronger than the offense, because the defense only has to preserve and protect, while the offense has to impose its will upon the enemy. That was Clausewitz's term. So how did Clausewitz say that the offense was going to beat the defense? Mass and maneuver. What don't special operations have? Mass in particular. So the question became, then why do special operations succeed in light of the fact that they are rarely larger than the force they're going against, and most of those forces are, you know, forces that have giant fortresses around them, such as a Benamail. So that kind of became the crux of what I was trying to determine in the course of the book. I will tell you that as I went through my career, certainly within JSOC and after 9/11, I watched this play out every single night. And so what had been the theory of special operations, I think I saw, you know, again and again and again. When it came time for the bin Laden raid, we used that model, and I sat down with the ground force commander and said, here's how we're going to do this. Here's our point of vulnerability. So if this is our point of vulnerability, we have got to get this done within 30 minutes. If you recall the book, and a little bit of a funny story behind that, when I kept briefing it in the sit room, I would say, so we're going to be on the ground for 30 minutes. Okay. I remember at one point in time, Secretary Gates saying, why 30 minutes? I didn't want to tell him that I had written this book and 30 minutes was kind of the thumbnail look at why things, after 30 minutes, things started to go south in all these missions, these case studies I'd looked at. So I was concerned that once we were on the ground in Abbottabad, that after 30 minutes, again, would the Pakistanis start to react? What would happen? Well, we got to 30 minutes, and of course, by that time, the ground force commander says, hey, we've found this treasure trove of information on the second floor. And I was like, okay, all right, go. But we got to 48 minutes. I was like, okay, time out. We got to get out of there. But all that was kind of predicated on the theory and taking that theory and applying it to a real case. So how do the conventional forces use it? I think the conventional forces, certainly, as we saw in Iraq, the days of only special operations do urban warfare or close quarter battle, holy mackerel, every goddamn infantryman started doing close quarter battle. The techniques that used to be soft, unique became prevalent throughout the Army and the Marine Corps. So I do think a lot of the things that were in that book will apply to the conventional forces, again, as a small unit raid force, whether that's probably less than a company size, but a platoon or maybe even a company size operation.
Thank you, Admiral Otto Kreischer, Sea Power Magazine. There was a panel earlier on that talked about, does SOF need to change in the way it puts together its people, the people it selects? A lot of it is the question of greater diversity in the command. What do you think of that? Not just looking ahead to the great powers conflict, and at the same time we're handling the terrorism fight, which is on forever. Do you see a need for SOF to change the way it picks people, the way it trains people for the future?
Yeah, I think there is a constant assessment underway by the Service Special Operations, USASOC, WARCOM, MARSOC, AFSOC. They are always looking at what do we need to do to ensure that we are staying ahead of the enemy in terms of our tactics, techniques, procedures, and how we're selecting people, all those sorts of things. But what I'd offer you is, when I took over Special Operations Command, there were a number of folks that came to me and said, now is the time to turn Special Operations Command into its own service. There had always been this discussion about, is SOF unique and important enough to be a fifth service, if you will? And I immediately said, not going to do that. So why not? This is the time. You guys have really proven yourself. You've got the bin Laden raid. Now is the time to turn it into its own service. I said, then you understand nothing about special operations. What makes special operations work is the fact that we are a joint force, is the fact that I have this culture from the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and the Army and the Navy that blend together, that give us the diversity of thought and the diversity of talent and the diversity of skill set that allows us, I think, to come up with some of the best options. I would be concerned that if we built a force and everybody was wearing the same uniform and everybody kind of went through the same schools and we all kind of had the same way we thought, that would not serve the nation well. So I do think we have diversity of service and culture within the special operations community, but I would also offer that the chiefs of those respective branches within special operations are always looking at ways to improve their pipeline. Sean, how are you?
I'm well, thanks, Admiral. How are you doing?
Good, good.
Sean Naylor from Yahoo News. I want to pick up on Nick's last question to you about the spate of scandals that have affected the SOF community over the last few years, and in particular, although by no means exclusively, have affected the naval special warfare community. Right. To what extent do you attribute what seems to be the increasing rate of these scandals to the sort of stresses and strains that the community has been under, for driving hard in combat for 18 years? And to what extent do you think they are the result of deeper cultural problems inside the NSW community, maybe even the way that the community assesses and selects individuals to join it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, I was just out at the Naval Special Warfare Center about 3 weeks ago. We had our SEAL reunion out there, and that's always fun. And I sat down with the director of the Naval Special Warfare Center and went through how they are not only recruiting young men today, but the training and how they're trying to instill this deep sense of ethics within them. And I tell you, I came away very impressed with the work they're doing. And I do think that we are teaching the young men that come through basic SEAL training and advanced SEAL training all the right things, not only the tactical skill sets, but this recognition that, look, there's an expectation amongst the American people that we are going to be, moral, legal, and ethical in everything that we do, that we are going to be noble and honorable. This is what makes us Navy SEALs, if you will, in this particular case. But I do think that there is something, I mean, I don't know how you can get to the conclusion that there isn't. After 18 years of war, yeah, this is clearly going to have an impact on folks. I don't know that there is any sort of, single button we can push to all of a sudden make it all well again, because everybody reacts to war differently. But I do think it is an obligation on our part, speaking in kind of the past tense, as a commander, to make sure that we provide the right guidance to the troops in the field so that they don't feel like they have to get off the reservation in order to win the fight. That we give them very clear guidance on rules of engagement to ensure that they are doing things that are moral, legal, and ethical. They don't want to do things that are not moral, legal, and ethical because they know at the end of the day they will have to bear the burden of that. So commanders in the field have got to be very clear about that. And when that doesn't happen, you pull that guy, off the battlefield, and you hold people accountable, and you make sure they understand that accountability is key. It's not because you're trying to be a jerk. It's because you're trying to set the framework in which the soldiers can operate and operate honorably. Because if you don't do that, war tends to drive you to the dark side, because it is just the nature, particularly of this ugly conflict. And I don't know that this is any different, frankly, than the wars we've seen in the past, particularly Vietnam and Korea and World War II. It obviously gets a lot more traction today because of the nature of the media, but I'm sure the folks in World War II and Korea and Vietnam had very similar problems. So I tell all young commanders, it's your responsibility. You're sending troops, to do tough, dirty, hard work. Give them the tools to do that, not just the weapons and the ammunition. Give them the moral tools, if you will, so that they continue to stay on the straight and narrow. Because if you let them get off in these dirty wars, that's easy to happen. You don't want that to happen.
Mike's coming your way.
Afternoon, Admiral Chris Miller, former Air Force. Throughout the day, there's been some discussion about the dichotomy, if you want to call it that, or at least the complementary relationship between the CT sort of hard combat mission and the train, advise, assist, mentor mission. As we go forward and the prevalence of non-kinetic conflict or kinetic conflict at a very low level that's not necessarily ours, as that grows, how do you see future generations of commanders developing an ethos that's powerful enough to do the hard nighttime stuff and be the good partners? Do you see that as a real challenge, and how would you describe it?
Yeah, I mean, back to Sean's point, that's exactly the challenge. So we hire guys to be steely-eyed killers when we need them to. I mean, this is, you can't soften this. We need soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that can go out and kill people. That's a tough skill set. And that brings with it, tremendous leadership challenges, because you also need them to be able to turn it off at exactly the right time, particularly when they're heading home, or when they're working with another, nation's allies to kind of do by, with, and through, and do the other great work that we have to do. That's challenging. That's always been challenging for the soldier and for the leaders. But that's what we've got to bear. That's what we have to learn how to do. And again, I would offer that the way you do that is you make sure that everybody understands what the rules of engagement are. You make sure everybody understands what your expectations are. And you make sure when people get off the reservation and don't do what you tell them to do, that you hold them accountable, so that it sends the message to the rest of the force that this is not acceptable. They need to know that certain things are not acceptable, because that's what allows them to do the hard work day in and day out. It's a challenge. Sure it is.
Hi, thank you for speaking with us today. I'm Jason from the Institute for the Study of War. And I was wondering what role you see for Special Operations Forces in gray zone situations with other great powers, whether or not you could see special operators taking part in, say, exposing Russian influence operations in Latvia or something like that, or what other sort of roles you might see.
Yeah, great question. I mean, we try not to work in the gray zone. That's, we are, while the special operations, I mean, people talk about, SOF being kind of bifurcated between kind of the more open and the more clandestine units. At the end of the day, we're going to do things that are, in uniform, that are in accordance with, U.S. law, that follow the rules of engagement. Having said that, what you find is if we're in a position where we have to take on the Spetsnaz that are not in uniform, that are, creating hate and discontent in country X, we need to know how to do that, and certainly we have the skill set to do that. But you have to work with the host country and make sure that, again, you are following the rules of their country, that you've got, the support of, obviously, the U.S. ambassador and the allies in terms of doing that. But do we have the skills to confront bad guys in the gray area? Of course we do. But we have to do it in a way that is consistent with, again, our values. And that sometimes presents a challenge.
A question all the way at the back there.
Thank you. Melissa Skorka, University of Oxford. Thank you for the perspicacity of your remarks on problem solving. My question relates to Afghanistan. It's difficult to verify the overarching aims of the next generation Haqqani leadership. But if the network's violence is used to facilitate agreements between state and non-state actors, to co-opt rivals and to neutralize or outright eliminate opponents, then its strategic or de facto use or strategic aims are not only to survive a variety of economic, security, and environmental threats, but also to consolidate power. In your view, what are some of the more effective measures employed by the U.S. to counter modern terrorist political as opposed to military and financial adaptation? And to what extent has the U.S. fully accounted for the changing character of war in the still very young 21st century, in which the true nature of the threat is one in which violent non-state and state actors both compete and collude for ascendancy?
Wow. I'm not sure I can answer that in the time we have allotted. What I'll offer, I guess, is, again, we understand the difference, if you will, between the kinetic terrorists and the political terrorists. But at the end of the day, it's still terrorism. So you have to confront terrorist actions, I think, by, once again, kind of holding people accountable. On the kinetic side, of course, we know how to do that well. On the political side, this really kind of falls more towards or to the State Department and the diplomats to be able to kind of handle that. So I don't know that there's an easy answer. Invariably, political terrorism sometimes turns into kinetic terrorism. And then, again, certainly the Special Operations Force, we're postured to be able to deal with that. But political terrorism, that's really somebody else's bailiwick, to be honest with you.
Question here.
Thanks. Admiral, one of the things that I had written about when I met Stu was your efforts to build out the Global SOF network. How concerned are you, I don't want to go back to an earlier point, how concerned are you about the erosion of work with allies, and how dangerous is that, and what do you think should be done?
Yeah, so I don't know, Howard, how much it has eroded. Again, politically, there seems to be an erosion. Some of the rhetoric certainly has created friction between our allies. I can't tell you whether or not from a military standpoint, because what you generally find is there is this kind of political layer above here, and there's all sorts of grousing and complaining going on, but mill to mill, things are generally pretty strong. I would hope that is the same today. Our theater special operations forces, are dealing with their allied counterparts every day all around the world. I know U.S. SOCOM continues to invest in our kind of international organization there at SOCOM. There is still a robust NATO Special Operations Force. But this gets back to American leadership. The hard part is, how much do the allies continue to trust us to follow through when times get tough? That's more of a political question than it is a military question. But I would offer that they are sophisticated enough, at least the ones I've dealt with, to understand the politicians are going to do what the politicians do, and the heads of state will do what the heads of state do. At the end of the day, We have jobs to do. We're going to work well together. And when we are called on to work together as allies, we'll be ready. I don't think that has, I hope that has not changed fundamentally.
We've got time for maybe 1 to 2 last questions. Anything in the audience? Sir, in the back.
Sir, Mess Sergeant Mike McCain from Marine Special Operations Command. I'm cheating a bit. I saw you this morning at the Council on Foreign Relations, and you said that in the face of great power conflict, near-peer competitors, we hadn't reached our oh crap moment yet.
Yeah.
What do you think it will take for us to fully commit to the threats that we're facing in the future?
Yeah, what he's referring to is, and Nick I think mentioned it briefly, so this morning I'm actually here in D.C. because the Council on Foreign Relations rolled out our task force report. I'm a co-chair with James Manika and Adam Siegel, who is one of the prime author. And it was about innovation and national security. And what we talk about in the report is we on the task force felt like this is a Sputnik moment for us. And by that, those of you that are of my age recognize, after World War II, then all of a sudden we have Sputnik, and America, woke up to the fact that the Russians were moving a lot faster, or the Soviets were moving a lot faster than we thought. What did we do at the time? We invested in our universities. We invested in basic research. We built, we had the National Defense Education Act. We did a whole lot of things so that the Russians, in fact, would not pass us from an innovation standpoint, a military standpoint, a strategic standpoint. So my point earlier today when asked, what did the task force see? I said, well, we thought this was our kind of holy shit moment. It's kind of like Sputnik, it's only in sailor talk. But this was it. It was, holy shit, the Chinese are moving at a remarkable pace. Now, we are still well ahead of the Chinese in terms of AI, machine learning, genomics, but make no mistake about it, they are moving very quickly. Their government is investing in private Chinese corporations. Their government is investing in huge amounts of AI, creating innovation zones. And while we are continuing to do good work, that gap is closing. And our sense from the task force report is within 10 years, if we continue at the status quo, the Chinese will surpass us in terms of some of the big issues, AI and machine learning. And therefore, now is the time for us to address these issues, to encourage the Congress and the administration to invest more in basic research, to invest more in our STEM pipeline, to be able to give young men and women an opportunity to come into STEM, to keep them in STEM, to look at the Department of Defense and how can we make DoD more innovative. If we don't do it now, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And again, that gap will get either wider or more narrow. We would like to make sure that we continue to keep the gap between where we are and where China is. And because if we don't do that and they narrow that gap and pass us, then I think it presents real national security issues for us. So thanks for asking that question.
Peter?
I wanted to go back to your book, Special Ops. If you were interviewing yourself about the bin Laden raid for the book Special Ops, what would you say, because there were certain principles in the book that you lay out, how would the bin Laden raid line up with sort of these general principles that you found?
Yeah, hopefully exactly. So the principles in the book Special Operations are, you create a simple plan, carefully concealed, repeatedly rehearsed, and executed with surprise, speed, and purpose. So a simple plan. So we started off, again, I was the planner. I'm kind of a simple planner sort of guy. And so I had to build a plan kind of in isolation. I had one other person kind of help me early on. And I said, look, I've looked at this. There were a number of options we looked at in terms of a special operations raid. Could we do an off-site parachute, and then patrol through? Could we come in vehicles? And I dismissed that almost immediately because the point of vulnerability on all of those was going to be further out. So I wanted a simple plan. The simple plan was we're going to get in a helicopter and we're going to go to the X. And we're going to get the bad guy and we're going to get on a helicopter and we're going to come back. We do that. We were doing that 10 to 12 times a night in Afghanistan and about 25 times a night in Iraq. We knew how to go from point A to point B. Simple plan. Carefully concealed. So remarkably so, that none of the members of the press found out that the president and a small group of folks were planning this. Repeatedly rehearsed. So we did a number of rehearsals to include a couple of full dress rehearsals, which were important. And then, surprise, so obviously bin Laden didn't know we were coming. Speed, we're coming in on helicopters. And purpose is kind of what's in here. And I can tell you that everybody on that mission was prepared to give their life to get bin Laden. That's about as much purpose as you get. So I think when you look at those principles, every one of them was there, and they're in spades.
Well, I'll take the prerogative of the chair and ask one last question. And we've avoided politics, and I wouldn't put you in the position of talking about politics, but something we've seen in recent years is young men and women who've served in national security roles, whether that's as an active duty military personnel, a CIA officer, a diplomat, stepping back and doing something that probably doesn't come naturally. Most of their career they have forsworn being involved in domestic politics, and now you see young people with that background running for office, whether it's a Will Hurd or a Dan Crenshaw or a Alison Spanberger. Give us your take on that, on these young men and women and the role that they can play in our politics.
Yeah, I encourage them to come into the political process. Well, I think they bring leadership skills, they bring management skills, they've worked in chaotic environments at some point in time. They have to learn politics. And politics can be a rough and tumble game when it comes to your reputation. I think the hard part for a lot of military folks coming into the arena is while they understand kind of intuitively that politics is going to be rough, when they get into it and the name calling starts and the questioning of everything that is good and noble and honorable begins, that's not something that we in the military are used to doing. We're not used to kind of getting down into the mud and fighting that away. Having said that, I hope more folks in the military engage in the political discourse because I think we need their voices and we need their leadership and we need what made those great men and women who they are. So I'm all about it.
Well, with that, I'll ask the audience to join me in thanking Admiral McCraven. Well done.
Peter, over to you. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, everybody. And just as you were leaving, I just wanted to thank. Okay, he's hijacking our son. I wanted to thank particularly Melissa Salt-Verk because these things do not come together very quickly or easily, who put in a huge amount of time. And also Joanne Zalatoris, Angela Spidlate, Narmanda Variam, Jason Stewart, and Shannon Lynch with the rest of the production team. Our mic runners, Elizabeth Pankova, Aisha Shabazz, and Ryan Madsen. I want to thank David Sturman, Daniel Rothenberg, our colleague from ASU, Stu Braden from Global SOF, and Megan Keeler-Pettigrew, also from Global SOF, Colonel Frank Stanko, our Army Fellow, and everybody here who stayed the whole day. You deserve some kind of award. I'm not sure what it is, but thank you. And Ike Wilson from the Army War College, who's already left. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and